Chapter 290, The Second Sword. Chapter 290, The Second Sword. Chapter 290, The Second Sword. The true essence that protected Jiang Baoyun's body was much stronger than a normal martial artist's, but in front of Lin Ming, it was no different to thin paper. Jiang Baoyun could clearly remember just what a pitiful state Magubuyu had ended up in after he had tried to defend against Lin Ming's all-out attack. Big Dipper sword step. Jiang Baoyun fiercely bit down on his tongue to restore his numbed body, with the intense shock of pain. His movement instantly recovered, and he stormed backwards. Even so, he was still caught up in the fist wind. A vast and incomparable power of vibration immediately fluxed into Jiang Baoyun's organs, nearly causing his heart to stop. Jiang Baoyun's throat tasted copper, and blood leaked from the corners of his mouth. As for his sword spirit avatar, it was even worse. Lin Ming punched its face, and azure true essence erupted. The sword spirit avatar had no true essence protecting its body. Its defensive power was zero. Because of this, once Lin Ming punched it, its entire head blew apart, and its body began to slowly fade away. Jiang Baoyun's face whitened, his body staggering backwards as the backlash struck him. As long as his true self didn't perish, then his sword spirit avatar could be considered immortal. But the avatar was still linked to his main body. Once it was forcefully scattered, Jiang Baoyun would also suffer great damage. Fierce, Jiang Baoyun wiped the blood from the corners of his lips. The reason that he had chosen to attack Lin Ming with ranged strikes from the very start was because he feared Lin Ming's utterly terrifying explosive force. Because of the existence of that coiling dragon steel needle, Jiang Baoyun had kept a good distance between them. He was confident in his own speed and reflexes to dodge that steel needle, but if he was in close range, then that certainty was no longer there. He had suddenly used the Big Dipper sword step and flashed in front of Lin Ming at a speed that neared teleportation, instantly using his strongest instant sword strike. Jiang Baoyun thought that at such an extreme speed, it would be impossible for Lin Ming to react with that coiling dragon steel needle. However, he had never thought that Lin Ming's body seemed to have fused with the energy from the coiling dragon steel needle, and the power of thunder was highly compressed within him. As soon as he approached, Lin Ming had exploded with the power of thunder, and the result was that he had taken a big loss. Jiang Baoyun was a swordsman. He was proud of his formidable melee combat abilities. He never thought that one day there would actually be someone who would force him away from melee distance. The feeling that Lin Ming exuded was just as if he were a dangerous, vicious beast, unapproachable. As soon as the sword spirit avatar was blown apart by Lin Ming's fist and Jiang Baoyun was injured, the entire audience sucked in collective breath of cold air. This battle is too intense. In an instant, the two of them are already severely wounded. A 17-year-old Seven Profound Valleys disciple said, with his cultivation, he could only see fuzzy afterimages of Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun's movements. Both receiving heavy wounds? You are too naive. I don't know how severe Jiang Baoyun's wounds are, but Lin Ming's are just nothing. When Jiang Baoyun and his sword spirit avatar's swords pierced him, they was only 1/4 of a foot in. A disciple who participated in the total faction martial meeting said. His cultivation was already at the pulse condensation period, and his eyesight was much better than most people present. 1/4 of a foot was only a few inches. To a pulse condensation period martial artist, this wound was not considered a severe injury at all. Jiang Baoyun's sword was indeed swift and sharp, but most of the sword potential had been scattered by that purple flood dragon divine thunder. Not only that, but with the added protection of the azure true essence, the swords hadn't managed to pierce deeply. Plus, there was also the enormous body defense capability enhancements that Lin Ming had obtained in the Sorcerer Pagoda. Ultimately, this was only considered a minor wound. It was just a split second of a melee fight, and yet Jiang Baoyun already suffered such a loss. Lin Ming is just a powder keg that's ready to blow up any time. Who would dare to fight him in close range like this? He took 2 sword stabs as if they were nothing. He's just like a vicious beast in human form. This is Jiang Baoyun's sword we're talking about. It's not some random nobody's sword. Lin Ming has to be the same as Magoo Buyu. His body must have been transformed in some way. Otherwise, how can a human body be so tenacious? As the audience spoke, the bleeding in Lin Ming's front and back wounds had already stopped. At this time, Lin Ming had stimulated the power of blood vitality in his body to the max, rapidly regenerating the wounds on his body. After he had passed through the life and death smelting trial in the Sorcerer Pagoda, the power of blood vitality in his body far surpassed a martial artist at the same level. If one had powerful blood vitality, then not only would they have excellent endurance, but exorbitant regenerative capabilities. Although it was impossible to make a complete recovery in a short period of time, stopping some bleeding only took a few breaths. Jiang Baoyun looked at Lin Ming and took a deep breath. I understand now. You are not someone that I can deal with by just using my blue peak sword. As Jiang Baoyun said this, he took out his sword case and withdrew that jet black sword. Finally, he had taken out the black crystal sword. Jiang Baoyun's taken out his second sword. He's finally used it. I wonder what sort of amazing final sword skill he can use with this sword. The entire audience was looking at the sword in Jiang Baoyun's hand with a curious excitement. This dark blade had no reflection. It didn't have the appearance that it was made from wood or metal, and it didn't resemble jade either. No one was able to tell exactly what sort of materials this blade was made from. After Jiang Baoyun extracted the black crystal sword, he casually tossed away the blue peak sword. Suddenly, the sword spirit avatar that Lin Ming had scattered with a punch turned into a hazy blue sword energy that swirled around the blue peak sword, wrapping around it. A moment later, a new sword spirit avatar appeared, and the original blue peak sword disappeared. As the sword spirit avatar was reformed, its body seemed even more lifelike, and the sword energy that emanated from its body was much more powerful. It was truly startling. The sword and sword spirit avatar combined. Jiang Baoyun's comprehension of the sword path is just too amazing. Two swords, the sword spirit avatar uses one, and the true self uses the second. This is just too exciting. Heavens, this is what a true dual-wielding swordsman is like. In the stands above, a sword faction disciple was staring at Jiang Baoyun's swords with obsession shining in his red eyes. If he could one day obtain 2 Earth-step treasure swords and coordinate them with a sword spirit avatar after becoming one with the sword, then what sort of concept would that be? The orthodox swordsmen took the lone sword as their king. This was because it was easier to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship with a single blade. But for those with the same cultivation or lower, a dual wielder's attack power was much higher. If they could learn Jiang Baoyun's technique, then could take dual swords as their king and still reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. This alone was enough to cause any sword faction disciple to go crazy with desire. It could be said that Jiang Baoyun had discovered his own unique dual sword method. Of course, to study such a dual sword method was extremely demanding, and one also needed to have a sword spirit in order to do so. You finally take out your black crystal sword? I thought you would have done so earlier. Lin Ming had some apprehension and dread towards this black crystal sword. Jiang Baoyun let loose a long breath, saying with a smile, "It's not that I don't want to, but as of right now, I don't have full control over this sword. And moreover, my black crystal sword's strongest attack is a soul attack. Unfortunately, it seems soul attacks aren't too effective on you." Soul attack? Lin Ming was stunned. A sword strike can contain a soul attack? Jiang Baoyun had actually managed to reach this step. Lin Ming had long thought about fusing the Samsara martial intent soul attack into his spear moves. However, all of his attempts so far had failed. Before the finals of this total faction martial meeting, Lin Ming had almost solely used soul attacks, and that was because he wished to gain deeper insights into the Samsara martial intent through constant use. And now, Lin Ming had defeated masters like Bai Tinghua with his soul attack, and his understanding of his Samsara martial intent had reached a new level, much more profound than it used to be. Yet he was still unable to have his spear moves contain any degree of soul attack as before. How strange. Jiang Baoyun is a swordsman, and he cultivates the sword with all his heart. How could he possibly split his time to cultivate his soul force? If his soul force isn't strong, then how could he use soul attacks? Zheng. The black crystal sword let out a strange, long sound that carried a peculiar penetrating power. It was as if it were resounding closely near the ears of everyone present. As the cold winter sunlight illuminated the stage, it shined onto the black crystal sword. But there seemed to be a cold and deep aura around the black crystal sword, as if it had its own force field, swallowing any light that came near it. Lin Ming, I said just now that I cannot control the power of my black crystal sword. If it truly strikes you, you might be severely wounded or even die. Of course, the one that is severely wounded might be you, or it might be me. Before Lin Ming had displayed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, Jiang Baoyun had already taken him as an opponent of the same level. He didn't feel the least bit of contempt or disregard towards him. At that time, the strength that Lin Ming had revealed was far inferior to Jiang Baoyun, and the reason that Jiang Baoyun had taken Lin Ming as an equal opponent was purely because his swordsman intuition told him so. Good. I just want to personally experience your soul attack. Lin Ming was filled with anticipation as he looked forwards to Jiang Baoyun's soul attack. He wanted to gain some insights from Jiang Baoyun's sword technique in battle, and he was also curious as to how a top swordsman like Jiang Baoyun, who cultivated the sword path with all his heart, would use a soul attack. As Lin Ming flourished the spear in his hands, his entire body combusted in an inferno of azure true essence. He looked just like a deep blue pyre of energy. He had already opened the heretical god force. Although the heretical god force could not last for several dozen breaths of time, it was more than enough for this final battle. The audience began to surge with wave after wave of cheers and screams, the excitement in the arena reaching a fever high. Qin Xingxuan nervously clenched her hands. Jiang Baoyun had said that even he wasn't able to control his ultimate sword. A soul injury was difficult to treat, although Qin Xingxuan knew that Lin Ming's soul defense was extraordinary. Her concern for him was causing chaos in her mind. It felt as if her heart was stuck in her throat. Big Dipper sword step. On the martial stage, Jiang Baoyun crossed over 100 feet as if it didn't exist. His speed was almost like teleportation. This was also why Lin Ming didn't waste any of his time and opened the heretical god force ahead of time. Black crystal sword. Jiang Baoyun slashed out with the black crystal sword. At that moment, it was as if all sound had disappeared, and all the nearby light was being sucked into the black crystal sword. Ha! An invisible sword potential violently fluctuated outwards. In the moment that Jiang Baoyun slashed out, all of the sword-wielding martial artists in the arena experienced a shock. They could feel their swords vibrating, as if they wanted to escape from their sheaths. Lin Ming could clearly feel his own azure true essence being constantly cut apart. This sword wasn't fast, but it contained an immeasurably calm feeling. Power of the true dragon. Lin Ming swept out with his spear, and the shade of an azure dragon appeared behind him. The power of a true dragon burst forth. Roar! The booming cry of a dragon thundered into the skies. Lin Ming's spear thrust out, containing an indomitable momentum. It was like the air itself was exploding in its wake. Light twisted as an azure energy and deep black energy collided together. Time suddenly seemed to slow to a halt, with no intense explosion occurring. In that moment, Jiang Baoyun's sword energy pierced through Lin Ming's azure true essence, splitting atop of his spear point. There was a black stream of light that sunk into the heavy, profound, soft spear, piercing into Lin Ming's body. Chapter 290, Won the Final Strike. Chapter 291, The Final Strike. Chapter 291, The Final Strike. In that moment, Jiang Baoyun's sword energy had pierced through Lin Ming's azure true essence, splitting atop his spear point. There was a black stream of light that sunk into the heavy, profound, soft spear, piercing Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming wobbled, a strange feeling directly rushing into his spiritual sea. He could hear the clear whistling of a sword flying past his ear. This clear sound seemed very pleasant, but it was very uncomfortable to listen to. Soul attack. Lin Ming instantly reacted, but that sword sound that was in his ears had already flown into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Bang! Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a mighty black sword appeared, cutting down. Roar! The sea boiled, massive waves of water rolling around. A purple flood dragon shot up into the sky, crashing into that great black sword. Both forces struck each other, and thunder exploded. The black sword energy radiated outwards, causing monstrous surges within the spiritual sea. Lin Ming shook, his face paling to the extreme. Was this great black sword the so-called sword spirit body? Lin Ming had only heard of this before. Sword spirit. So this so-called sword spirit was actually a sword-shaped soul. Those who had an inborn sword spirit were extremely rare individuals. They could fuse their own soul into their sword intent. Their perception in all sword arts was astonishing, and they could cultivate the sword path with half the effort and twice the result. Obviously, Jiang Baoyun had fused the sword intent within his soul into this strike. Therefore, he was able to create a soul attack. Jiang Baoyun's soul force wasn't powerful, but with the fusion of sword intent, it wasn't something that a normal martial artist could compare with. What a strong sword spirit. Lin Ming's spiritual sea had integrated the purple flood dragon divine thunder. His soul defense ability was beyond what anyone could imagine. And yet he could not actually immediately stop the soul attack of this sword spirit. However, this sword spirit's indomitability had aroused the purple flood dragon, divine thunder's own arrogant heart. Roar! The purple flood dragon divine thunder burst into a loud roar, its entire body shining with a dazzling purple light. Its heavy claws smashed down on the sword spirit, shaking it and causing its radiance to dim. Pung! Jiang Baoyun received his sword and drew back. In that strike a moment ago, he had felt sick to his stomach. Although Jiang Baoyun was aware that Lin Ming had an incomparably formidable soul defense power, he never thought that it would be to such a ridiculous degree where it had easily broken his soul attack. If his soul wasn't wrapped in the sword intent, where its defense was greatly strengthened, then he might have suffered a severe soul wound in that attack. Jiang Baoyun's soul attack was nullified, and his sword energy attacks didn't work. The endless azure true essence continually protected Lin Ming, and Lin Ming's own bodily defense capabilities were just mind-boggling. They were formidable to the point where it made anyone's blood boil with envy. Jiang Baoyun could only break through Lin Ming's defense in a close-range attack, but because he feared the purple flood dragon divine thunder, he also couldn't get close. Even if it was Jiang Baoyun, who was known for and proud of his sword's attack power, he also had a dreadful feeling of being forced into a dead end. And beyond that, Jiang Baoyun had discovered that even after all this fierce fighting that had occurred so far, Lin Ming hadn't shown any difficulty in sustaining his true essence. This proved that Lin Ming's own endurance far exceeded his own. If this fight dragged on, Jiang Baoyun wouldn't be defeated, but if it were too long, then his true essence would slowly be whittled down, and his defeat would only be a matter of time. Realizing this, Jiang Baoyun pointed his sword at Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, you are the strongest individual that I have encountered in the younger generation in my 20 years of life. The speed and soul attack, which I have been so foolishly proud of, have no effect on you. Now, all I have is my final sword. If you can receive it, then I will admit defeat." Lin Ming had also attained many insights through that soul attack just now. Hearing Jiang Baoyun say this, he responded, "Okay, after this battle, whether I win or lose, I am very willing to continue exchanging pointers with senior apprentice brother Jiang. After this match, I have obtained many benefits." Haha, the feeling is mutual. Jiang Baoyun's momentum erupted once more. In that moment, it was as if his entire body had become a sword with violent potential, incomparably sharp, sword-shattering clear sky. This was Jiang Baoyun's strongest move. It used his own fused sword spirit and sword intent as the driving force in order to activate the ultimate legacy skill of the sword faction. With Jiang Baoyun's current cultivation, he could only display the barest surface of this power. Yet even so, it still had the might of gods and ghosts. Sword energy cut through the void, and a sharp whistling sword wind howled through the entire mountain valley. Meeting this final strike of Jiang Baoyun, Lin Ming's vision was steady, and both hands grasped his spear. His heart had already focused into the shaft, and the power of the true dragon was revolving to its limit. Behind Lin Ming, the shadow of the true dragon appeared once again. With a faint dragon's roar, Lin Ming's spear thrust out. Vibrating true essence screamed forth, violently smashing into Jiang Baoyun's sword energy. The tiles under their feet were shattered into fragments. With this attack, they were evenly matched. For Jiang Baoyun to use a sword to meet a spear and simultaneously resist Lin Ming's 10,000 vibrating azure true essence filaments without even being forced back, the power of this sword-shattering clear sky could be imagined. At this time, another sword began to resonate. The sword spirit avatar that Jiang Baoyun had created before had gripped onto its blue sword, cutting down at Lin Ming. "Ah!" The audience cried out in alarm. Qin Zia, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else felt their hearts stop. This sword-shattering clear sky was already unstoppable, but there was also the sword spirit avatar. This was a double attack. Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and true essence quickened within the heretical god seed. The weapon that he hid within his body, the coiling dragon steel needle, roared forth. Bang! The coiling dragon's steel needle struck above the sword light. The power of thunder exploded forth. Ka ka ka! It was like a glorious purple sun had dawned upon the martial stage. The sword spirit avatar was immediately incinerated into nothingness, and the blue peak sword lost its consciousness, crashing down and slicing into the ground. At the same time, the coiling dragon's steel needle rushed forwards. Although its power was greatly reduced, it howled as it flew towards Jiang Baoyun. Puff! The true essence protecting Jiang Baoyun's body was torn apart, his entire body paralyzed. He was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Baoyun slammed against the protective light curtain and fell onto the floor. Because the light curtain array formation had been reinforced, it was now able to protect against an early Xiantian master's all-out attack. This was why no matter how intense Jiang Baoyun and Lin Ming's fight was, it still wasn't able to shatter the array formation like before. The entire audience was deathly silent. In truth, Jiang Baoyun's defeat was not beyond anyone's expectations. It was more accurate to say that no one actually knew who would win and who would lose. This could be seen from the gambling house's odds before the match. However, as the audience truly saw Jiang Baoyun lying flat on the martial stage, severely wounded, they all felt as if they were living in some fantastical dream. To them, Jiang Baoyun was a myth. Within a single year, he had repeatedly defeated 4 third-grade sect's direct disciples, which also included the top third-grade sect Peacock Mountain. This success felt as if it were out of reach for anyone else. Within the 7 profound valleys, Jiang Baoyun was considered invincible among the younger generation. Even if it was Ouyang Ming who had attained a higher rank during the last martial meeting, no one believed that he had even the slightest chance of suppressing Jiang Baoyun. But now, this myth known as Jiang Baoyun, who was the greatest talent the sword faction had seen for centuries, was actually defeated by a disciple of the 36 countries. Not only that, but this disciple's cultivation was only at the early pulse condensation period. This was no different than a dream. In the grand hall, Shi Zongtian was heavily breathing, gasping for breath. In this last match, he actually favored Lin Ming's odds of winning. But after watching the entire battle play out, he was extremely shocked. This was because of the coiling dragon steel needle. The second time that the coiling dragon steel needle appeared, Shi Zongtian had a faint feeling in his heart of what it was, but he didn't dare to affirm this guess, or it was more accurate to say he didn't dare to believe. In this match, Lin Ming had obviously integrated the coiling dragon steel needle within his body, using it to resist Jiang Baoyun and his sword's spirit avatar in melee attacks to make up for his disadvantage in speed. To use the coiling dragon steel needle to this degree, how could it possibly be some destructive instrument created by a master? Because of this, Shi Zongtian was able to affirm the guess in his heart that this weapon was created from the condensation of a thunder soul, and the grade wasn't low either. It was at least a high-grade human steppe thunder soul, or maybe even an earth steppe thunder soul. This was an extremely absurd and preposterous speculation. A high-grade human steppe thunder soul could only be absorbed by someone at least at the Xiantian realm. As for an earth steppe thunder soul, even a thunder attribute middle Xiantian powerhouse would have to be cautious in absorbing it. How could Lin Ming possibly accomplish this? Shi Zongtian glanced at the other elders present, and he saw that only the refiner faction sovereign and array faction elders were shocked with disbelief. As for the other elders, they showed no difference. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for not recognizing what this coiling dragon steel needle truly was. Originally, a thunder soul was an extremely rare and scarce existence, and even the 7 profound valleys didn't have a thunder attribute master, so they weren't familiar with it. Not only that, but the thunder soul in Lin Ming's palm had also changed shape into a needle. Only those from the refiner faction and array faction suspected this. This was because they frequently dealt with the 7 heaven and earth origin energies of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Of course, this was only a suspicion. They too weren't sure and couldn't believe it. Shi Zongtian couldn't help but glance at Mu Qinghong. Seeing that she didn't show any difference in expression, his heart immediately sunk. This woman, she probably already knew. Shi Zongtian hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. This sort of matter was too shocking. If it spread out, then it would create unnecessary troubles. Mu Qinghong pursed her lips as she sat near Shi Zongtian. Her eyes were bright as she gazed at Lin Ming. If his growth continues like this, then Lin Ming will enter into the revolving core realm. Not only that, but he will be a revolving core powerhouse who can fight above his realm. In the martial arts path, the further one walked, the more difficult it was to jump over realms to fight. This was because the higher one reached, the greater the gap between realms would become, and the higher the disparity in cultivation. This was because those that rose higher were all top-tier geniuses when they were young. For instance, when they were in the pulse condensation period, they were also like Jiang Baoyun and Magu Biu, first-class geniuses that could jump ranks to fight martial artists with higher cultivation. But to jump realms in battle, when facing even more talented geniuses, this was simply harder than ascending to heaven. Thus, those revolving core powerhouses who could jump realms in battle were pivotal existences within the South Horizon region. It looks like even Qianyu underestimated him. He is a true dragon within a deep pool. Soon, he will fly into the sky. It is just right that I came on this trip. No, I should have Qianyu come here personally. Mu Qinghong had a premonition that in the future, Lin Ming would become a main character who stood upon the greatest stage of the entire sky spill continent, leaving his name for all of eternity. Such a powerhouse would only be those supreme elders who founded their own holy lands and soared into the realm of the gods. But such mighty beings had already been absent from the South Horizon region for thousands of years. It could be said that these figures no longer existed and shouldn't be considered. As Mu Qinghong thought this, she sent a true essence sound transmission to the maid behind her, inform young Mistress Qianyu, and have her come here personally. Chapter 292 Reward. Chapter 292 Reward. Chapter 292 Reward. The maid was stunned for a moment. She had been ordered to request that the vermilion bird saintess come to the 7 profound valleys herself. She hesitated, and then replied, "My lady, Her Highness the saintess has recently gone into seclusion to complete the evolution of her life's vermilion bird. It wouldn't be appropriate to disturb her. It's already been 1 month. Little Flame's evolution should almost be complete. There is much at stake concerning this matter about Lin Ming. It's best if the young mistress personally comes here." "Yes, my lady." The 2 maids that Mu Qinghong had brought along nodded, and then walked away as they prepared to send a long-distance sound transmission. There was no need to hide this matter from the 7 profound valleys. Shi Zongtian saw the 2 maids leave, and his heart suddenly leapt as well. Since these 2 maids left now, he would be an idiot if he didn't know that they were going to report the situation of this martial meeting. If those old elders at Divine Phoenix Island obtained this news, then wouldn't they immediately try poaching? Shi Zongtian thought for a moment. He thought that if his position was switched and he was an elder of Divine Phoenix Island, then there was no way that he would let off such a talent. A 4th-grade sect had a much greater advantage in recruiting talent than a 3rd-grade sect did. This was also one of the reasons why they could constantly suppress 3rd-grade sects beneath them. The strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. Lin Ming couldn't truly be considered a disciple of the 7 profound valleys. He wasn't like Jiang Baoyun, who had grown up as a child in the 7 profound valleys and had his foundation within the 7 profound valleys, making it impossible for him to leave. Thinking this, Shi Zongtian's expression became increasingly ugly. His 7 profound valleys just had too great a difference in strength with Divine Phoenix Island. If they truly tried to publicly poach Lin Ming, Shi Zongtian would only be able to swallow this grievance. Divine Phoenix Island might end up with a reputation for bullying those beneath them, but besides that, there was nothing else to lose. What should he do? Shi Zongtian couldn't sit still. In the worst-case situation, he would only be able to draw back and form a good relationship with Lin Ming while asking for Divine Phoenix Island to compensate them. Divine Phoenix Island could be considered the leader of the many other 3rd-grade sects around here. If they did something so wicked and petty and didn't give any compensation, then they wouldn't be able to justify their actions. "Valley Master, should we send the rewards?" The elder responsible for the tournament sat in the grand hall. He saw Shi Zongtian's complicated expression, but didn't know what he was worrying about. Therefore, he asked the question of whether Lin Ming should receive the rewards. If Lin Ming took the rewards but then switched to another sect, then they really would end up the fool. "Send. Of course, we must send. Naturally, we must keep our promise of a reward. Also, directly issue the heaven-opening pill to Lin Ming. There is no need to wait for him to reach Peak Hotian," Shi Zongtian said, acting decisively. The elder asked in a daze. "Do as I say. Consider this as establishing good relations with Lin Ming. Although a heaven-opening pill was rare and precious, the 7 profound valleys was still able to refine 20 or 30 every 3 years. It did hurt to give one out like this, but it was a manageable loss. There was no need to short someone. If Lin Ming really did join Divine Phoenix Island, this matter of the reward not being given would eventually come up, and Lin Ming would inevitably have some disgust towards the 7 profound valleys because of it. Shi Zongtian could see that Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was similar to the 7 profound valleys sword factions. This sort of martial artist stayed true to their conscience and heart. They would never be ungrateful. If the 7 profound valleys could stay on good terms with a peerless powerhouse with just a heaven-opening pill and an earth step treasure, then this was absolutely worth it. Then again, if Divine Phoenix Island really wanted to poach Lin Ming, the compensation they would pay wouldn't be small. A 4th grade sex compensation would be at least 20 heaven-opening pills and a good amount of medium-grade true essence stones. Thus, this reward was no loss for the 7 profound valleys. Yes, Valley Master, I shall manage this, the elder said as he excused himself. Martial House Master Qin, congratulations. Your Sky Fortune Kingdom truly showed off its greatness. It is far more than greatness. It is earth-shaking, an event that will go down in history. In the audience, several of the neighboring countries' martial house masters were congratulating Qinzia. The words they spoke were beautiful and flattering, but in truth their hearts were green with envy. Whoever attained first place in the martial meeting, their master would obtain a heaven-opening pill as a reward. As for who was Lin Ming's master, it was naturally considered to be Qinzia. This was a heaven-opening pill, of which only 20 or 30 were refined every 3 years. That meant that on average there were less than 10 per year, except for the direct disciples, second-ranked disciples, and also some disciples who had huge connections and favors. Other disciples would rarely receive a heaven-opening pill. There were many disciples who had a great chance to break through to the Xiantian realm. However, they lacked a heaven-opening pill. And because of this reason, they would simply pass away at the peak Hotian realm. Qinzia wasn't young. To him, the opportunity of receiving a second heaven-opening pill seemed to be getting slimmer every year. He never thought that he would actually stumble into such unexpected success. Once he entered the Xiantian realm, he would instantly be promoted to an outer court elder. This status was much greater than being some martial house master of a small country. Realizing that Qinzia would most likely become an outer court elder in the future, many people came up to flatter him. Qinzia finally recovered his composure. He only felt as if he were in a dream. He smiled and said, "This is all because of Lin Ming's heroic efforts. I'm only following his rising star." Qinzia had excellent vision and foresight. After seeing Lin Ming's amazing talent, he decided to raise Lin Ming and did not hesitate to put some treasures in Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house's treasury, and then motivate Lin Ming by promising further generous rewards. At that time, Qinzia had only thought that Lin Ming would shine brightly at this total faction martial meeting. He never even imagined he would reach the top 10. Afterwards, Lin Ming's talent continued to grow, and Qinzia thought that during the next total faction martial meeting, Lin Ming might have a chance of becoming the champion. At the same, even this idea was crazy for him. It had to be known that in all these years of the total faction martial meeting, there had never been a disciple of the 36 countries who had ranked first. There hadn't even been one to reach the top 5. If the 7 profound valleys disciples had known of Qinzia's thoughts, then they might have died laughing. However, Qinzia never imagined that he had underestimated Lin Ming's potential by so much. The first time he went to the total faction martial meeting, he became the champion in a single attempt. Not only that, but his matches were against Magu Buyu and Jiang Baoyun, 2 top talents that the 7 profound valleys hadn't seen in hundreds of years. At this time, Qinzia suddenly thought of something. he pushed his way through the crowd and found the nation's Marshal House Master Liang. Qin Zia cupped his fists together and said with a smile, "Marshal House Master Liang, since we already agreed about the matter of the seraphic pond, then you can set the date. I can help Lin Ming with the travel arrangements." If Marshal House Master Liang had felt some begrudging resentment, now he no longer dared to. What kind of status did Lin Ming have now? In the future, if he had minor success, he might become a deputy valley master. He might even become a valley master. Such a character was not someone that a whole nation Marshal House master could afford to offend. He squeezed out an ugly smile that looked as if he were crying and said, "Marshal House Master Qin must be joking. When little brother Lin has free time, he can come to my whole nation. I'll be waiting for whenever he comes." In these few words, Marshal House Master Liang couldn't say much. He could only hold his tongue and lower his head in compensation to try and establish some good relations. Besides that, there was nothing else he could do. 300,000 miles south of the 7 profound valleys was the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness was 100,000 miles long and wide. A further 500,000 miles south was the South Sea. In the South Sea, there was an island that was like a haven of paradise. The mortals who lived on the sea called this haven the Immortal Island. This island was scenic, exquisite, and incomparably beautiful. This ethereal land seemed to be crafted from jade, and there were even some people that claimed to have seen a phoenix flying around this immortal island. Many people searched for this immortal island, but it seemed nothing more than an elusive mirage. One could see it, but when one went look for it, they would never find it. This immortal island was the home of the top 4th grade sect, Divine Phoenix Island. Whilst the 7 profound territory had winter weather with snow all over, Divine Phoenix Island was actually in the most blissful spring, with trees and flowers blooming gloriously everywhere. Mu Qinyu had just finished a month-long seclusion. With the blood of the Thunder Flood Dragon and some other rare and precious materials, she had been able to help her life's vermilion bird to complete its evolution. Now, Little Flame's power had reached the late Xiantian realm. With its Saint Beast bloodline, it was now a powerful ally of Mu Qinyu. At this moment, Mu Qinyu received the 1,000,000-mile limit sound transmission of Mu Qinghong. The sound transmission included the results of the 7 profound valleys' total faction martial meeting from beginning to end, and even included Mu Qinghong's final appraisal of Lin Ming. Mu Qinyu's beautiful face showed some surprise and consternation. She hadn't thought that Mu Qinghong's appraisal of Lin Ming would be so high. As long as he doesn't fall in the future, he will become a revolving core master, and not only that, but a revolving core master whose combat power exceeds those at his level. Mu Qinyu inhaled a deep breath. This appraisal of Lin Ming's talent was no less than her own. This little fellow, Mu Qinyu suddenly smiled. No matter what, Divine Phoenix Island would never let go of such a talent, especially now that they needed more personnel. Thinking this, Mu Qinyu patted the vermilion bird's head and said, "Little Flame, let's take a trip to the 7 profound valleys." Little Flame had just completed its evolution and had experienced a month-long period of pain. It was too lazy to move at this time. Hearing Mu Qinyu's words, it rolled its large eyes and gave a few shrill chirps. Mu Qinyu smiled and said, "You lazy bird, it's only 1,000,000 miles, and 800,000 miles will be through a transmission array. You just need to travel a tiny 200,000 miles. As soon as Little Flame heard that it had to fly 200,000 miles, it immediately began to issue out miserable moans and wails, whining over and over again. It had to obey Mu Qinyu, so it reluctantly stood up in a very forced appearance. Mu Qinyu thought this was quite funny. Then she suddenly remembered. "Do you remember that barbecue you ate 2 months ago? We are going to see the barbecue boy later. He will let you eat your fill." Although Little Flame had completed its evolution, it was still a very young and immature vermilion bird just like a child. And just like a child, eating food was its most beloved pursuit. Listening to Mu Qinyu say this, Little Flame's eyes immediately began to shine, and it fluttered its wings, impatiently ready for Mu Qinyu to embark. Mu Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This silly, lazy bird ate all sorts of spirit bamboo and fruits every day. If just a bit of that was converted to barbecue, it could probably fill up the entire divine Phoenix Island. The following morning, 7 profound valleys. They are going to send me the heaven-opening pill and earth step treasure now. When Lin Ming heard the transmission message from the 7 profound valleys deacon, he was very surprised. These 2 items were the prize for coming in first at the total faction marital meeting. The rules had stated he would have to reach the peak Hotian realm before he could obtain the heaven-opening pill. He hadn't thought that they would send it to him now. With such a great medicine like the heaven-opening pill, Lin Ming might even be able to attack the tempering marrow boundary. Within the chaotic virtues combat meridians, there was also 2 additional stages above the pulse condensation period, the 8 inner hidden gates, and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As Lin Ming imagined these, his heart rate began to speed up. Yes, junior apprentice brother Lin, may follow me to the 7 profound valleys treasure pavilion and choose any earth step treasure there you like. The warden elder is already awaiting you. The messenger deacon respectfully said. Chapter 293, I'll use my materials. Chapter 293, I'll use my materials. Chapter 293, I'll use my materials. The 7 profound valleys treasure pavilion was located at the highest peak of the Refiner faction. Although it seemed that the disciples of the Refiner faction and Array faction were absolute messes when it came to combat effectiveness, their roles within the 7 profound valleys were pivotal. These 2 factions' annually assigned resources weren't much less than the Sword factions or the Acacia factions. Of the 7 profound valleys disciples who used treasures, at least 90% of those treasures came from the Refiner faction. As for the Array faction, they were the ones who created all of the various array formations, like the protection formations, essence gathering formations, or any other array formation. The 7 profound valleys, 7 great factions mutually depended upon each other. Although the 7 profound valleys had many internal contradictions and disputes arising between the factions, this was one of the main reasons that they were able to maintain a delicate balance for the last 600 years. After Lin Ming arrived at the treasure pavilion, he saw an elder wearing a loose red gown waiting there for him. He was the outer sect elder of the Refiner faction, Lu Xian. His cultivation was at the early Xiantian realm, and with his current age, his had 0 chance of becoming a revolving core master before he died. But even in terms of combat prowess, he was one of the lowest of all the Xiantian powerhouses. Thus he did not throw his time and energy into learning combat-related martial skills, but instead devoted his entire being to refining. This was the reason that all the treasures that came from his hands were of the highest quality. Seeing Lin Ming fly in on the heavenly wind eagle, Lu Xian smiled and said, Apprentice nephew Lin, this old man has been waiting for you for a long time. With Lin Ming's current status, he could be described as a high and mighty figure within the 7 profound valleys. Although Lu Xian was an elder, he still had to be respectful towards Lin Ming. Greetings, elder. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. Seeing Lin Ming respectfully bow, Lu Xian was also in a good mood. He said, Apprentice nephew Lin, please follow me. I shall lead you to choose whichever low-grade earth step treasure you would like. As long as you take a fancy for it, you may select it. A high-grade human step treasure was already very precious and rare. The one who crafted it needed to be a refining master with a minimum cultivation of the early Xiantian realm. This sort of treasure could not be bought in some city in a small country. Only someone like Zhang Guanyu could obtain one by relying on his connections through the Allied Trade Association. As for a low-grade earth step treasure, one needed to have a cultivation at least at the middle Xiantian realm. Even a late Xiantian refiner master would have a very high chance of failure. Although this was the 7 Profound Valleys treasure pavilion, they didn't have many earth step treasures. As for the better quality, ones like the Zhang family's Bloodwave saber, even a late Xiantian master would be jealous of it. Lu Xian then took out a hexagonal key from his spatial ring and inserted it into the array disc at the treasure pavilion's front door. There was a long sound, and the treasure pavilion's front door began to slowly swing open. As the door opened, it revealed a pitch-black space, a surge of chilling wind blowing out from within. As these high-quality treasures had been stored here for too long, their cold and murderous aura had been bottled up. Apprentice Nephew Lin, what sort of treasures would you like to look at? Spears, Lin Ming said without any hesitation. Now, when he fought masters, their treasure weapons were, at least, at the high-grade human step rank. Not only that, but they were of the best quality within their grade. They weren't too far from an earth step treasure. In this sort of fight, the heavy, profound soft spear was becoming increasingly weak. After the battle with Jiang Baoyun, even though Lin Ming had wrapped his spear in the protection of his true essence, there were still many sword cuts on his heavy, profound soft spear. If he met a stronger opponent in the future, his heavy, profound soft spear might even be directly cut in half. All right, come with me. Lu Xian brought Lin Ming to pass through rows of weapons on racks. Finally, they came to a small side room, and he opened the door. There was a room inside that was 100 feet wide and long. Within were 10 rows of racks with a wide range of spears set up on them. There were dark spears, bright silver spears, and all of their spearheads glowed with a dense cold, with a thick, murderous air blowing off of them, causing the temperature in the room to drop by several degrees. In here, Lu Xian said, seeing so many treasure spears, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Martial artists loved weapons. Lin Ming was no exception. There were many martial artists who had gathered collections of weapons they loved, even though they could only use one. There were over several hundred different kinds of spears here. There were short spears, long spears, thick spears, thin spears, hard spears, bendable spears, an incomparable variety of spears. However, as Lin Ming looked at them, he was a bit disappointed. These treasure spears were worse than the weapons outside. Most of them were at the medium-grade human step, and there was a small rack of high-grade human step spears. As for earth step spears, there were only 3 in total. Lu Xian saw Lin Ming thinking and said, "The 7 Profound Valleys doesn't have a faction that uses spears, so within all the generations of the 7 Profound Valleys refiner masters, there were very few of them that forged spears. These spears here were mostly taken by the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys and accumulated here over 600 years, all within this room. If you wish to choose a low-grade earth step spear, then there are only 3 spears to choose from. In truth, of these 3 low-grade earth step treasures, their quality is relatively at the bottom compared to other low-grade earth step treasures. 3 spears, all of them at the lowest quality among earth step treasures. Not only that, but as Lin Ming looked at these 3 spears, he discovered that they were actually all hard spears, none of them having elasticity. To him, this was unacceptable. Not to mention that a hard spear would place extreme restrictions on his spear style, but the flow like silk he practiced had to have a flexible spear in order to display its greatest power. Seeing that Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with these 3 spears, Lu Xian said, "Apprentice Nephew Lin, I have a suggestion. Apprentice Nephew Lin is still young. It's not too late to switch over to using a sword. My 7 Profound Valleys happens to have a sword faction. If you join the sword faction, all of the core cultivation methods will be made available to you, and they also have many good treasures to choose from." Listening to Lu Xian's words, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. For just an earth step treasure, he would have to switch over to a 3rd-grade sex cultivation methods and cultivate the sword. When Lin Ming had first chosen the spear as a weapon, it wasn't on a random whim. The cultivation method that he studied, the chaotic virtues combat meridians, was the most yang and light attributed of all cultivation methods. To display its true power, a spear was the best. As for a swordsman, their emphasis was on speed, their sharp moves, and interchangeable styles. It clearly didn't suit him. And Lin Ming also had the power of the true dragon. Saber-like tiger, spear-like dragon were not some random words. Among weapons, the spear's imposing and indomitable manner best fit the extreme force and extreme yang energy of a dragon. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then asked, "Elder Lu, if I provide materials, may I request the refiner faction seniors to forge an earth step spear for me?" What materials? Lu Xian was doubtful. In order to create an earth step treasure, one needed priceless materials. Lin Ming came from a civilian background. How would he possibly have any? Spear shaft materials? In creating a treasure spear, the most difficult and arduous part was the spear shaft. If Lin Ming could provide the materials for a spear shaft, creating a spearhead was no problem. And that spear shaft material was the violet electricity spirit bamboo that he had obtained from Thunder Crash Mountain's Flood Dragon Cave. Violet electricity spirit bamboo. At 90 years, it would be a bamboo shoot, at 900 years, a young bamboo, and at 9,000 years, a mature bamboo. A mature spirit bamboo would be able to release bamboo shoots, and these bamboo shoots could sneak in a magnetic or drilling their way in and hatching within. At first, Lin Ming had found a 900-year-old red bamboo in a mountain cavern, and then he had found the parent bamboo within the Flood Dragon's Cave. That young bamboo was already 900 years old. That meant that this violet electricity spirit bamboo that he had found was 9,900 years in age. It was almost the same age as Thunder Crash Mountain, which had existed for 10,000 years. The violet electricity spirit bamboo had the flexibility, and there was no need to mention how tough it was. 900-year-old bamboo was already exceedingly difficult to damage with a saber or sword. As for 9,900-year-old bamboo, even an early Xiantian realm master would find it difficult to damage. Such bamboo would become the highest grade material for a spear shaft, especially since Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist. The attribute and nature of the violet electricity spear bamboo just happened to match him. Spear shaft material? Lu Xian was stunned. He hesitated and then said, "Whether a spear is good or bad mainly depends on its spearhead. As for these 3 spear shafts, in truth they aren't too bad. There isn't any need to forge another one. For instance, this spear shaft here is made with aged gold mixed with cold star iron and then refined with a flame essence. It was folded and hammered for 9 periods of 9 days for a total of 81 days. It has supreme power. Even an extreme Xiantian master would find it difficult to destroy." Lin Ming said, "Elder Lu is correct. However, a spear's quality doesn't depend on just the spearhead, but also the spear shaft. Looking at these spear shafts, none of them are flexible, so they aren't what I want." "Ooh, you want a low-grade earth step flexible spear?" Lu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As a refining master, he was aware of just how difficult it was to forge a low-grade earth step flexible spear, let alone making one as Lin Ming wished. Even finding the materials themselves was a nigh impossible task. As for the materials that were needed to create a low-grade earth step flexible spear, Lu Xian had never seen such materials. He had only read about their descriptions in the ancient texts. With this near-idiotic request from Lin Ming, Lu Xian was speechless. If Lin Ming were just some common disciple, then Lu Xian would have already told him off. However, Lin Ming currently had a very lofty status. It was best if he did his best to give him a convincing explanation. "Apprentice nephew Lin, you are not a refining master, so you don't understand how difficult it is to create a low-grade earth step flexible spear. This sort of treasure would be several times more rare and expensive than the Zhang family's Bloodwave saber. Our 7 Profound Valleys doesn't have the necessary materials to forge one. Lin Ming said, Elder Lu, I just said that I have the material. What material do you have? Heavy profound soft silver? 100 hammer pure gold? Elder Lu casually listed 2 materials. These 2 materials were top-quality materials in forging bows, staffs, and spears, but they still fell far short of being able to create an earth-step treasure. Although Lin Ming's talent was clearly heaven-defying, Lu Xian still subconsciously thought that Lin Ming was just a little farm boy from a small town. Not only that, but he was very young, a mere 16-year-old from a humble mortal background. Just what sort of concepts would he have of an earth-step treasure? Lin Ming probably didn't understand how difficult refining truly was, so he thought he could casually pull out some decent materials to create an earth-step treasure. Lin Ming hesitated, not sure if he should tell Lu Xian anything more. Well, since he was in the 7 Profound Valleys, as long as the other party wasn't crazy, then they wouldn't do something so foolish as killing someone to rob them of their property. But at this moment, a small flame suddenly shined in front of Lu Xian. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. Lu Xian was stunned. This sound transmission was actually from a deputy valley master, and he had been ordered to immediately bring Lin Ming to the 7 Profound Valleys Grand Hall at the highest peak, where he would have an audience with the Saint Envoy of Divine Phoenix Island. Why would someone with such a status come from Divine Phoenix Island? Lu Xian thought to himself. He naturally knew what status this so-called Saint Envoy had. He said to Lin Ming, Apprentice nephew Lin, let's put this treasure selection off for now. First, we shall go to the highest peak and have an audience with the Divine Phoenix Island's Saint Envoy. Ooh, Divine Phoenix Island Saint Envoy? Lin Ming was stunned as soon as he heard this. The word saint caused his heart to stir. Surely it couldn't be. Lu Xian also tried to attempt his friendly persuasion. Apprentice nephew Lin, if you want to forge a flexible treasure spear, how can it be easy? Even if Valley Mastershire could collect the materials for you, who would there be to refine it? Our refiner faction has many masters who can create godly swords, but there are only a few who can refine spears. It is very difficult to be able to practice multiple things. What would happen if something went wrong? As soon as Lu Xian said this, Lin Ming's heart was startled. He was right. No matter how good his materials were, if something went wrong in the refining process, then it was useless. Then what should he do? Right? Would Divine Phoenix Island have a refining master? If they personally forged a weapon, its effects would probably be much better. Chapter 294, 3 Ranks of Human, Earth, Heaven. Chapter 294, 3 Ranks of Human, Earth, Heaven. Chapter 294, 3 Ranks of Human, Earth, Heaven. At this moment, Lin Ming had a very high need for a good spear. In his battle against Jiang Baoyun, he had been hard-pressed by him. But eventually he overwhelmed Jiang Baoyun with his endurance, forcing him to make a final strike. This was without a doubt partly due to Lin Ming's slow speed. But another reason was because the insufficient power of the heavy, profound soft spear was unable to display the full power of the Azure True Essence, especially against Jiang Baoyun's black crystal sword. The difference was like heaven and earth. If he could use the violet electricity spirit bamboo to make a low-grade earth-step treasure spear, then Lin Ming's combat strength would instantly experience a great leap, and his power of thunder would be much stronger. If he fought Jiang Baoyun again, it wouldn't be as onerous. And after a few more days, Lin Ming would go to the southern wilderness and take the eternal flame essence. With the flame essence to assist the violet electricity spirit bamboo in creating a spear, it would be even more powerful. As he thought this, the heavenly wind eagle had already arrived at the 7 Profound Valleys' highest peak. Lin Ming jumped down from the eagle's back and walked to the entrance. In the 7 Profound Valleys, The eagles could not fly above the grand hall. I do say, apprentice nephew Lin, although, as your apprentice uncle, my achievements are far from comparable to yours, I still have many years of experience. A spear is powerful, but there are very few martial artists who practice the spear. As for martial artists who practice the sword, they are everywhere. So what does this mean? This is proof that the sword is far superior to the spear. There is no way that so many people would be fools, Lu Xian jabbered endlessly as they walked together. In truth, he was using this as a way to comfort Lin Ming and showing that he cared for him in order to build a better relationship. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny and simply didn't respond. Like this, the two of them arrived in front of the grand hall within the square. At this point, there were many people already gathered at the square. He casually glanced over them and found that Jiang Baoyun, Magu Buyu, Qin Wuxin, and Jiang Lanjian were all here. Including himself, they were the top 6 ranks of this year's total faction martial meeting. Are they giving out the rewards? Lin Ming thought. As he looked around, he saw many other youths who weren't dressed in the attire of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples. Lin Ming didn't have any idea why these people were here. Lin Ming, over here, Jiang Baoyun beckoned. As Jiang Baoyun called out, Lin Ming, the eyes of more than 20 people suddenly turned onto him, their vision just like sharp arrows. Lin Ming paused. What the hell is going on? This boy is Lin Ming, the rising star rookie who defeated Jiang Baoyun? Looking at his age, he's probably 18 years old. His age isn't strange, but why when I look at him do I see an early pulse condensation cultivation? What is Jiang Baoyun doing? He actually lost to a boy at the early pulse condensation period. Is the 7 Profound Valleys tricking us? Among the more than 20 people, the ones who were familiar with each other were discussing Lin Ming using true essence sound transmission. Jiang Baoyun could be considered as having a stellar reputation. This year, he had managed to successively defeat 4 top talents of different sex, but now he actually lost to a boy at the early pulse condensation period. This caused them to suspect that the 7 Profound Valleys was messing with them. You are Lin Ming. A young man carrying a saber casually looked Lin Ming up and down, sizing him up as he spoke. That's me. I heard that you defeated Jiang Baoyun. Good. That gives you the qualifications to be my opponent. After this meeting ends, I will meet you at the foot of the 7 Profound Valleys' grandest mountain. I want to challenge you. The young man stroked his saber blade as he said this, appearing quite confident. Lin Ming was speechless. Where did this fellow jump out of? Why was this fellow looking him up and down? Was he an idiot? At this moment, Jiang Baoyun used a sound transmission and said, Lin Ming, this silly fellow is Zhang Xiaoshan from the White Peak sect, currently 20 years old. Last year, I went to White Peak sect to challenge him, and he narrowly defeated me. Now, my strength has sharply risen, and I already know in my heart that Zhang Xiaoshan is no longer my match. If I fight with him, it won't help my swordsmanship. Therefore, I didn't go to White Peak sect this year to waste my time. I see. Listening to Jiang Baoyun's words, Lin Ming couldn't help but admire Jiang Baoyun's temperament. Normally, if a martial artist lost to anyone, then would usually return at some later day to place another challenge, if only to relieve their spirit so their true essence flowed freely. However, Jiang Baoyun didn't care at all about whether he won or lost, and only wished to challenge superior masters in order to enhance his swordsmanship. After knowing that this fellow was completely inferior to himself, Jiang Baoyun didn't pay him a second of interest. Jiang Baoyun continued, This Zhang Xiaoshan isn't too strong, but among these people, there are some that even I am apprehensive about. They are very strong. Although Jiang Baoyun had a talent that defied the heavens and managed to defeat 4 top talents in succession this year, that didn't mean that he was the #1 junior among all the neighboring 3rd grade sex younger generation. Of those 20-something people present, There were already some who were 21 or 22 years old, although their talent might be slightly worse than Jiang Baoyun's because of the difference in age. They were actually stronger. A youth who was already at the early Hotian realm looked at Lin Ming and said, "Lin Ming, I am Lin Ping from Peacock Mountain. We could said be barely related to each other because we share the same last name. I'm quite interested in you. I'm looking forward to your future growth. 2 or 3 years later, you might have the qualifications to be my match. At that time, you can come to my Peacock Mountain and look for me to have a match." Lin Ping's words were filled with an extreme sense of confidence. However, he truly did have the qualifications to be confident. Lin Ping was only 21 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the early Hotian realm. Out of everyone present, he had the highest cultivation. After Lin Ping and Zhang Xiaoshan spoke, 2 more people challenged Lin Ming to a match. These sorts of battles between fellow genius disciples were encouraged by the largest sections. In order to improve, one had to constantly fight and learn from other opponents. Some disciples with a naturally high perception might even gain insights from every battle. But while having a match wasn't strange, Lin Ming wondered just why all of these people came to look for him. Did he taunt them at some point? At this point, Jiang Baoyun laughed and smiled as he passed on another sound transmission. "You think it's strange that these people are all eyeing you like this? Divine Phoenix Island just presented a joint training program to raise talents. To be more specific, the greatest young talents of the 19 third-grade sects will be divided into 3 ranks: human, earth, and heaven. These people will be raised by Divine Phoenix Island and the sections. Each rank naturally gets different resources. Not only that, but the difference is great. Everyone wants to attain a higher rank and obtain more resources. As for Mu Qinghong complimenting you in front of the other sect's elders, everyone here has been made aware of this matter." Lin Ming listened, silent. He just didn't have the words to respond. It seemed that even though he was lying down, he would still be struck by arrows. These third-grade sect talents, they were all full of arrogance and pride. They refused to believe that anyone was above them. Although Jiang Baoyun had defeated 4 top talents, and Lin Ming himself had defeated Jiang Baoyun, these talented disciples who were full of confidence didn't believe that the rest of them would be defeated by Jiang Baoyun. Who was strong? Who was weak? All would be made clear in battle. Jiang Baoyun saw Lin Ming's speechless expression and laughed. "The truth is, those people who jumped out at you, besides Lin Ping, aren't that strong. Those that are genuinely strong haven't made a sound yet. They don't believe that they would lose to you. Everyone's aiming for that heaven-step talent spot. After one is evaluated as a heaven-step talent, then they will enjoy treatment that is equal to being a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Not only that, but they will be able to stay for a long time at Divine Phoenix Island." "Oh, core disciple treatment?" Lin Ming was surprised, and then he asked through a true essence sound transmission with some confusion, why would Divine Phoenix Island propose a joint training program? This doesn't have any advantage for them, right? Why would they want to raise other people's children with their own rice? Jiang Baoyun shook his head and replied, "I'm not too clear about this. For these last 2 days, Divine Phoenix Island has invited the elders of the largest sects to come here and discuss something. There is probably something very big happening soon." At this time, an impatient voice interrupted Lin Ming and Jiang Baoyun's true essence sound transmission. "Lin Ming, are you a little girl or something? Do you not dare to fight me?" After being completely ignored by Lin Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan looked extremely unhappy. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Lin Ming plainly replied. Since Jiang Baoyun had said this youth was weak, he naturally didn't want to waste his time on him. Zhang Xiaoshan was just about to act, when suddenly a spirit boat appeared in the sky above the Grand Hall's square. As the spirit boat flew down, Lin Ming could see over 20 Xiantian masters on board. As Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, He saw that among these masters were the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Masters and Deputy Valley Masters. There were also some other people who were wearing different attire than what the 7 Profound Valleys elders would wear. These were obviously elders from the other 19 third-grade sections. With so many third-grade sect core disciples and elders gathered together in the 7 Profound Valleys, and also creating a joint training program for geniuses, just what was happening here? After the many Xiantian masters flew down and seated themselves, there was a slight sound of fluttering clothes, and a gorgeously graceful woman with a heavenly figure floated downwards. She wore a flame-colored fairy dress, and silver silk ribbons fluttered in the wind behind her like thin wings. Her smooth, inky black hair was coiffed into a noble phoenix swirl, and her beautiful face was filled with an incomparably tranquil atmosphere. She was just like a divine goddess who was regarding the mortal world. Lin Ming paused a bit. This woman was Mu Qinyu. He already had a faint guess in his heart of who this would be, therefore he wasn't too surprised. When they had met in the jungles of the southern wilderness, Lin Ming had seen Mu Qinyu's disposition that was just like a young maiden's. But as for the current Mu Qinyu, she was just like a divine saintess. She had a noble manner that made it hard to look up at her. As for the other disciples around Lin Ming, many of them were staring at her with wide eyes. It wasn't difficult to know why they were in such a sad state. After all, Mu Qinyu could be described as one of the most beautiful and elegant women within the South Horizon region, and she exuded an otherworldly feeling free of mortal foibles. Coupled with her superior and haughty status, this inevitably caused people to go crazy with ideas of conquering her nobility and beauty. Although these core disciples of large sects had amazing talent, their cultivation in the end wasn't too high, and they didn't seem to have an incomparably firm heart of martial arts like Lin Ming did, or a sword heart like Zhang Baoyan did. Therefore, there were many people who had turned dazed upon seeing Mu Qianyu. Thankfully, the majority of them were able to quickly readjust their thoughts. But there was a small minority, such as the Acacia faction's Ouyang Ming, who cultivated the divine Acacia power, that found it exceedingly difficult to adjust themselves. In addition, there was also that Zhang Xiaoshan who had challenged Lin Ming. He was staring at Mu Qianyu with a look of fascination, his cheeks colored red with infatuation. He was thinking about how nice it would be if he was chosen as a heaven-step talent who could stay within Divine Phoenix Island. Thinking this, Zhang Xiaoshan's heart began to burn. If he could live at Divine Phoenix Island, would he be able to see this fairy maiden every day? Chapter 295 Heaven Step Talent. Chapter 295 Heaven Step Talent. Chapter 295 Heaven Step Talent. Yeah. After Mu Qianyu flew down, the other third-grade sect elders and sovereigns rose up and bowed. The difference between them and Mu Qianyu was the same as the difference between Qinzia and the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master. There was a massive gap separating them. After all, in less than 10 years, Mu Qianyu would definitely step into the revolving core realm, and her future potential would be limitless. As for the others present, they would most likely stop at the Xiantian realm. It would be difficult for them to break through to the revolving core realm for the rest of their lives. Mu Qianyu glanced at all the talented geniuses gathered at the square, and her eyes stopped on Lin Ming for an extremely brief period before continuing. She continued to look over everyone else, not showing any difference in expression. It was only when Mu Qianyu had sat down in the seat of honor did the other elders sit back down. The disciples in the square couldn't help but guess what was happening. Such a massive group of legends and important figures had been gathered here. Just what was this plan of proposing a joint training program? And what was it for? Although they didn't know who Mu Qianyu was, they did know that she came from Divine Phoenix Island and was a very important character. It was possible that she was even a top-level existence who would be the next successor of Divine Phoenix Island. In the surrounding several million miles, Divine Phoenix Island was the only fourth-grade sect. It could be said that Divine Phoenix Island controlled a good third of Sky Spill Continent's South Horizon region. What Mu Qianyu's majestic status was could only be imagined. At this time, Shi Zongtian acted as the spokesman and walked in front of the square, speaking to the core disciples of all the sections. Today, all of you apprentice nephews have arrived here because there are two matters to announce. The first matter is about Silent Demon Emperor City. Silent Demon Emperor City? To those disciples present, this name was a bit strange and unfamiliar. What they didn't know was that in every sect's ancient texts, there existed records of Silent Demon Emperor City. This was a Holy Land rank sect that was established over 3,000 years ago and was also a top 5th grade sect. In the entirety of Sky Spill Continent, there continued to only be a handful of holy lands. The main difference between a holy land and a normal 5th grade sect was that a Holy Land rank sect would often last for over 10,000 years. However, Silent Demon Emperor City was an exception. The Netherworld Great Emperor, who established Silent Demon Emperor City, was a man who practiced the devil arts. The path of martial arts was slow and difficult. There were many people who weren't willing to put in the time and effort to gradually traverse this path. They would rather take a shortcut. For instance, techniques such as star-absorbing great law, energy-melting great law, or cultivation methods that required one to violate men or women. All of these were techniques that belonged to the devil arts. The Netherworld Great Emperor had committed all sorts of hideous and villainous crimes in cultivating his devil arts. He had killed countless men and women, and had simultaneously taken the outstandingly talented and beautiful girls captive, violating them. These actions of his had spurred massive public fury. Afterwards, his martial arts became nearly unrivaled in the world. Finally, he almost encroached upon a daughter of a Sky Spill Continent emperor. This had aroused the full wrath of the emperor, and he had paid a steep price in order to request several other emperors of Sky Spill Continent to team together and execute this southern demon. With the Netherworld Great Emperor's death, Silent Demon Emperor City also fell apart. From beginning to end, Silent Demon Emperor City hadn't even existed for 2,000 years. It had only been 1,000 years since its collapse. However, Silent Demon Emperor City hadn't been fully eradicated. Originally, the Netherworld Great Emperor had 36 devil generals subordinate to him. Of these 36 devil generals, 8 of them had managed to survive and escape far away to the South Sea. They gathered some of the other former minions of Silent Demon Emperor City together and created the South Sea Demon region. As soon as the Netherworld Great Emperor died, the Sky Spill Continent Emperor had lost a great deal of support and had enough trouble on his hands. Therefore, the South Sea Demon region was allowed to continue existing. Over the years, the South Sea Demon region developed more and began to stir. They weren't willing to stay so far away from the mainland in the deep sea. But if they did come back, they would have to cross a big barrier that served as their greatest hurdle, the immortal island that was located offshore in the South Sea, Divine Phoenix Island. The truth was, the South Sea Demon region had long coveted and salivated over Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island had mostly women cultivators. Because the South Sea Demon region practiced the devil arts, they lacked the talented and beautiful girls that were necessary to serve as their cultivation stoves. If they could annex Divine Phoenix Island, not only would they obtain a massive amount of resources, but they would also obtain many charmingly beautiful women that were equally talented. What could be more perfect than this? The South Sea Demon region was barely able to be considered a 5th grade sect. Still, their strength was far more formidable than Divine Phoenix Island. And so, Divine Phoenix Island now faced its greatest crisis since it was founded. Before, Mu Qinghong had asked Mu Qianyu to come not only to observe Linming, but also to probe into the 7 profound valleys and Peacock Mountain and test these third-grade sects to see if they could resist the South Sea Demon region together. Since they shared a common enemy, this should be easy for them to understand. After Mu Qianyu arrived, her probing turned into a direct implantation of her plans. She planned to unite the 19 neighboring third-grade sects in order to resist the South Sea Demon region. Of course, Divine Phoenix Island would also pay a price corresponding to their sincerity. Thus, the Joint Training Program for Talents was created with the backing of Divine Phoenix Island. Shi Zongtian was brief and concise in his explanation of events. After he finished, he continued to say, in order to resist the threat of the South Sea Demon region together, us 19 third-grade sects and Divine Phoenix Island have decided to join in solidarity and cross this river together on the same boat. To cooperate and raise these talents together is also an important plan. This is the second matter I wish to announce today. Of the core disciples in the 19 third-grade sects, there are altogether 108 that are selected to enter into this joint training program. These 108 individuals will be divided into 3 ranks: human, earth, and heaven. First, I will announce the human step disciples on the list. There are 50 people. They are 7 profound valleys Jianglanjian, Ouyangming, Peacock Mountain Sunyuan, Zhouguang. Currently, there were only 20-something disciples present. Most of the people on the list could not arrive due to time reasons. Those that were here already knew that they were candidates listed on the joint training program and were expecting that their talent grade would be high. But now, many of them had already been directly classified into the lowest human step. Those whose names were called showed a look of deep expression. They didn't feel very convinced. There hadn't even been a tournament. How could they have possibly been classified in the lowest grade? White Peak Sec's Zhang Xiaoshan tensely clenched his fists in nervousness. He had absolute belief in his own talent and abilities, but what he feared was that Divine Phoenix Island's investigation hadn't been thorough and didn't properly assess his talent, then place him into the lowest human step grade. Like this, he would truly be wronged. However, as Shi Zongtian read the White Peak Sect disciples' names, his name wasn't called. Zhang Xiaoshan let out a long breath of relief, feeling a bit more satisfied with himself. It seemed that Divine Phoenix Island did have some judgment. After all, well, his talent should at least be at the Earth step and maybe even Heaven step. This would all depend on how many individuals could be placed in the Heaven step grade. However, thinking that those from Divine Phoenix Island favored Li Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan didn't feel too well. Lin Ming's "sorry, I'm not interested" that he said a while ago had really caused Zhang Xiaoshan to lose face, and he had taken that insult to heart, brooding over it. Zhang Xiaoshan subconsciously clenched his fists. "You actually look down on me, but just you wait. I will show you how fierce I am." Shi Zongtian continued to say, "Now, I will list the Earth Step talents. There are a total of 27 individuals. They are 7 profound valleys Jiangbaoyan, Magubuyu, Peacock Mountains Linping, Yengu, Zhou, Falling Cloud Sects." As Shi Zongtian read the names one at a time, those present were confused. There were only 27 names on the Earth Step talent list. If there was a total of 108 people, and there were 50 in the human step and 27 in the Earth step, then altogether that was only 77 people. Did the Heaven step list have 31 people? There were 4 more than on the Earth step list. Many people were very excited as they thought this. It seemed there was a high chance of being chosen as a Heaven step talent, especially those whose names hadn't been called yet. They were excited to the point of disbelief. They were chosen as Heaven step talents. That even exceeded the 7 profound valleys Jiangbaoyan and Peacock Mountains Linping. Zhang Xiaoshan was incomparably nervous at this time. As Shi Zongtian read the names from the 7 profound valleys, Lin Ming's name hadn't been listed. It seemed that this fellow was really a lucky dog and had been chosen as a Heaven step talent. If he wasn't selected, then what would he do? If there were only a dozen or so selected for the Heaven Step ranked talent, then I wouldn't be surprised if I wasn't chosen. But since there are 31 people being chosen, then I absolutely have been selected. If I'm not chosen, then I will stand up and challenge that Heaven Step talent. As long as I win, I can shut everyone up. Thinking this, Zhang Xiaoshan let out a long breath, his heart finally settling down. Finally, Shi Zongtian finished without reading Zhang Xiaoshan's name. This caused Zhang Xiaoshan to feel completely relieved. It seems that Divine Phoenix Island is good judgment and didn't misjudge me. But as for Jiang Baoyan, Lin Ping, and even Falling Cloud Sex by Xu Xian, was there a mistake? Those few people should have been chosen as Heaven Step talents. The 19 third-grade sects didn't communicate much with each other. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoshan only understood the strength of a few people here. To his knowledge, Lin Ping and Bai Shuxian were both top-class talents of their sections. Lin Ping had stepped into the Hotian realm when he was 21 years old, and his talent was much higher than Zhang Xiaoshan's. As for Jiang Baoyan, he too was just a bit weaker than him, but could be comparable to his own junior apprentice brother. If his own junior apprentice brothers could be selected as Heaven Step ranked talents, then how come Jiang Baoyan couldn't? As Zhang Xiaoshan felt that something was wrong, Shi Zongtian continued to say, as for these talents that are between the Human Step and Earth Step talent ranks, because of a lack of information, it is difficult to define their grades. So there is need for additional assessment. There are a total of 30 people. These 30 are the 7 Profound Valleys Qin Wuxin. What? These words of Shi Zongtian had directly turned Zhang Xiaoshan into an idiot. There were 30 people whose talents were between the Human Step and Earth Step, and there were also 77 others. Altogether, this was 107 people. Did that mean there was only one Heaven Step talent? Before he had more time to think who this could be, Shi Zongtian called his name, White Peak Sex Zhang Xiaoshan. Zhang Xiaoshan's mind exploded. Did Shi Zongtian say something wrong? He had actually chosen him, this father. As someone who was between the Human Step talent and Earth Step talent, there were 28 individuals chosen as Earth Step talents and Heaven Step talents, and yet he hadn't been of them. A supreme genius such as himself had been overlooked. Zhang Xiaoshan couldn't accept this. In fact, it wasn't only him. There were several other people who couldn't accept this. They thought that they would be chosen as Heaven Step talents, but didn't think they would actually only be Earth Step talent candidates. These disciples suddenly felt extremely unconvinced of the legitimacy of these decisions. As for those whose grade wasn't chosen yet, they rarely fought with the geniuses of other sections. Therefore, there was a lack of information in deciding where they would be. These geniuses always had a proud heart and arrogant demeanor. They hadn't even fought, so why would they concede so easily? Jiang Baoyan had certainly won against some others, but could this Jiang Baoyan defeat them? As for this Magubuyu, what the hell? They hadn't even heard of him before. And what was most irritating was that in this group of 108 talents, there was only a single Heaven Step talent. They hadn't even fought this person yet. So why would they be inferior? Chapter 296, I do not accept. Chapter 296, I do not accept. Chapter 296, I do not accept. When Shi Zongtian finished reading this list of 30 names, Zhang Xiaoshan took the lead and said, Valley Master Shi, I have a question. Shi Zongtian frowned as he was interrupted. He asked in a low voice, What is it? I would like to know who evaluates the talent rank, and what is the basis for this evaluation? Shi Zongtian said, The names of the talent list were decided by Fairy Maiden Qinghong and an elder from Divine Phoenix Island. They evaluated the results of these past years' martial meetings of every sect. Then, this is a list that was comprised from the various sovereigns and elders of the sects. I haven't even challenged most of these people. Isn't the conclusion of my talent just too biased? Zhang Xiaoshan's public denouncement of Divine Phoenix Island's judgment could be considered extremely rude, but he was also voicing the thoughts and emotions of many other people. What a tournament tests is strength. As for this list of names, we are not looking at strength, only talent. As for those 30 people for which there isn't enough information, we shall re-examine them and then decide where they belong. But before Zhang Xiaoshan could speak any further, Mu Qinghong coldly humphed and said, If you feel unsatisfied with our decision, then you can choose to not participate in this joint training program. Do not forget, the resources of this program are provided by my Divine Phoenix Island. As for who we grant it to and why, it is all decided by my Divine Phoenix Island's authority. It is not for little outsiders to think they can mess with. If you find it unfair, then you may leave. As Mu Qinghong spoke, there was true essence fused into her voice, causing an extremely intensely oppressive feeling. Zhang Xiaoshan immediately paled and drew backwards several steps. He bit his lips, not speaking. Since he was in others' house, he had to bow his head. No one was willing to not take these resources. Not only that, but they were resources from Divine Phoenix Island. They were most likely much better than anything he could obtain from his own sect. At this moment, Shi Zongtian continued to speak. Now I will announce the final Heaven Step talent list. They're a single person. This is the 7 Profound Valleys Lin Ming. As Shi Zongtian's words came out, Lin Ming suddenly felt the air around him becoming stifling. As countless eyes suddenly turned to look at him, their vision as cold as the icy tips of a sword. Except for Jiang, Baoyun, Qin Wuxin, and the others from the 7 Profound Valleys, everyone else was looking at him, as if they could devour him. Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes were red. This was jealousy, and this was also the blocking of his spirit. A Heaven Step talent could enjoy treatment equal to a core disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. It was said that core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island could practice with medium-grade true essence stones. A medium-grade true essence stone was worth 100 normal pure true essence stones. Even if it was Zhang Xiaoshan's father, he absolutely wouldn't be willing to cultivate with medium-grade true essence stones. This was simply burning away money. In addition, a Heaven Step talent could stay at Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island was comprised of 90% women. Not only that, but they were the most talented, beautiful, and proud maidens. Even though no one dared to show any impropriety towards someone like Mu Qianyu, if they could befriend a woman at the Xiantian realm or above and become her companion, they would be able to cultivate with her. This was a fate that could only be found and not searched for. Thinking that so many good things had all fallen upon Lin Ming, Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes were so red with fury and jealousy that they looked as if they were on fire. But as Shi Zongtian continued to speak, the resentment in his heart was pushed to the extreme. Shi Zongtian said, every month, a Human Step talent will receive 500 low-grade true essence stones, and once they reach the late Hotian realm, they will obtain 1 heaven opening pill. Every month, an Earth Step talent will receive 500 low-grade true essence stones, 5 medium-grade true essence stones, and after reaching the middle Hotian realm, they will obtain 2 heaven opening pills. Every month, a Heaven Step talent will receive 20 medium-grade true essence stones and immediately receive 1 heaven opening pill. After reaching the Hotian realm, they will receive 2 heaven opening pills. They may also venture into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm to adventure, and will also receive a low-grade Earth Step flexible armor as a gift. Those last words caused the entire crowd to go into an uproar. The disparity between them was just too great. The difference between them and a Heaven Step talent was like a flea-ridden beggar following behind a gilded prince. In comparison, not even mentioning the medium-grade true essence stones, but a Heaven Step talent would also receive 3 heaven opening pills. These could immediately be taken to increase one's cultivation. Not only that, but they could also enter the divine phoenix mystic realm, although no one knew just what this divine phoenix mystic realm was. It didn't take a genius to know that this was some incredible and incomparably valuable place. Maybe only core disciples of Divine Phoenix Island could enter. Also, there was the low-grade earth step flexible armor. The value of that was just inestimable. It had to be known that armor was normally much more expensive than weapons of the same grade, and a flexible armor was one of the most expensive kind. This was just too unfair. Several people immediately stood up and said, "Seniors, we have words we wish to say." These people were all disciples that were grouped together with Zhang Xiaoshan on the Earth Step waiting list. These individuals usually hid their strength and rarely participated in battles between geniuses. Still, they all had their own respective trump cards and were absolutely confident in their abilities. Since they hadn't fought anyone yet, they refused to take this loss sitting down. As for those 27 individuals that were truly chosen into the Earth Step list because they often participated in battles between geniuses, they naturally knew just where their abilities lay. Since they saw that Lin Ping from Peacock Mountain hadn't even made a sound, they naturally wouldn't speak up. "What do you have to say?" Mu Qinghong asked, her words somewhat cold. "Senior, if our assessment results are amazing enough, can we qualify to become a Heaven Step talent?" A man with upturned eyebrows asked. Mu Qinghong's eyes swept past his person. He was around 20 years old, and his cultivation was still stuck at the peak pulse condensation period. Humph, the toad truly thinks he can eat swan meat. He actually thinks he can be a Heaven Step talent. Hilarious. When young Mistress Chinyu was 17 years old, she was already a Hotian master. When she was 22 years old, she stepped into the Xiantian realm. If it wasn't for the fact that Divine Phoenix Island needed to unite these small sects, then if these people were placed in Divine Phoenix Island, they just wouldn't be worthy of investing any efforts in. Mu Qinghong was about to reject the ridiculous requests of these people, when, at this moment, Mu Qinyu actually spoke up. "You can qualify as a Heaven Step talent as long as you pass the 7th floor of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Within the Sky Spill continent, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the general illusory magic array that was used to test the talents of individuals. When Lin Ming had first participated in the 7 Profound Martial House entrance examination, he had also gone up this pagoda past the 4th floor, and was stopped at the 5th. As for the 6th grade talent Qin Xingxuan, she had passed the 5th floor. As for the 6th and 7th floor, each of these had an exponential level of growth in difficulty. To rush past the 7th floor was nigh impossible. What? Past the 7th floor? The several youths that stood up suddenly had very ugly complexions. How could they ever manage to pass through the 7th floor? Wasn't this just making fun of them? Of course, they dared not say this. I want to know, as long as one is a Heaven Step talent, they have the ability to pass the 7th floor. The youth with upturned eyebrows asked, his eyes glancing at Lin Ming. The implied meaning of suspicion was obvious. This youth acknowledged that Lin Ming truly did have superior and outstanding talent, but he didn't believe that Lin Ming could actually pass the 7th floor. In fact, Lin Ming didn't have absolute faith that he could pass through the Exquisite Pagoda's 7th floor. Sky Spill Continent's General Talent Test 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not the same as the Sorcerer Holy Land, which he passed. Several seniors, I wish to challenge those geniuses on the Earth Step list and Heaven Step list. As long as the age difference isn't too great, then those who would naturally have a higher talent. Isn't that right? Mu Qinyu smiled without saying a word. As for those other sex elders, different looks flashed on their faces. Obviously, they each had their own thoughts on the matter. The truth was that they weren't satisfied with the lists that Divine Phoenix Island had compiled. There were many talents that didn't expose their final trump cards and show their true strength. If one simply judged them by looking at the surface, it would simply create many inaccuracies. Not only that, but the name list judged the 7 profound valleys to be very high. The 7 profound valleys was only in the middle of the pack of the 19 third-grade sections. Finally, only Lin Ming was chosen as the Heaven Step talent, and there was also Jiang Baoyun and Magu Buyu, who were chosen as Earth Step talents, and Qin Wuxin was an Earth Step talent candidate. This was even better than Peacock Mountain. If this was only because Mu Qinghong had personally watched the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Marshal meeting, and thus they received such a high evaluation, then they wouldn't be convinced. She hadn't even come to see their own marshal meetings, so why were they listed as inferior? Mu Qinyu smiled, nodding, and said, "If you cannot wait for an official assessment, then you may begin your challenges now." Mu Qinyu's voice just fell when Zhang Xiaoshan took a fierce step forwards and loudly shouted, "Lin Ming, I challenge you." Everyone's eyes turned to look at Lin Ming, especially the disciples of White Peak Sect. They were anticipating this good show. They were very clear just how strong Zhang Xiaoshan was. Last year, even Jiang Baoyun had been defeated under his hand. Lin Ming might be strong, but even he would find it difficult to defeat Zhang Xiaoshan. Lin Ming casually crossed his arms, sizing up Zhang Xiaoshan. He calmly said, "I just turned 16 years old a little bit ago." "How old are you?" What? These few words had turned Zhang Xiaoshan silly. Lin Ming had just reached 16 years of age. He thought that Lin Ming was around 18 years old or so. How could he possibly be 16 years old? A 16-year-old actually defeated Jiang Baoyun? Not only that, but his cultivation was only at the early pulse condensation period. Was this for real? Zhang Xiaoshan couldn't believe this. He was already 20 years old. In any case, this 4-year gap between them had already lost him any qualifications to challenge Lin Ming. At this moment, Magu Buyu suddenly cynically laughed. "Jejejej, little baby boy, let me play with you. If you can defeat me, then you might be able to take a few moves from this little boy's hand. How about it?" Magu Buyu pointed a withered finger towards Lin Ming as he said this. The little boy that he spoke of was naturally Lin Ming. That Lin Ming could actually convince this normally proud and stubborn Magu Buyu could also be said to be a testament to Lin Ming's fearless strength. And who the hell was this? Zhang Xiaoshan was already furious from shame. Even if he didn't have the qualifications because of his age, he should at least battle Jiang Baoyun. Did this strange mummy fellow actually think he was worthy of challenging him? Good. Then I am much obliged. Zhang Xiaoshan spoke with his heart bursting with rage. Some unknown mummy fellow from the 7 Profound Valleys dares to challenge me. If I don't show some cards in my hand, then you won't know how high the heavens are, and how deep the earth is. Mu Qinyu calmly smiled and said, "Who else would like to challenge?" "I'll challenge," the youth with upturned eyebrows said. He was 19 years old, equally unqualified to challenge Lin Ming. Jiang Baoyun slowly stood up, taking the sword case off his back. He said, "My age is similar to yours. I will be your match. I shouldn't be unworthy of you." The youth with upturned eyebrows looked at Jiang Baoyun and nodded. He wanted to challenge Lin Ming, but Jiang Baoyun was good enough. The arena was readied. There would be 2 matches. First, Magu Buyu against Zhang Xiaoshan. Magu Buyu slyly smiled. The bag on his back suddenly shook and a flaming puppet jumped out, its entire body wreathed in deep red flames. Lin Ming's eyebrows rose. It had only been 10 days, and yet this evil fire god puppet was repaired? It seemed that the puppet faction sovereign had personally repaired it. Chapter 297 Between Cloud and Mud. Chapter 297 Between Cloud and Mud. Chapter 297 Between Cloud and Mud. Yeah. All the other sect's elders looked at Magu Buyu, puzzled. Just where did this little kid come from? According to the information they received during the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Marshal meeting, Lin Ming had been ranked first, and Jiang Baoyan was most likely second. As for this fellow who looked like a dried-up mummy, he was third. The Seven Profound Valleys' third-ranked disciple had come out to challenge White Peak Sect's chief disciple, Zhang Xiaoshan. White Peak Sect's elder grunted. Although his White Peak Sect was ranked 10th out of the 18 third-grade sects, they still weren't much different from the Seven Profound Valleys. Their strength was about the same. But now, the Seven Profound Valleys' third-ranked disciple had actually come out to challenge their chief disciple. This was just looking down on them too much. It had to be known that the Seven Profound Valleys' Jiang Baoyan had come to White Peak Sect last year to challenge them, but had been defeated by Zhang Xiaoshan. Not just that, but the talent list that Divine Phoenix Island drew up had caused the White Peak Sect elder to fume with self-righteous anger. There were 27 Earth Step talents, and 17 of those spots had been taken by the 6 top third-grade sects, which included Peacock Mountain. He couldn't say anything about that, but of those 10 measly leftover sports, 2 of them had been dominated by the 7 Profound Valleys, leaving only 8 spots left over for 12 sects to share. White Peak Sect actually hadn't even been given a spot. Zhang Xiaoshan had only been listed as a possible Earth Step candidate. Divine Phoenix Island had only come to watch the 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting. Thus they made this sort of arbitrary judgment. How could the White Peak Sect elder be satisfied with this? Xiaoshan has made a great deal of progress this year, and he also has 2 ultimate finishing moves. These are things that Divine Phoenix Island and the 7 Profound Valleys have no idea of. Now, I will let you have a look at just how strong my White Peak Sect's chief disciple is. As the White Peak Sect elder thought this, he maintained his calm and indifferent composure. He unhurriedly picked up a bowl of wine, watching the match on the martial stage from the corners of his eyes. He had a very confident appearance, as if he didn't worry about Zhang Xiaoshan's competition. On the martial stage, Magubuyu had summoned his scarlet gold tortoise puppet and the great alligator puppet. As for the spider puppet, that was missing. It probably hadn't been repaired yet. Zhang Xiao crossed his arms across his chest, coldly looking at Magubuyu. As a top master, he naturally had to have the style and verve of an apex master. Letting his opponent make adequate preparations was one of the most essential aspects of showing off one's skill as an apex master. Are you finally ready? Make your move. I'll let you have 3 moves. With 3 moves, I shall see whether or not you can force my sword. Zhang Xiaoshan mockingly said, "Jejejej, little baby boy, I think you are already stupid to the point of being more idiotic than my puppets." Magubuyu gave a shrieking cry, and his skeleton creaked as 2 large flesh ridges appeared behind him, constantly moving. Zhang Xiaoshan's complexion changed. Just what was this thing? Pa, pa. With 2 light sounds, those fleshy lumps on Magubuyu's back turned into a pair of arms. As Zhang Xiaoshan saw this, his eyes went perfectly round. This mummy fellow actually had arms on his back? Was this fellow a human? "You can die now." Magubuyu weirdly cried out, shrinking into the scarlet gold tortoise. Then 4 weapons popped out, extending from the holes in the scarlet gold tortoise. At the same time, the evil fire god flourished a sword of burning fire, chopping down at Zhang Xiaoshan. Flames billowed. The overwhelming heat wave covered the sky and turned the tiles into lava. Zhang Xiaoshan's expression completely changed. This was a terrifying level of heat. Ka! A sword split apart the arena floor. Zhang Xiaoshan awkwardly dodged the blade. However, the raging fire that was supported by 9 hollow flame essences was too fierce. The waves of fire directly melted away Zhang Xiaoshan's true essence protection, lighting his clothes on fire and burning off his eyebrows. How is this possible? Clang! The treasure sword left its sheath. All of Zhang Xiaoshan's previously boastful demeanor was gone. With sword in hand, he hadn't even had time to put out the fire when Magubuyu had already rushed ahead. You really think I can't do anything? Zhang Xiaoshan's lips panned up in a cruel smile. As a swordsman, his greatest advantage was naturally his attack power. Currently, his heart was raging with anger. Because he was too careless a moment ago, Magubuyu's move had actually caused us to panic, embarrassing him. His clothes had been burned by a nobody. This was simply an unforgivable insult. White Peak 13 swords. Zhang Xiaoshan gave a loud cry, directly using his greatest master move, wanting to defeat Magubuyu in one stroke and recover the face he lost. However, he didn't expect that facing his fierce attack, Magubuyu would not only not dodge, but rush straight towards his sword. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Zhang Xiaoshan's sword had pierced through Magubuyu's pure golden shell. At that same time, Magubuyu's 4 weapons cut towards Zhang Xiaoshan. You want to perish together? You think you can? As a swordsman, Zhang Xiaoshan was naturally more agile than Magubuyu. After he pulled back his sword, he used the force of the recoil to rapidly retreat, escaping from Magubuyu's attack. A single blade had solved his opponent, while he perfectly dodged the opponent's final dying counterattack. With this, Zhang Xiaoshan's face was glowing with content. He had finally recovered his face. However, in a split second, his happy face froze. He suddenly felt as if his body was being pulled down by an invisible force, as if his body was made from lead. This was the special ability of the great alligator puppet, devouring. What is this? Zhang Xiaoshan was greatly surprised. He didn't have time to think as he heard the sounds of howling flames coming from his side. He turned his head to look. The evil fire god was already cutting down on him. Damn! As his body felt like it was stuck in quicksand, Zhang Xiaoshan had no chance of evading. He cut out with his sword, meeting this strike head-on. Bang! Flame exploded, and his sword move was broken, true essence waves rushing out. Zhang Xiaoshan was a swordsman, so his defense was never very good. Before, the evil fire god's strike had almost shattered the martial stage's protective array formation. So how could he defend against it? Pooh! As the power of fire entered his body, Zhang Xiaoshan was just like a broken kite as he flew backwards, his organs injured and his blood churning in reverse. He wanted to spit out blood, but he forcefully swallowed it back down, causing his injuries to worsen. In dealing with some nobody, Zhang Xiaoshan would rather aggravate his injuries than lose face by vomiting blood. I was too careless. This fellow was really hard to deal with. However, he has already been struck by my White Peak 13 swords. He's done for. White Peak 13 swords was Zhang Xiaoshan's strongest sword skill. He had never missed. Though he had been a bit embarrassed, for better or for worse, he had used a sword to defeat his enemy. So in the end, he hadn't lost too much face. But just as Zhang Xiaoshan thought he had already won, he suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling beneath him. He looked down and saw 4 hands carrying 4 different weapons and a giant golden turtle coming straight towards him. That shining golden shell didn't even have a single scratch. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaoshan's eyes widened like eggs. In the air, there was no leverage for him to move, and he had been seriously wounded. His true essence was chaotic, and he couldn't use another powerful sword skill again. Like this, he was just a target to be aimed at. In the next moment, there was a muffled pung sound, as Magbuyu raised his sickle and smashed down on Zhang Xiaoshan in midair, just like a ball. Bang! Zhang Xiaoshan smashed against the floor just like a broken sack of rice. Half of his body stuck in the tiles. The other sect's core disciples and elders were dumbfounded by this. How did this happen? Although no one believed that Zhang Xiaoshan was some once-in-a-lifetime talent, he was still the chief disciple of White Peak sect. Yet he had been defeated by a nobody, and in such a miserable manner. From start to end, Magubuyu had only used 5 moves. The evil fire god puppet's attack power was too abnormally strong. Zhang Xiaoshan could not dodge it, and a single blow sent his sword flying away. As for that golden shell around Magubuyu, that was even stranger. It had actually been able to withstand the White Peak 13 swords without a single scratch. This was just too terrifying. What the other sex elders didn't know was that Magoo Buyu's scarlet gold tortoise had managed to continuously withstand 2 strikes from Lin Ming's purple flood dragon divine thunder, one of which was even mixed with the evil fire god's flame, creating a massive thunder flame explosion. Even then, it had only been slightly cracked. In terms of defensive power, Magoo Buyu was the number 1 ranked among the entire younger generation of the 7 profound valleys. Lin Ming could not hold a candle to him. A true essence force field was a type of power of law that was even above the concept of wind, and was one of the 2 ultimate legacy secret techniques of the puppet faction. Its reputation was well earned. Seeing Magoo Buyu's full combat potential, Jiang Baoyan let out a breath of cold air. His main body has near absolute defense, and the evil fire god has irresistible attack power. Also, that alligator puppet has a devouring ability that can contain movements, causing any attack to be undodgeable. This multidimensional attack system from Magoo Buyu can almost be called perfect. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Ming, and all of this became useless. If I encountered him, I do not have absolute assurance that I could defeat him. In a sense, Magoo Buyu's ability to restrain an opponent's speed was able to suppress Jiang Baoyan. As for Lin Ming, his abnormal attack power was able to overwhelm the defense of Magoo Buyu. Therefore, Lin Ming had been able to relatively easily defeat Magoo Buyu, and yet engage in an extended battle with Jiang Baoyan. The 7 Profound Valleys deacons hurried on stage to lift up the unconscious Zhang Xiaoshan and carry him down. The other sect elders and geniuses hadn't responded to the fight a moment ago. They were all individuals with outstanding eyesight. Naturally, they were able to see what the terrifying aspects of Magoo Buyu were. Absolute defense, absolute attack. How could one break this near-perfect attack system? Speed? Useless. Although Magoo Buyu was slow, he still had that strange alligator puppet that was able to restrain an opponent's speed. If an opponent couldn't display their speed, they could only wait to be struck. Attack? Useless. Even the White Peak Sect's White Peak 13 swords was useless. It hadn't even managed to leave a mark on that golden shell. Defense? Useless. Although Zhang Xiaoshan had poor defensive power, his sword technique was absolutely amazing. He had used his sword skills to defend against the evil fire god's attack, but was still defeated afterwards. Who could be Magoo Buyu's match in the same level? Such a powerful Magoo Buyu was a nameless nobody, and he was only ranked 3rd in the 7 Profound Valleys. But they all clearly remembered the words that Magoo Buyu had spoken to Zhang Xiaoshan before the match. Let me play with you. If you can defeat me, then you might be able to take a few moves from this little boy's hand. That so-called boy was naturally Lin Ming. If you can defeat me, might be able to take a few moves. What Magoo Buyu's words implied was that someone stronger than him would only be able to take a few moves from Lin Ming. And yet, that Zhang Xiaoshan was defeated by Magoo Buyu in 5 moves. In comparison to Lin Ming, that was simply the difference between cloud and mud. Chapter 298, Convincing Strength. Chapter 298, Convincing Strength. Chapter 298, Convincing Strength. Lin Ming, early pulse condensation cultivation, 16 years old. How did he defeat Magoo Buyu? And listening to the intent behind Magoo Buyu's words, not only was he not Lin Ming's match, but he was far surpassed by Lin Ming. No one person thought that Magoo Buyu would lie. Magoo Buyu was such a talented genius. There was no way that he would frustrate his own spirit. Not only that, but there was no need to do so. It would be impossible for Divine Phoenix Island to do something so careless like designating Lin Ming as a heaven-step talent just because of some words from Magoo Buyu. Then, the only explanation would be that Lin Ming truly was a terrifying presence. Peacock Mountain's Lin Ping let out a long breath of air as he looked at Magoo Buyu. Naturally, he would be able to defeat Magoo Buyu by virtue of absolute suppression of power. But Lin Ming was only at the early pulse condensation period. How did he defeat him? If Lin Ming was fierce at the early pulse condensation period, then what would happen if he reached the middle pulse condensation period, late pulse condensation period, or even stepped into the Hotian realm? If that happened, maybe even Lin Ping himself wouldn't be able to touch Lin Ming. No wonder Divine Phoenix Island had chosen Lin Ming as a heaven-step talent. He was so young, yet he had such strength. This was the reason that he was the only heaven-step talent. Lin Ping was simply speechless. At this time, Lin Ming was quietly sitting in the arena. Because of his age, no one had the qualifications to challenge him. But after Magoo Buyu rolled over Zhang Shaoshan, there were even less people that wanted to challenge him. If it really came down to a battle, the only one present that could match Lin Ming was probably Lin Ping. As for everyone else, they were mostly at Jiang Baoyun's level. They would only be able to force out Lin Ming's full power. At this time, Jiang Baoyun suddenly said to the youth with upturned eyebrows, "Senior apprentice brother, it's about time we enter the stage." The youth with upturned eyebrows was surprised and then immediately felt bitterness in his heart. He had been nervous and gone crazy in challenging Jiang Baoyun. Their match was immediately after Magoo Buyu and Zhang Shaoshan's. The youth with upturned eyebrows gulped, his mouth dry as he was left speechless. He didn't believe for a moment that he would be a match for that mummy. And according to his information, Jiang Baoyun was someone who was even fiercer than that mummy fellow. Although the youth with upturned eyebrows was confident in his own abilities, he wasn't so confident as to think he could defeat such an abnormal character. If he went on stage, wouldn't he just be ruining himself? But he was the third-ranked disciple of Falling Cloud Sect, and Falling Cloud Sect was one of the 6 top third-grade sections. How could he run away from a mere 7 Profound Valleys disciple? But if he went on, he would be ruined, and most likely be abused into a shameless mess that would lose all face for his family. Yet if he was timid, then people would say that he was so scared that he dared not go on stage. In that case, he would still lose face. The youth with upturned eyebrows finally understood what it meant to jump on the tiger's back, unable to crawl down. This catastrophe had all been brought about by his own big and cheap mouth. As he mulled over this dilemma, a cold voice suddenly said, "Junior apprentice Brother Song, I will go." The youth with upturned eyebrows turned around, seeing a white-robed Bai Shuxian standing behind him. Bai Shuxian couldn't be considered a true beauty, but from top to bottom, her body gave off a soft and placid temperament just like still water. When a person looked at her, it was easy to have an extremely favorable impression of her. Senior apprentice sister. The youth with upturned eyebrows' heart raced with ecstatic joy. His face was full of gratitude as he looked at Bai Shuxian. Bai Shuxian was the chief disciple of their Falling Cloud sect, and her status was equal to Jiang Baoyun's in the 7 Profound Valleys. She was also the absolute famed talent of her generation, and the fame of her strength was no less than Lin Ping's. Bai Shuxian of Falling Cloud sect and Lin Ping of Peacock Mountain were known as the Dragon and Phoenix pair of the 19 third-grade sections. Lin Ping was a year older, and he had already stepped into the Hotian realm. As for Bai Shuxian, she remained in the pulse condensation period, but she could break through at any time. She was only waiting for her true essence to flood over and make a natural breakthrough. From the first stage of body transformation to reaching the Hotian realm, one could only be considered a peerless talent and have such confidence if they make breakthroughs, completely depending on natural flooding of true essence. Otherwise, if one's talent was insufficient, then they would die before their true essence ever naturally overflowed. Jiang Baoyun had never challenged Bai Shuxian. He had long ago planned to challenge this genius at some point. Now, This match just happened to align with his wishes. Senior apprentice Sister Bai, I have heard great things about you. Please advise. Jiang Baoyun held his sword in a bowing ceremony. He held a great deal of admiration for Bai Shuxian. Please. This battle of masters immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Falling Cloud Sect's elder sat up straight in his seat. Bai Shuxian was their chief disciple. If she lost to Jiang Baoyun, then their Falling Cloud would truly be embarrassed. For better or for worse, Falling Cloud Sect was still a top third-grade sect that had a 1,500-year history. Whether it was legacies or heritage, they far surpassed the 600-year-old Seven Profound Valleys. As the match began, Jiang Baoyun took out both his blue and black swords at the start, and then summoned his sword Spirit Avatar. Facing Bai Shuxian, he dared not take any chances. Sword light flashed, and the two began to test each other with a few moves. But in an instant, their speed rose to the extreme. Bai Shuxian's speed was actually no slower than Jiang Baoyun's. It had to be known that Jiang Baoyun had comprehended his own sword step. As for Bai Shuxian, she didn't know a sword step, but it seems as if her body had fused into her sword shadow, using this strange movement technique to move around the stage. With this, she was no slower than Jiang Baoyun. So fierce! Lin Ming's eyes flashed. If Lin Ming could be said to have a weakness, then that would be facing someone with a speed more extreme than his own. When this happened, his reaction speed would become his weakness. Against near-instant melee attacks that were as fast as sound, he wasn't able to respond. He could only integrate the coiling dragon steel needle into his body and release it at a critical moment to repel his opponent. This approach may have seemed like Lin Ming's trick, but it wasn't his true ability. My weakness is speed. I didn't think that even though I comprehended the concept of wind, my speed still wouldn't be enough. Although Golden Rock Shattering the Void is an incomparably powerful movement, martial skill, that was due to it being created and utilized by a Supreme Elder. The concept of the Golden Winged Rock is incomparably vast and profound. In my current state, all I've comprehended is just a drop in the ocean. Not just that, but Golden Rock Shattering the Void actually contains two different concepts, the concept of wind and the concept of space. I understand the barest basic knowledge of the concept of wind, but I still cannot display the full power of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. I have to make up for this deficit in speed as soon as possible. On the martial stage, there were already countless aftershadows, and the dense sword light was like a woven network of dazzling sparkles. In such a battle, even among the geniuses present, there were still some weaker ones who weren't able to fully follow the footsteps of these two individuals. Sword shattering clear sky. Jiang Baoyun's aura erupted. His sword potential violently surged. He finally used his strongest skill. This was the sword faction's ultimate secret technique that was driven by his own sword spirit. When Jiang Baoyun and Lin Ming had fought, Jiang Baoyun had used this move as his final strike. When he collided with Lin Ming, they had been evenly matched in power. This showed just how strong this ability was. Moreover, Lin Ming also knew that Jiang Baoyun's sword contained a soul attack, using the sword spirit as the weapon in the soul attack. When this soul attack had rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it had an extremely lethal, murderous intent to it. How would Bai Shuxian block this? Bai Shuxian also became aware of just how strong Jiang Baoyun's sword strike was. Her body flashed with a white light, and rings upon rings of water ripples condensed around her body. Water Veil Lotus. In that moment, Bai Shuxian was surrounded by pure water origin energy. Concept of water? Bai Shuxian's degree of comprehension of the concept of water was obviously much more deep and profound than Jiang Lanjin's concept of wind. These talents truly did have their own skill. Pop! The water veil lotus broke apart, mist drifting everywhere in the sky. But Jiang Baoyun's strongest strike had also been blocked. the protection of the water veil was actually able to defend against the soul attack. This caused Lin Ming to be extremely startled. The two drew back several steps, both of their faces pale. Obviously, they had suffered some minor wounds, and these might have even been soul wounds. A soul wound was no trifling matter. Even a small amount of soul damage would take a long period of time to mend, and one had to be very careful. Once the soul left the protection of the spiritual sea, it was as vulnerable as a little baby in a snowstorm. Enough! This match is considered a draw. Mu Qianyu suddenly spoke up from her seat of honor. As she spoke, a strange and harmonious true essence fluctuation followed her voice. To those who heard it, it was inspiring like a pleasant spring breeze. On the martial stage, Jiang Baoyun and Bai Shuxian were surrounded by these true essence fluctuations. They only felt a very nice and warm sensation, just like huddling around a warm stove in the middle of winter. Their shivering souls were suddenly brimming with vitality. This caused the two of them to be very startled. They knew that Mu Qianyu was a fire tribute martial artist, but they had only ever thought that fire origin energy could be used in an offensive manner. But Mu Qianyu had actually used the fire origin energy to heal their wounds. Obviously, her understanding of fire laws had reached an unfathomably profound degree. This is good. The Falling Cloud sect elder's forehead was dripping with sweat. By watching the battle, he could see that Jiang Baoyun was no weaker than Bai Shuxian. However, this was not what had horrified him. As the fight continued, he was able to discover to his amazement that Jiang Baoyun's sword actually contained a soul attack. Not only that, but looking at his appearance, it didn't seem as if he had good control over it. If Bai Shuxuan's soul had been injured, she would have been finished. A soul wound was one of the most difficult kinds of wounds to treat and heal. To those who cultivated the sword, their perception was their most important aspect. Once the spiritual sea was damaged, a swordsman would basically become useless. Bai Shuxian was the treasure of their Falling Cloud sect. If she was ruined by an incurable soul wound just because of a little martial arts match, then he would really grieve to the point of having no tears. Shi Zongtian also let out a long breath of relief. The strengths of these two individuals was about the same, but Jiang Baoyun was younger than Bai Shuxian by several months. So Jiang Baoyun's talent could be considered to be even better. After this, there was no one else who dared to object to the list of names that were crafted by Divine Phoenix Island. The 7 profound valleys was just too abnormal. First, there was some unknown mummy fellow named Magubuyu who had rolled over Zhang Xiaoshan. And there was even a Jiang Baoyun who was on par with Fallen Cloud sect's greatest talent. Lin Ming was even stronger than these two, and he was only 16 years of age. With such talent, nobody dared to question why he was the only designated Heaven Step talent. As for those 30 Earth Step talents, they accepted that they would rush through the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda to decide which ones of them would enter the Earth Step and which ones of them would fall to the Human Step talent rankings. Of course, none of this mattered to Lin Ming. If there are no more objections, then this meeting shall come to an end. Everyone may return. Mu Qianyu stood up as she said this, and then beckoned towards Lin Ming, saying, "Lin Ming, you stay behind." "Yes, Saintess, Your Highness." In such a large crowd of people, Lin Ming maintained his respectful manners. Why had Mu Qianyu told him to stay behind? Seeing that Lin Ming would stay behind alone with Mu Qianyu, this matter immediately attracted the attention of all the other geniuses. They didn't need to be geniuses to know that this was some good thing, and also a form of special treatment. But still, besides envying, what else could they do? Their ability was less than others. There was nothing they could do. At this time, Zhang Xiaoshan had just woken up after having eaten some pills. Seeing that Lin Ming would stay behind with Mu Qianyu, he almost fainted with anger again on scene. Chapter 299 Heaven Opening Pill in Hand. Chapter 299 Heaven Opening Pill in Hand. Chapter 299 Heaven Opening Pill in Hand. The reason why Zhang Xiaoshan was so madly envious of Lin Ming wasn't just the additional resources that were available to him, but because of the attitude that Mu Qinyu had towards Lin Ming. Even Zhang Xiaoshan clearly knew that whether now or in the future, Mu Qinyu would have absolutely no relation to him. This caused his antipathy to rise to the skies. Those who went against their true nature would damage their heart of martial arts. Every person's true nature was decided by their conscience. For instance, those righteous individuals like Jiang Baoyun and Qin Wuxin followed the noble and virtuous path. If they did something evil, such as plotting against others, treachery, betrayal, or other malicious actions, this would go against their nature, inevitably ruining their heart of martial arts. But as for those like the Acacia faction and the South Sea Demon region, these kinds of martial artists followed the immoral, wicked path. They placed emphasis on indulging in their most basic desires and fulfilling all of their dark ideas. If they were to behave and be goodly like some holy monk, then that also would go against their nature. Zhang Xiaoshan was an individual who had a very heavy and proud heart and was also narrow-minded with a low tolerance level. He loved to step on others, but if someday he were to be disgraced and stepped on by someone else, this would frustrate his spirit and thoughts, blocking his cultivation. As of now, Zhang Xiaoshan was in this situation. In front of everyone, he had been repeatedly stepped on, although the person who had done this was Magu Buyu. Zhang Xiaoshan had also counted Lin Ming as one of his heart's thorns. He had even linked in Jiang Baoyun, bearing a deep grudge against all three of them. "Just you wait. I will have you pay the price for shaming me." Zhang Xiaoshan clenched his teeth and was finally carried away. "Lin Ming, this is for you." Mu Qinyu turned her hands, and a sparkling, translucent pill bottle and a ring appeared in her hands. The pill bottle was made from exquisite jade and was beautiful just like the whitest crystal. As for the ring, it was very plain, looking no different to a copper or steel ring. But Lin Ming was able to recognize that this ring was actually a high-grade human step spatial ring. It wasn't an easy task to forge a spatial ring. Because of this, a spatial ring was often much more expensive than a treasure of the same grade. This spatial ring might not be as valuable as a weak earth step treasure, but it wasn't too different. Mu Qinyu smiled and said, "The true essence stones inside the ring are yours. There are 240 of them. I'm giving you these resources ahead of time so you can cultivate." Hearing the number 240, Lin Ming was overjoyed. These true essence stones that Mu Qinyu had passed to him were naturally medium-grade true essence stones. A single medium-grade true essence stone was worth 100 normal true essence stones, meaning that these 240 medium-grade true essence stones were worth 24,000 ordinary pure true essence stones. Also, it wasn't easy to trade for medium-grade true essence stones. The true value of them was probably much higher than he thought. To use medium-grade true essence stones to cultivate was a luxury that not even the core disciples of the 7 profound valleys could enjoy. I'll use these 240 medium-grade true essence stones to cultivate. As for those other true essence stones that I won through the gambling house, I'll use those as currency to buy items. Lin Ming planned to use the true essence stones with this intention, but the true essence stones seemed to have become a bit heavier. If he only used medium-grade true essence stones to cultivate, 240 wouldn't be enough. As for the ordinary true essence stones, those would quickly be spent if he wished to purchase some top-quality materials. "Thank you, Saintess, Your Highness." Because Shi Zongtian was also present, Lin Ming didn't show any surprise or knowledge of what he knew was in Mu Qinyu's hands, and respectfully received the pill bottle and spatial ring. "This spatial ring is also for you. I see that your spatial ring is some low-grade treasure. It's best to change it." Mu Qinyu casually said. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but didn't decline. After all, this was part of the ceremony. Previously, he had taken 3 medium-grade human step spatial rings from the bodies of Hugong, Ouyang Dihua, and the Allied Trade Association's president Zhang Fengxian. But he never showed these rings to the light of day or wore them on his hand. With this high-grade human step spatial ring, he would be able to destroy those 3 spatial rings he got from killing others. A high-grade human step spatial ring had an interdimensional capacity that was larger than all of Lin Ming's total rings combined. Not only that, but it was much more stable and could last for thousands of years without collapsing. After Mu Qinyu handed over the heaven-opening pill, Shi Zongtian also took out a vivid red pill box. After opening it, there was a crystal-clear emerald pill inside, the size of a longan. It shined with an incomparably pure origin energy. This was also a heaven-opening pill. This was the reward for being the champion of this year's Total Faction Martial Meeting. Shi Zongtian had already promised to deliver the prize to Lin Ming ahead of time. This was the most convenient time to settle this matter. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Out of nowhere, he had suddenly obtained 2 heaven-opening pills. This was simply an unthinkable dream to most martial artists. For instance, Qin Zia had paid such a great price and so much time for a heaven-opening pill. With this alone, one could imagine how precious they were. Lin Ming's heart stirred, and he asked Valley Master Shi, if I take a heaven-opening pill whilst at the pulse condensation period, will there be any side effects? Shi Zongtian's mouth twitched. Was this boy actually thinking of eating a heaven-opening pill during the pulse condensation period? This was just a waste of such a precious treasure. As far as most martial artists were concerned, taking a heaven-opening pill was their life's grandest and most solemn event. There were even those who prepared for decades for this. They would cultivate until their cultivation couldn't rise even a tiny bit more, and they would wait until their zither heart or sword heart or whatever else had reached its own bottleneck. Finally, they would go into seclusion and swallow the heaven-opening pill. Earlier, if Qin Zia hadn't been worried about failing to break through to the Xiantian realm due to his 50 years of age and low chance of ever receiving another heaven-opening pill, causing a problem with his zither heart, then he would most likely have broken through. Most martial artists would hold a series of rituals before they took the heaven-opening pill. They would choose an auspicious date and bathe in incense. Afterwards, they might even stay in seclusion for over a year to refine all of the medicine and not let a single bit go to waste. But Lin Ming, he was actually thinking of taking a heaven-opening pill with his pulse condensation period cultivation, treating these treasures like candy. If those peak Hotian realm masters who could never step into the Xiantian realm because they lacked a heaven-opening pill heard this, they would probably go mad with rage and spit out several liters of blood. Shi Zongtian coughed and said, Lin Ming, although there aren't any side effects from taking the heaven-opening pill during the pulse condensation period, you won't be able to avoid wasting much of the efficacy due to your cultivation. You should consider reaching the Hotian realm before taking it. Its effects will be better then. I understand. Lin Ming only heard Shi Zongtian say that there wouldn't be side effects. As for wasting efficacy of the medicine, that simply wasn't even in his consideration. What he wanted to attack first wasn't the Hotian realm or even the Xiantian realm, but the tempering marrow boundary. If he could open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, he would be far superior to anyone else in the Xiantian realm or revolving core realm. Of these 2 heaven-opening pills, it should be fine for me to take one now. Then I can see if the heaven-opening pill is enough to satisfy the lowest requirements of the chaotic virtues combat meridians to help reach the pulse condensation tempering marrow boundary. If eating one doesn't work so well, then I will spend a massive amount of energy to draw up a medicinal inscription symbol so that I can inscribe onto the heaven-opening pill. If I add a medicinal inscription symbol to the heaven-opening pill and take it again, it should be good. As Lin Ming's cultivation and power increased by bounds and leaps, his own inscription technique had fallen behind too much. Practicing inscription technique required a great deal of time and energy. When Lin Ming had been poor and had no resources, he had no choice but to invest a massive amount of time in practicing inscription techniques and use those inscription symbols he drew up to trade for cultivation resources. But as his status grew higher and higher, he no longer had to waste his time to trade for resources, but was able to invest all of his time into cultivating. The most recent time that Lin Ming had used inscription techniques was when he was exchanging the symbols he drew for materials for his body inscription symbol. At that time, Lin Ming had drawn up inscription symbols for Sky Fortune Kingdom's pulse condensation and Hotian Masters for their medium-grade human step weapons. Since he was only able to draw up inscription symbols for medium-grade human step treasures, Lin Ming could only be considered a medium-grade human step inscription master. But the heaven-opening pill rank was about equal to an earth step pill. It was a sudden rise of 2 grades in difficulty. If Lin Ming wanted to draw up a medicinal inscription symbol that could pair up with the heaven-opening pill, he would need to at least achieve a low-grade earth step ability in inscription technique. This would again take a massive amount of time and energy. But if this method could really help him enter into the tempering marrow boundary, then it was all worth it. At this time, Shi Zongtian asked, "Lin Ming, have you chosen what earth step treasure you would like?" Lin Ming shook his head. "Not yet. Lu Xian hasn't brought you to the treasure pavilion?" "He did. It's just that the spears within the treasure pavilion do not suit me," Lin Ming tactfully said, carefully considering the words and expressions to use so as not to be rude. "Huh?" Shi Zongtian laughed. If nothing was suitable, that just meant Lin Ming didn't take a fancy to any of his 7 Profound Valleys earth step treasure spears. Shi Zongtian glanced at Lu Xian, who was responsible for the treasure pavilion. After Lu Xian had brought Lin Ming here, he had gone to stand at a corner in the square. Shi Zongtian smiled and used a true essence sound transmission to beckon him over. "Lu Xian, what's wrong? Your refiner faction's treasure pavilion doesn't even have a single decent spear?" Lu Xian forced a smile. He was still a Xiantian master and had a very acute sense of hearing. Shi Zongtian hadn't bothered to conceal the conversation he had with Lin Ming. Lu Xian had heard every bit of it. It was just that the 7 Profound Valleys didn't have any masters who forged spears, so where would a high-quality earth step treasure spear come from? Lu Xian honestly said, "Apprentice nephew Lin wishes for a flexible spear. However, our treasure pavilion only has 3 earth step spears, all of which are hard spears. Not only that, but they are of quite ordinary quality. However, Apprentice nephew Lin has said that he can provide spear crafting materials if we can forge it for him." As Lu Xian said this, he cast a somewhat doubtful look towards Lin Ming. In Lu Xian's opinion, with Lin Ming's common mortal background and young age, it was unlikely for him to understand how difficult it was to refine treasures, especially earth step treasures. He probably had some low-quality common materials that he thought could be used to refine an earth step treasure. However, this wasn't related to him. Since Shi Zongtian had asked, he had truthfully spoken. The fact was Lu Xian was a tiny bit annoyed by Lin Ming. After all, the treasure pavilion could be said to be equivalent to his refining faction. There were many disciples who vainly dreamed and hoped to one day enter and choose a treasure, but Lin Ming hadn't taken a liking to any of the treasures inside. It had to be known that there were many martial artists that, from the very first time they cultivated martial artists to the point when they reached the Xiantian realm, would never have had a chance to touch an earth step treasure. Oh, Shi Zongtian's eyes picked up. Lin Ming actually had materials to make a flexible spear, but the materials that were qualified to craft an earth step flexible spear were rare and exceedingly difficult to find. "What sort of materials do you have?" "It's only the spear shaft material. As for the spearhead material, I do not have any." "The spear shaft is enough. When making a flexible spear, the spear shaft is the most important part. Also, the materials to craft an earth-step flexible spear shaft are very rare. Lin Ming, do you really have any something? Shi Zongtian actually did believe Lin Ming to an extent. After all, he was certain that Lin Ming had experienced some great fortuitous opportunity. It's a piece of bamboo, Lin Ming said, and then pulled the violet electricity spirit bamboo from his spatial ring. The 9-foot 9-inch violet electricity spirit bamboo was a deep, vivid color, and it sparkled with electric flashes. Lu Xian was directly befuddled. Just what was this? Chapter 300 Spear Refining Grandmaster. Chapter 300 Spear Refining Grandmaster. Chapter 300 Spear Refining Grandmaster. The truth was that even though Lu Xian only had a very shallow experience of these materials, violet electricity spirit bamboo was simply an exceedingly rare treasure. It could only been formed at special locations which had experienced powerful thunder for 10,000 years. The commoners who lived around Thunder Crash Mountain in the southern wilderness had a much broader knowledge of the violet electricity spirit bamboo, as they were more closely intertwined with that environment. In addition, Lu Xian was a refining master whose specialty was forging swords and sabers. He understood almost every kind of top-quality metal, but as for bamboo and other types of wood-like materials, he almost never used them. However, even though Lu Xian didn't know much about the violet electricity spirit bamboo, that didn't stop him from being able to see the terrifying power of thunder that was emitting from this piece of bamboo. As the bamboo appeared, an incomparably rich power of thunder flooded outwards. The flashes of electricity were even enough to force Lu Xian to subconsciously step backwards and make all of the hairs on his body stand. This bamboo was still able to cause this effect, even though Lu Xian was protected by his powerful true essence. Obviously, the thunder created a very formidable electricity field. And what startled Lu Xian was that he was able to see that the power of thunder origin energy of the world was flowing into this stick of bamboo, forming an invisible whirlpool of origin energy. It can independently absorb thunder origin energy. This was simply incredible. If a thunder attribute martial artist had this stick of bamboo, then he could continuously absorb thunder origin energy from the world during a battle in order to supplement his own reserves. Not only would his moves be more powerful, but he would have greater endurance in combat. Realizing this, Lu Xian gulped, his throat twitching. This bamboo was absolutely a treasure material that all thunder attribute martial artists longed for in their dreams. Among the three present, the one who best understood Thunder Crash Mountain was Mu Qianyu. With just a glance, she was able to recognize this piece of violet electricity spirit bamboo, and was also able to discern just where Lin Ming got it from. I didn't think that the violet electricity spirit bamboo that has been bred in Thunder Crash Mountain for 10,000 years was actually obtained by him. It seems that his little sojourn into the Flood Dragon Cave really had a rich harvest. Thinking this, Mu Qianyu grinned as she shook her head. The wealth that the Thunder Flood Dragon had accumulated was actually all plucked away by Lin Ming. Shi Zongtian's experience couldn't compare to Mu Qianyu's. After he saw this violet electricity spirit bamboo, he pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering that long ago he had read about this sort of spiritual bamboo in the ancient texts. "This is violet electricity spirit bamboo?" Shi Zongtian asked. Lin Ming nodded. Violet electricity spirit bamboo grows 1 inch every 100 years. This piece is nearly 10 feet tall. Is it 10,000-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo? 9 feet 9 inches. It is 9,900-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo. It also birthed a 900-year-old young bamboo shoot that is in my possession. Lin Ming said, not bothering to conceal anything. 9 feet 9 inches was the same length as the heavy, profound, soft spear. However, the heavy, profound, soft spear's length also included the spearhead. If one were to forge a spear with the violet electricity spirit bamboo, it would also have another foot-long spearhead. Its final length would be more than 10 feet long. In truth, this was a bit too long. After hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Shi Zongtian sucked in a deep breath of air. This young boy had actually managed to obtain this sort of rare material. Violet electricity spirit bamboo could only be found in lands of thunder. As for lands of thunder, the only place nearby would be Thunder Crash Mountain. It was said that a thunder flood dragon lived at the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain with a profoundly deep cultivation. Not only that, but it had the bloodline of a saint beast. Its strength was unfathomable. Coupled with the help of the countless thunder lizards that lived on Thunder Crash Mountain, even the highest elder of the 7 profound valleys wouldn't be able to return unscathed. And Lin Ming was actually able to obtain this violet electricity spirit bamboo from Thunder Crash Mountain. Shi Zongtian found this impossible to imagine. He subconsciously glanced at Mu Qinyu. Did Mu Qinyu help Lin Ming? If so, then Mu Qinyu was simply too good to Lin Ming. Shi Zongtian thought for a moment, and then began to reevaluate the relationship between Mu Qinyu and Lin Ming. Maybe their relationship wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Even that thunder soul might have only been absorbed with help from Mu Qinyu. Otherwise, how could a young boy who didn't even have a pulse condensation cultivation possibly absorb a low-grade earth step thunder soul? As Shi Zongtian thought more and more, he realized that the 7 profound valleys wouldn't be able to retain a talent like Lin Ming. He was simply a dragon with a deep pool, and the waters of the 7 profound valleys were too shallow. A true dragon could not swim in their waters. Also, Lin Ming didn't have an average connection to Mu Qinyu. Him joining Divine Phoenix Island was only a matter of time. Thinking this, Shi Zongtian let out a long breath. Before, he had struggled with his thoughts and decisions. Lin Ming had never been his, and couldn't be considered as a 7 profound valleys disciple from the start. In that case, drawing back and looking at things, befriending such a master was also good. I would like to use this violet electricity spirit bamboo to forge a spear, Lin Ming solemnly said as he held out the violet electricity spirit bamboo. Lu Xian's eyes jumped as he heard this. Make a spear shaft with this bamboo? This was just too shocking an idea. If one could create an earth step treasure spear with the added quality from the violet electricity spirit bamboo of being able to absorb and strengthen the power of thunder, then that spear would be a highest quality weapon for any thunder tribute martial artist. Yes, wasn't Lin Ming a thunder tribute martial artist? Lu Xian slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being so stupid. He had actually forgotten that Lin Ming was a thunder tribute martial artist with an absurdly high thunder origin energy fusion compatibility. As Lu Xian thought this, his mind began to shiver. This was incredible. Lin Ming was already disgustingly strong to such a degree, but if he also had a top-quality thunder spear, he would be even more powerful. With his power unleashed, who among the younger generation could hope to stop him? No wonder Lin Ming didn't even spare a glance at the treasures of the refiner faction. In comparison to a top-quality thunder spear that was made from violet electricity spirit bamboo, those weapons within the treasure pavilion were nothing more than scrap iron. Shi Zongtian's eyes also jumped. Lin Ming's strength was just becoming increasingly terrifying. Perhaps in 1 year, even Peacock Mountain's Lin Ping might not be his match. It might even be less than a year. He turned and looked at Lu Xian, saying, Lu Xian, who within the refiner faction is best at forging spears. As Lu Xian heard this question, he suddenly flushed red, looking helpless. Although there really were a few elders within the refiner faction who could forge spears, the best they could make were high-grade human step treasure spears. To let them use the violet electricity spirit bamboo would simply be a waste. Lu Xian still remembered that he had just suspected Lin Ming of not understanding how difficult refining was, and not having any materials to craft an earth step treasure. But now, Lin Ming had actually put out a more than adequate material, but there wasn't anyone who could use it. Lu Xian could only ruefully smile. Lu Xian helplessly shook his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. He said, "Our refiner faction simply cannot forge an earth step treasure spear. The most we can craft is an earth step treasure spearhead. For instance, a cold star iron spearhead." Cold star iron was a top-quality metal material used to make earth step treasures. The use of cold star iron to create treasures was a very arduous and complicated process, and was also one of the legacy techniques of the Seven Profound Valleys refiner faction. It was a strictly confidential technique that was absolutely forbidden for outsiders. However, it was also the process they were most proud and confident in. Thus Lu Xian had suggested this. But Lu Xian didn't think that Mu Qinyu would shake her head and say, "Cold star iron can only create up to a low-grade earth step treasure, and 10,000-year-old violet electricity spirit bamboo is far beyond that. A spearhead made from cold star iron does not match well with violet electricity spirit bamboo. Not only that, but if the spearhead is created separately from the spear shaft, then the spear will be unable to merge into one natural whole, and the quality of the end product would suffer greatly." Mu Qinyu calmly spoke a statement of facts. As Lu Xian heard this, he immediately reddened. He had actually suggested one of his refiner faction's most precious legacy secret techniques, but yet in just a few demeaning words from Mu Qinyu, it had become worthless within her eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words to refute her. In the end, he didn't say anything. There was simply nothing he could use as a rebuttal. This was the gap in their sex heritages. A dignified top fourth-grade sect would of course look down on their so-called secret technique. Mu Qinyu said, "Lin Ming, I actually know a spear refining master whose cultivation is at the middle revolving core realm. If he can be found, then the full power of the violet electricity spirit bamboo can be displayed. Of course, this is only if you can afford the other materials that can match the violet electricity spirit bamboo in order to craft the spearhead. A middle revolving core realm spear refining master." As Lin Ming heard Mu Qinyu, his heart rate suddenly increased. The sovereign of the Seven Profound Valleys refiner faction only had cultivation at the late Xiantian realm. Just from cultivation only, one could imagine how much stronger a spear made by this spear refining master would be. However, thinking that Mu Qinyu also said that he needed to provide materials that matched the violet electricity spirit bamboo, Lin Ming was somewhat depressed. The value of these materials could be imagined. Even if he put forth all of his possessions, he would not be able to afford it, unless he reached out his beggar hand towards Mu Qinyu. If Mu Qinyu was willing to pay the price, then she could of course obtain these materials. But there was no reason that Mu Qinyu would help him, for no return. Even if he was a genius, he still hadn't fully matured. There was no reason for Mu Qinyu to repeatedly give out such precious resources to him. No one could say what would happen in the future. Also, he wasn't even a divine Phoenix Island disciple. Mu Qinyu saw Lin Ming's somewhat despondent expression and was able to imagine what he was thinking about. She faintly smiled and asked, "Lin Ming, don't you want to see the spear refining master?" "I would like to, but..." "Then come with me." As Mu Qinyu said this, she clapped her hands, and a strange fluctuation of fire true essence spread from her palms. Soon, a faint phoenix cry resounded, and a giant bird with a 70-foot-long wingspan flew down towards the grand hall, landing in front of the square. The bird had the head of a golden pheasant, a long neck like a snake, and feathers that burned like brilliant flames of the sun. This was Mu Qinyu's life's vermilion bird, Little Flame. Little Flame landed on the ground, and an incomparably scorching wave of heat burned the atmosphere. Lin Ming, and even the early Xiantian realm Lu Xian, couldn't help but take several steps back. Lin Ming stimulated the heretical god seed within his body, finally able to stand firm against the burning heat waves that emanated from Little Flame. This fellow had evolved. Lin Ming remembered that when he first saw Little Flame only had a wingspan of 50 feet. Now, it already had a wingspan of 70 feet, and the fire-true essence that percolated around its body seemed much more formidable. At this point, Little Flame proudly stretched back its wings, preening as it raised its phoenix beak in a self-satisfied gesture, demonstrating its noble and elegant bearing. Obviously, it was quite happy seeing the shock in Lin Ming's eyes. Little Flame was naturally able to recognize Lin Ming, or it was more accurate to say that Little Flame was able to recognize the barbecue boy. "Let's go." Mu Qianyu lightly tapped her toes, jumping into the air and falling gently onto Little Flame's back like a feather. She motioned for Lin Ming to follow her. Lin Ming paused. He could sit on Little Flame's back? Would Little Flame let him? Shi Zongtian and Lu Xian were also incomparably startled. How arrogant and proud was a saint beast. Not everyone was qualified to sit on its back. Sure enough, Little Flame let out a few discontented chirps, but it was only a few chirps. It still allowed Lin Ming to climb up. This was mainly because it was Mu Qianyu's order, but Lin Ming's status as the barbecue boy also played a major role. Lin Ming tapped his feet, soaring into the air and steadily falling onto Little Flame's back. Lu Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he saw this. As a disciple of the refining faction, he was also a fire tribute martial artist. Seeing Lin Ming being able to ride such a majestic fire tribute saint beast, he could only feel extreme envy in his heart. Chapter 301 Triumphant Return to the Nation. Chapter 301 Triumphant Return to the Nation. Chapter 301 Triumphant Return to the Nation. As Lin Ming rode atop Little Flame's back, he could feel a heat wave flowing into himself, supplementing the fire origin energy within his body. This caused Lin Ming to be secretly surprised. Indeed, Little Flame was worthy of being called a saint beast. It could actually absorb the power of fire origin energy from the world and then continuously boost whoever it wished to. If Mu Qianyu ever engaged in battle, even if Little Flame didn't attack, it would still be a great assistance to Mu Qianyu. If Little Flame grew up and reached the revolving core boundary, then combined with Mu Qianyu, it would be even more incredible. The vermilion bird soared into the sky, a scorching wind blowing past them. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched Lin Ming and Mu Qianyu vanish into the sky. Lu Xian couldn't help but whisper in his heart, just what sort of relationship did Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming have? If it was only an ordinary relationship, then Mu Qianyu would never allow Lin Ming to ride her life's vermilion bird with her. As Lu Xian thought this, he had the good grace to not speak his mind. He only secretly regretted not taking advantage of talking to Lin Ming to befriend him. Mu Qianyu deliberately didn't reveal her relationship with Lin Ming in front of an audience. In turn, she also didn't need to hide it. As they flew on the back of Little Flame, Mu Qianyu said, "That senior lives in seclusion in a distant mountain. Even if we take transmission arrays to reach him, we still have to travel several 100,000 miles. If we rode Heavenly Wind Eagles, the trip might take 2 months, but with Little Flame, it will only take a week." Lin Ming nodded, and then said, "I do not have the materials to forge a spearhead. I know, but the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island have the right to exchange top-quality pills, treasures, or materials with the sect in exchange for some sect contribution points." Lin Ming forced a smile and said, "I don't have any sect contribution points." If Lin Ming could be said to have any contribution towards Divine Phoenix Island, that would be that he helped rescue Mu Qianyu a few months ago. Of course, the truth was that he hadn't saved her. This was just Lin Ming's thoughts. Mu Qinyu hadn't been in a life-threatening situation and had only suffered a tremendous pain. At that time, Mu Qinyu had also helped Lin Ming absorb the Purple Flood Dragon Divine Thunder as exchange. Their debts could be considered paid. Yes, you don't have any, but as Mu Qinyu spoke, she turned a crafty and teasing smile towards Lin Ming and blinked her large eyes. I might allow you to purchase some items on credit, and then you can pay it back later. This was the so-called smile that was worth 100 lives. Seeing this playful, rare demeanor of a most beautiful maiden openly displayed in front of him, Lin Ming was frozen in shock for some time. Exchange items for sect contribution points on credit. Although Lin Ming didn't understand the internal system of Divine Phoenix Island, he was well aware of just how valuable a material the violet electricity spirit bamboo was, something that the Thunder Flood Dragon held in high regard. A material that would be equal in value to violet electricity spirit bamboo would be something amazing that would inevitably be able to stir the heart of an extreme Xiantian master. The amount of sect contribution points that would be needed to exchange for this degree of treasure material could be imagined. He would need to be at least a Xiantian master to obtain these points. He was only a disciple at the early pulse condensation period. Where would he ever find the strength to repay this debt? In his final estimate, Mu Qinyu was helping him from the kindness of her heart. This benevolence was truly sincere. Lin Ming secretly recorded this kindness in his heart. One day, in the future, he would surely be able to return this favor. Several 100,000 miles away, Sky Fortune Kingdom. After the total faction martial meeting concluded, Qin Zia, Ling Sun, Sun Yudao, Qin Xingxuan, as well as Zhou Yu and Liang Long from the four martial families, rode a group of heavenly wind eagles to return to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Qin Xingxuan had already been chosen as an inner court disciple. As soon as she turned 16 years old, she could enter the 7 profound valleys and become a sword faction disciple. As for Ling Sun, although he had comprehended a slaughter domain, and his result was in the top 100, he was still limited by the gap in his age and cultivation. He was only chosen as an outer court disciple of the 7 profound valleys. If one looked down with a bird's eye view at Sky Fortune City's 7 profound martial house, one could see that the entire 7 profound marital house was packed to the brim with festive decorations. It was just like a New Year's celebration. A bustling and happy crowd had gathered in the square, waiting to greet Qin Zia and his group. All the disciples of the 7 profound martial house had gathered here, including the important nobles of Sky Fortune City and other martial arts masters. Everyone in Sky Fortune City, who was at least at the pulse condensation period, had come today. Even Marshal Qin Shao had personally arrived, and 3 of the 10 great generals of Sky Fortune Kingdom had arrived. As for the others, they were preoccupied with military affairs, so they could not attend. Crown Prince Yang Lin naturally wasn't absent. He wore a thick purple gold cloak, and a gold crown was resting atop his head. He had a very fierce appearance as he sat on a tiger fur chair, his eyes closed in thought. The truth was, although Yang Lin appeared tranquil, he was far from calm. During this half-month, he had practically lived at the 7 profound martial house, not even stepping out once. He had been waiting for news. Waiting until he had difficulty sleeping during the night or the day. During this time period, the 7 profound martial house had only used the long-distance sound transmission array once. Afterwards, it did not shine again. This was because the activation cost of the array formation was too great. It wasn't just about the cost of true essence stones, but more so the longevity of the array formation. No one within the 7 profound martial house was qualified or had the ability to construct a long-distance sound transmission array that could span several 100,000 miles. Once the sound transmission array was worn out, they would have to invite a master from the 7 profound valleys array faction and pay a great price and favor in order to repair it. This was simply a very troublesome task. Therefore, even though the total faction martial meeting had finished, and the results were complete, there was no necessity to send news through the transmission array. They only needed to wait for Qinzia to return and personally announce the news. Snow floated in the sky, fluttering down. The winter was particularly cold, and the snow didn't melt layer upon layer of white snow blankets stacking upon each other. The clouds were thick. Even the sunlight didn't peek through. The cold wind was chilling to the bone. Everyone had been waiting in the snow for almost an hour, but there was not a single one who dared to show an ounce of impatience. To martial artists, especially those in the army like the generals, the disparity of strength was what decided disparity in status. Qinzia's strength was enough for them all to respectfully wait here without uttering a single complaint. As for the nobles, they had to stay for Crown Prince Yang Lin. Everyone knew just what the results for this year's total faction martial meeting meant for Yang Lin. The Crown Prince's chances of ascending the throne smoothly increased with every day, and these suckling sycophants had to take this golden opportunity to sidle up to him whenever they had the chance. The maids brought in a large brazier, and as Yang Lin looked at the glowing charcoal within, his eyes glazed over as he lost himself in thought. What position does Lin Ming have? If he can reach the top 50, that should be enough for him to be a 7 Profound Valleys inner court disciple. If he becomes an inner court disciple, then his status would be no less than a 7 Profound envoy or the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House master. As the Crown Prince of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Yang Ling's fate was closely intertwined with the total faction martial meeting. He had an approximate understand of what was happening at the total faction martial meeting. For all these years, the top 20 of the total faction martial meeting had basically been dominated by the core disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. Occasionally, there would be some individuals who passed through, especially those from the 16 martial families. As for the 36 countries, it was a fabulous and honorable result if one could reach the top 50. Not only that, but this sort of character would usually appear without exception in Huoluan Nation or Grace Venerate Nation. In these past 30 years, Sky Fortune Kingdom didn't have a single disciple who had advanced into the top 100 rankings. Well, there had been Mu Yinzhou from the 4 martial families, but he was a foreign martial artist who didn't share the same surname as the family he represented. This wait continued for another half hour. As evening approached, small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant, cloudy sky. Yang Lin immediately shot up. Even his cloak fell down from his shoulders. All the nobles, martial artists, generals, and so forth all stood up at the same time. There were those with a deeper cultivation that were able to clearly see that these small black spots were actually Qinzia and his group returning on heavenly wind eagles. They've arrived. Everyone left their seats, and the young palace ladies rubbed their frozen legs, ready to toss out fresh flowers. The reporters who worked for the Sky Fortune City Gazette were ready and waiting, pulling out pen and paper in order to record every detail that would happen. Recently, under Yang Lin's behest, the National Gazette had launched complete coverage of the total faction martial meeting that was like a nationwide propaganda campaign. There had been so many notes, papers, gazettes, and flyers passed out that even the old Ani, who managed the closest tea shop and sold boiled eggs, would know just what the total faction martial meeting was, and could tell anyone who cared to listen just how important the total faction martial meeting was to the martial artists of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Flap, flap, flap. 6 heavenly wind eagles flew down one after another, landing on the open square and kicking up enormous gusts of snow beneath them. As Qinzia dismounted the heavenly wind eagle, he had a wide smile on his face. Seeing this smile, the anxiety in Yang Lin's heart eased by about half. It seemed as if Lin Ming had successfully reached the top 50. He walked up with Marshal Qin Shao, welcoming their arrival. Qin Shao heartily laughed, saying, "I congratulate Martial House Master Qin on his triumphant return. Everyone, it's been tough on you all, but good job." Qinzia cupped his fists together in greetings and said, I've troubled your highness the crown prince and Marshal Qin Shao. Thankfully, good fortune was with us this time. During this total faction martial meeting, we had very good results. Hearing this great news from Qin Zia, Yang Lin's heartbeat sped up. He glanced around the 6 people, but there was no shadow of Lin Ming. Where was Lin Ming? He was about to ask where Lin Ming was when Qin Shao exuberantly laughed and then tugged on his favorite granddaughter's hands. Xingxuan, how did you do? Rank 169. Qin Xingxuan hugged onto Qin Zhao's arm, somewhat embarrassed. She had just managed to pass the Mountain Gate trial and was still eliminated in the first group stage. But even so, to have such a ranking at her age was still a very splendid result. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as a 7 Profound Valleys inner court disciple. Sun Yudao stroked his beard and said with a smile, Marshal Qin, you have a fantastic granddaughter. Xingxuan has already been chosen by Elder Wen Hui of the Sword Faction and will be a Sword Faction inner court disciple. Elder Wen Hui has been in the Xiantian realm for many years now. He has an unfathomable strength. Xiantian? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with awe. He didn't know what it meant to rank 169th in the total faction martial meeting, but the shock of hearing about a Xiantian elder was just too great. Qin Shao had already stayed at the Hotian realm for many years and had a deep understand of what the Xiantian realm was. To him, the Xiantian realm bottleneck was an impassable ravine. For the 80 years since Sky Fortune Kingdom was established, a Xiantian master had never appeared. If Qin Xingxuan could become the disciple of a Xiantian master, then her future could be imagined. Ha! Good, very good. Qin Shao was overjoyed and surprised. He had worried that after he died, his Qin family would decline. However, now that there was Qin Xingxuan, the fortunes of his family would continue for centuries. At this moment, Yang Lin impatiently asked, Martial House Master Qin, what about Lin Ming? What is his ranking? At this time, Yang Lin was even more excited than Qin Shao. If Qin Xingxuan could become an inner court disciple with a ranking of 160, then Lin Ming was at least that. Qin Zia took a deep breath, his smile gradually spreading wider and wider. A full 5 breaths of time passed, and then Qin Zia slowly spoke, stressing each and every syllable in an earnest manner. Lin Ming is the champion. What? Yang Lin was stunned. For a time, he couldn't even react. He almost wanted to ask what rank the champion was. He just couldn't believe this. He didn't dare to believe this. Sun Yudao spoke up, sighing as he said, Lin Ming became the champion of the total faction martial meeting, taking first place. He has already become one of the direct disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. Chapter 302 Serpent. Chapter 302 Serpent. Chapter 302 Serpent. Gia. Sun Yudao spoke up, sighing as he said, Lin Ming became the champion of the total faction martial meeting, taking first place. He has already become one of the direct disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. Champion of the total faction martial meeting? Direct disciple? Yang Lin mumbled, the words of Sun Yudao echoing in his mind over and over. He was so shocked that he didn't know how to react. After all, he knew what this news meant. In these recent days, Yang Lin had researched everything he could about the total faction martial meeting. Naturally, he knew just what sort of existence a direct disciple was. The 7 Profound Valleys had 4 different classifications of disciples. The lowest class were the nominal disciples, followed by the outer court disciples, inner court disciples, and finally the highest core disciples. A core disciple was only selected every 2 total faction martial meetings, or in other words, every 6 years. Every faction only had a handful of core disciples, and the one that ranked first among these disciples was the direct disciple. With 7 factions, there would be 7 direct disciples. Without a doubt, these 7 disciples were all destined to enter into the top 10 of the total faction martial meeting. This was a position that was coveted by every disciple within the 7 profound valleys, as the higher rank one was, the more resources they would have to cultivate with. It could be said that as long as a direct disciple didn't fall from grace, they had an absolute chance to step into the Scientian realm. Within the 7 profound valleys, their status was even higher than an outer court elder. What sort of status did a 7 profound valleys elder have when Ouyang Dihua had run rampant through Sky Fortune City and was able to become the 7 profound envoy? That was all because his uncle was an elder who could back him up. Because of this, even the emperor had to be fully respectful towards Ouyang Dihua, much less Yanglin. As a mere crown prince of Sky Fortune Kingdom, who was already in an extremely precarious situation, Ouyang Dihua basically hadn't even bothered with Yanglin. Lin Ming already has a status equal to an elder. Yanglin gulped. He already thought that Lin Ming would bring back a great gift for him, but he never imagined that it would be something so fantastic. Total faction, martial meeting rank 1, becoming a direct disciple. Any one of these was enough to be recorded in the permanent history of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Who had ever heard of a disciple of the 36 countries becoming a direct disciple? Who had ever imagined a disciple of the 36 countries becoming the champion of the total faction martial meeting, let alone the champion? There hadn't even been one who had ever reached the top 5. It wasn't only Yanglin, but Qin Shao, the great generals, and every other martial artist were all completely choked. As martial artists, they understood just how profound and deep this news was. It meant that sooner or later, Lin Ming would become a Scientian master. A Scientian master. To those mortals, those were figures that only existed in legends. For a time, silence fell over the entire square. There was only the sound of the cold, icy wind and the fluttering of ribbons. Yangling opened his mouth to speak several times, but couldn't say anything, unable to calm down the turbulent waves that rolled through his heart. If Lin Ming had become a direct disciple, even if Yanglin just got a little help, just a little, then let alone if he was the current crown prince, even if he was a bastard son that no one had ever seen before, he would still be able to sit upon Sky Fortune Kingdom's throne. Thinking this, Yanglin almost burst into tears. For how many years had he been uneasy, skittish, unable to eat or sleep with peace? Once the throne was seized by someone else, then he, his mother, his younger sister, all would be beyond redemption. The only ending to that path was death. As Qin Zia saw Yanglin's excitement, he smiled and said, "Lin Ming is still at the 7 profound valleys. There are many matters he must still attend to, such as receiving the rewards, and also some joint talent training program he needs to participate in. After that, he will decide which faction he wishes to join. Therefore we came back first." As Qin Zia spoke, Sun Yudao laughed. "Lin Ming is a treasure that every major faction wants to steal, especially the Sword faction and Acacia faction. I heard that they are already heavily quarreling over him. There were many major factions that wanted Lin Ming to become their direct disciple." Yanglin let out a heavy breath, although he wasn't surprised. Listening to Sun Yudao say this was still incomparably shocking. At this time, behind Yanglin, the reporters for the government newspaper sprang into action. They rubbed their hands together, warming up, and then excitedly began to write down the news. Such a shocking report would definitely cause major waves through the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. In fact, this was true. The next day, the news that Lin Ming had become the champion of the total faction martial meeting spread throughout all of Sky Fortune City, rapidly propagating through the entire country. Within the 7 profound martial house, all of the old and new disciples were excitedly discussing these events. That these individuals could share a martial house that Lin Ming had once been a part of was already a matter to be very proud about. dozens of years later, or even hundreds of years later, they could proudly boast to their descendants and say, that year, when your grandfather was young, he was once a fellow disciple to a Sciention master. Especially those young female apprentices who had just recently entered and converted to Lin maniacs. To them, Lin Ming was their highest idol, their supreme crush, their dreamy sweetheart. Far away in green Mulberry City, the Lin family had also received this news. At this time, the Lin family had been busy with New Year celebrations. The holidays at the end of the year were the grandest occasion within Sky Fortune Kingdom. The emperor had to offer sacrifices to the heavens and receive all the officials of other countries. All of the other aristocratic families had to slaughter animals in worship at New Year's and hold lengthy and cumbersome ceremonies. The Lin family was one of the top-ranked families in Green Mulberry City. Naturally, they were not exempt from this. But after they obtained the news that Lin Ming had become the champion of the total faction martial meeting, and had even become a direct disciple who would be a Sciention master in the future, the entire Lin family was seething in excitement. This meant that for the next few centuries, the Lin family would thrive and even become one of the top-ranked families within Sky Fortune Kingdom. Thinking this, the Lin family head couldn't help but cackle in glee. Every Lin family servant obtained a thick red envelope packed with money. Naturally, every servant knew just why they were given this red envelope, and all of them spoke about the legendary young master of the Lin family. But during this year's New Year's ceremony, the Lin family also paid a massive price. They put out an entire 2 years of income, 80,000 gold taels, to hold an unprecedented ancestral worship ceremony. The banquet had 160 tables and lasted for 9 whole days. All of the heroes around were invited, as well as everyone else who mattered. However, what was surprising was that after this 9-day banquet, the gift money they had received actually totaled to 150,000 gold taels. Many of the families that the Lin family couldn't match up to had actually sent their direct descendant juniors to join the Lin family festivities and offer great amounts of money as a present. But they were still a bit disappointed. No matter which great family came and wished to greet Lin Ming's parents, they were unable to. It seemed that the couple had already left the Lin family, their whereabouts unknown. This was only a minor matter, but still, there were some people who were sensitive to such things that felt as if there was some hidden crisis within the jubilant festivities. The day on which Qinzia returned was also the same day that the 10th prince, Yongzhen, obtained the news. He spent an entire 2 days in his room, and after coming out, he appeared haggard, as if he had instantly aged 10 years. In a battle for the throne, one either emerged as the ultimate glorious victor, or they fell to the pits of hell. At this time, Yongzhen no longer had any paths left to walk. If he ascended to the throne, he would not forgive Yonglin. If Yonglin ascended to the throne, he wouldn't be forgiven. By relying on the Zhu family, that moment when they had offended Lin Ming was the worst move he had taken in his life. But what was done was done. There was no more room for regret. Now, he was at end of his path. To him, there was only one last move he could make in this chess game. This move wouldn't necessarily allow him to revitalize his fading hopes, but if he didn't do it, then he would absolutely die. Late at night, Yongzhen put on a thick black cloak, and while escaping the attention of everyone, entered the 7 profound envoys' mansion. This was where Ouyang Dihua had once lived. After Ouyang Dihua had died, Ouyang Boyan had come to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Afterwards, he had lived here. Maybe it was because he wanted to see the place where his nephew had last lived and look for some clues. Ouyang Boyan had investigated for an entire month but ended up with no clues or even a trace of a hint. Ouyang Boyan rarely went out, and he hadn't yet left Sky Fortune Kingdom. In accordance to the circumstances of the murder, the one that killed Ouyang Dihua had to be someone with at least a Sciention cultivation. Otherwise, it was impossible to silently kill Ouyang Dihua under the protection of several bodyguards and then quietly slip away. Ouyang Boyan believed that in all likelihood this killer had come for him. However, Ouyang Dihua had died merely as collateral damage. The reason he stayed at Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Envoy Mansion was to wait for this killer to come to him, so that he could take his revenge. However, he waited and waited, all the way until he received the news that Lin Ming had become the champion of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. Yang Zhen greets Elder Ouyang. Yang Zhen kneeled on both knees and bowed in respect. Normally, martial artists didn't care much or follow the regulations and customs of mortals and kingdoms. Even if they saw Shizongtian, they wouldn't bow on both knees. But Yang Zhen actually did so. This was obviously showing how respectful and devoted he was. Yang Zhen? Ouyang Boyan opened his eyes to glance at Yang Zhen. What are you here for? Elder Ouyang, after Mr. Ouyang Dihua died. I had some suspicions I wanted to voice, but I don't know whether or not I should speak. Ouyang Boyan suddenly slyly smiled and said, You suspect it was Lin Ming? Yang Zhen's heart went cold, but this wasn't too surprising. He calmly said, 2 months before Mr. Ouyang Dihua died, he had a conflict with Lin Ming. What Yang Zhen had said, Ouyang Boyan certainly knew. Of course, a mere conflict wouldn't necessarily become a matter worth killing over. Most importantly, at that time, Ouyang Boyan didn't think that Lin Ming had the capabilities. But now, if Lin Ming knew some sort of special technique, and he also had the help of a master from Divine Phoenix Island, then there was a high chance that he had killed Ouyang Dihua while he was under the protection of many guards. At this time, Yang Zhen also said, Elder Ouyang, I already received some additional news. After Qinzia returned to Sky Fortune City, he secretly visited Lin Ming's parents and transferred them somewhere else. My guess is that Lin Ming had entrusted Qinzia with this matter. Is that right? Ouyang Boyan's lips curved down in a grim scowl. If he was just guessing before, then now listening to Yang Zhen's words, killing intent had already moved into his heart. Within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Ouyang Boyan was the only one who could make Lin Ming fear so much. If he wasn't guilty, then why would he do this? In terms of strength, Ouyang Boyan naturally surpassed Lin Ming by a great margin. But in terms of status, he was in truth far inferior to Lin Ming. Lin Ming wasn't just some ordinary direct disciple, but according to news from Qinzia and the 7 Profound Valleys, he had familiar but unclear relations with the top 4th grade sect, Divine Phoenix Island. Compared to Lin Ming, Ouyang Boyan's influence was much weaker. He wasn't someone who would desperately seek Lin Ming for revenge at the cost of his own life just to get revenge for his nephew. He would patiently bear this for now, and wait for an opportunity to quietly kill Lin Ming. Then, once he discovered where Lin Ming's parents were, he would kill them too, and thus secretly wipe out the Lin family. Only in this manner would the hate in his heart be assuaged. Chapter 303, Come Back in 10 Years. Chapter 303, Come Back in 10 Years. Chapter 303, Come Back in 10 years. In just one day, Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu had already flown tens of thousands of miles, stopping as they arrived at a transmission array formation which was built by Divine Phoenix Island. A long-distance transmission array was an extremely luxurious facility that required a massive amount of resources. Not only did there need to be experts stationed there to work it, but it also consumed a great deal of true essence stones. Lin Ming, you said that you wanted some fire attribute material to craft the spearhead. Mu Qinyu was surprised. Did Lin Ming have a rare dual attribute body? Yes. Lin Ming vigorously nodded. He didn't plan on hiding anything from Mu Qinyu, especially since after the flame essence within his body grew, his ability to handle fire would be exposed. You can also control fire. A bit. Lin Ming flicked a finger, and a wisp of flame sprung up. Seeing this, Mu Qianyu's eyes flashed with a zealous light, and even her pitch rose a bit. You have a double attribute body. Yes, Lin Ming braced himself as he acknowledged this. His double attribute body naturally all depended on the heretical god force. If you can control fire. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Qianyu admonished. You didn't ask me. Lin Ming replied with a puppy-eyed, innocent look. Don't you remember when we traded some barbecue for one of Little Flame's vermilion bird feathers? That was because I wanted to use it to enhance the fire in my body. As Lin Ming said this, Mu Qianyu did recall that Lin Ming had deceived Little Flame with some barbecue for a feather, and the unbridled happiness and smile that passed over his eyes in that moment. Little Flame is just a baby. You were quite naughty, Lin Ming. Lin Ming traced his nose, a bit embarrassed. He had to admit that the way he did it was quite evil, just like a strange uncle that tried to cheat a child with some candy. If you could control fire, then you should have told me earlier. My Divine Phoenix Island has 2 types of cultivation method manuals, one of which uses fire as the basis. That's also the cultivation method that I study. I thought that Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods didn't suit you at the start, but if I knew, I would have directly pulled you into Divine Phoenix Island the first time I met you. Mu Qianyu shook her head as she said this. If that had happened, things would have been much simpler. I suppose I am considered half a Divine Phoenix Island disciple. Even Lin Ming couldn't clearly figure out just where he was a disciple of. It's a bit bothersome. If I pull you into Divine Phoenix Island, there will inevitably be some people wagging their useless tongues. That's right. I haven't asked you, would you like to officially enter Divine Phoenix Island? Lin Ming hesitated. Enter Divine Phoenix Island. This was indeed the best choice. Divine Phoenix Island had a rich amount of resources. Based on his current cultivation, it would be difficult to make anything valuable with his shallow inscription technique. If he wanted to use his skills to earn enough for the materials to craft the spear just by himself, who knew how many years it would take? But because there was some sort of inexplicable self-respect in his heart that confused him, Lin Ming wasn't too willing to join Divine Phoenix Island. If he obtained the spear crafting materials on credit, then it could be said he would completely depend on Mu Qianyu in the future. Lin Ming had a strange feeling that it was a bit similar to being a gigolo. Mu Qianyu saw Lin Ming's hesitation, and her happy smile dimmed a bit. She looked at Lin Ming for a while and asked, "It seems that you don't like to owe favors to people." Lin Ming silently nodded. "A bit, because right now, my favors aren't worth anything." "Haha, listening to you. It sounds like the favors you owe towards others are priceless." Mu Qianyu's eyebrows pricked up, and she smiled. She felt that although Lin Ming's words were seemingly humble, it showed just how formidable and confident he was. Lin Ming didn't reply. In the future, it would be hard to guess just how valuable his favor would be. But at that time, it wouldn't be so easy for him to owe anyone anything. "Well, that's fine. Let's talk about other things for now. If you want fire attribute materials, I have 2 different types of top fire attribute materials. Hee, I'm sure they would move even your heart." Lin Ming's heart jumped. If someone like Mu Qianyu could call it a top fire attribute material, then it shouldn't be any worse than the violet electricity spirit bamboo. What is it? 10,000-year-old fire parasol tree. In the legends, the phoenix had a naturally noble and pure temperament. It would not drink anything that wasn't the morning dew. It wouldn't eat anything that wasn't the tenderest of bamboo, nor would it rest on any tree that wasn't a 10,000-year parasol tree. This parasol tree was the fire parasol tree. The phoenix would only undergo its nirvana atop a parasol tree and use the divine flames within its body to self-immolate, directly becoming an inferno of flames with the parasol tree. A 10,000-year fire parasol tree could be called a divine tree. Its value was probably far beyond the violet electricity spirit bamboo. In the refining of a spear shaft, using one material was naturally worse than use two materials. If the 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo's bamboo fiber could become the bone and wrap around the tree threads of the 10,000-year fire parasol tree, then the spear shaft that was created would not only be indestructible, but it could simultaneously channel the dual attributes of fire and thunder origin energy with no impedance at all. This was simply a perfect combination. How could Lin Ming's heart not be moved at the thought of such a perfect spear shaft? Mu Qinyu gently traced the red spatial ring on her index finger and continued saying, in terms of fire attribute materials, my divine phoenix island probably has the richest resources out of all the sects in the South Horizon region. Besides the 10,000-year fire parasol tree, there is also the vermilion bird flame essence that is left behind after a vermilion bird undergoes nirvana. I can give you some. If you mix it into the spearhead, it will greatly enhance the spear's power of flame. Mu Qinyu's words caused Lin Ming's heart to beat with eagerness. With so many top materials, what grade spear would be refined from them? At the edge of the White Peak territory, there was a mountain range that spanned 10,000 miles. The peak of the highest mountain in this mountain range extended up 90,000 feet, directly piercing the sky. This height was only 10,000 feet shorter than Thundercrash Mountain. The peak had surpassed the calm stream heavens and approached the primal chaos heavens. Sky's spill continent skies had 6 different layers. 30,000 feet above the clouds were the primal chaos heavens. Here, the pure origin energy of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind existed in their purest, most brutal and tyrannically savage form. Everyone below a Xiantian rank master who came up to the primal chaos heavens would be immediately ripped apart by the violent and lethal surges of origin energy. Initially, Thundercrash Mountain had approached the primal chaos heavens, and its entire summit was comprised of magnetic ore. Because of these special circumstances, it created a natural formation that was able to direct the flow of thunder origin energy from the primal chaos heavens, forming an endless land of heavenly thunder. This was why the peak of Thundercrash Mountain had become a land of powerful thunder. But this sort of mountain peak didn't have such special circumstances. However, above the peak, there was a massive 8 trigrams fire array formation that was able to direct the flow of fire origin energy, forming endless heavenly fire. Although this sort of man-made formation was far inferior to the vast scale of Thundercrash Mountain, it wasn't any less in terms of quality. In the very center of the array formation, there was a vibrant heavenly fire burning. Even a normal Xiantian master would have no way to defend against that. Lin Ming saw the blazing fire that burned atop of the mountain from far away and was able to feel the rich origin energy emitting from it. He was completely shocked. If it wasn't for Mu Qinyu informing him in advance, it would be very hard for him to imagine that this was created by a man-made array formation. This is where Ancestor Qi Yin lives. You see the heavenly fire array formation? That is Senior's refining furnace. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. To have an 8 trigrams array formation on such a grand scale just to use it as a refining furnace, this was truly a great show of power. No wonder this Ancestor Qi Yin chose to live in seclusion on these remote mountains. It was probably because of the heavenly fire at this mountain peak. To use heavenly fire as a furnace with the 10,000-year fire parasol tree and the 10,000 violet electricity spirit bamboo as the core, along with some other top-quality thunder and fire materials to supplement. Just what grade of treasure could be refined from this? Lin Ming was filled with an incomparable amount of anticipation. Senior Qi Yin, Junior Mu Qinyu wishes to seek an audience for a certain matter. Mu Qinyu stopped just outside the 8 trigrams fire array formation and shouted out, within the divine phoenix area. For this recluse to cause Mu Qinyu to treat him with so much respect, this Ancestor Qi Yan's strength could be imagined. But at this time, Lin Ming's attention was actually attracted by the 8 trigrams fire array formation. This sort of layout seemed to have some places in common with the array formations found in the realm of the gods. The first soul fragment that Lin Ming absorbed had come from an inscription master from the realm of the gods. The second soul fragment that he absorbed had come from an array master. This sort of supreme elder had a massive amount of knowledge and insight on array formations, all of which was completely absorbed by Lin Ming. However, the principles behind the array formations were too varied and profound, and also just the weakest array formation in those memories had required a revolving core master to create. Because of this, Lin Ming hadn't spent any time studying them. To the current him, these memories were useless. It was this reason that Lin Ming had been so disappointed when he received these memories. It wasn't until he had also found the heretical god Force and golden rock shattering the void in this soul fragment did he think that his choice had borne some fruit. After this, Lin Ming had experienced the 7 profound valleys array faction. He had seen the Mountain Gate trial, Fong Chi's golden light array flag, and 9 circles of blue light array. And before, Lin Ming had also been saved by the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, all of which belonged to the array formation technique of the 7 profound valleys. However, system and principles of array formations that the 7 profound valleys array faction had used were completely different than those of the realm of the gods. If the array formations of the realm of the gods' power, might, and size were their symbol, then the 7 profound valleys array faction had pursued the path of simplicity and ease of use as their direction, especially those elements of compression that were found within the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. They had left an extremely deep impression on Lin Ming. This bead was enough to allow a weak martial artist to instantly kill a pulse condensation master. The array master didn't have any memories of these sorts of things in the realm of the gods. Lin Ming had thought that the array formation system of Sky's Spill Continent and the realm of the gods were completely different, but now, seeing this ancestor Qi Yan's 8 trigrams fire array formation, Lin Ming saw many shadows of the realm of the gods' array formations. In comparison to the memories of the realm of the gods' supreme elder, this 8 trigrams formation was very rough, filled with mistakes, oversights, and completely unreasonable areas. As the bright flames burned, although one could feel the rich fire origin energy coming outside the array formation, there wasn't even the slightest bit of heat emitted. It was truly amazing. The fire array formation was quiet for a long time. Then, an ancient voice sounded out. "Mu family's little baby girl? This old man is busy. What do you want?" Mu Chinyu respectfully said, "This junior has come to request that senior help craft a long spear. Refining a treasure? This old man is busy. Come back in 10 years. At that time, old man might have some free time." 10 years? Mu Chinyu froze. Even Lin Ming, who was listening, was left speechless. To them, 10 years was a very exaggerated amount of time. But to the several hundred-year-old revolving core master, 10 years was probably the time it took for one period of seclusion. Why would anyone wait 10 years? In 10 years, anything could happen. At that time, Lin Ming probably wouldn't even need this old man's help. Mu Chinyu seemed as if she wanted to say something, but ended up not saying anything. She looked at Lin Ming with some embarrassment, and her beautiful face flashed with a hint of awkwardness. "I apologize. I didn't think it would be like this." Mu Chinyu really felt as if she lost a great deal of face this time. She had promised that she would help, but this was the result. "Let's go back. There are some other people that I can ask to help. Once Senior Qi Yan has decided on a matter, he won't change his mind. Anything we do is useless." "No, wait, maybe. I might have a way to make Senior Qi Yan change his mind." Lin Ming stroked his chin, looking quite thoughtful. Chapter 304. There is always someone higher. Chapter 304. There is always someone higher. Have Ancestor Qi Yin change his mind? Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming with some suspicious, as if this plan simply wasn't going to work. But since there had been so many inconceivable situations and miracles that had occurred around Lin Ming, Mu Qinyu decided to step back a bit and see what would happen. However, she didn't think that for a good half hour, Lin Ming would only stand there, deep in thought. Lin Ming, what are you planning on doing? Mu Qinyu asked, puzzled. Lin Ming didn't answer. It was as if he hadn't heard Mu Qinyu's question at all. Then Mu Qinyu discovered that Lin Ming had at some point entered the ethereal martial intent state, and his perception was cut off from the outside world. While Lin Ming was in the ethereal martial intent state, the surrounding fire origin energy was involuntarily absorbed into him. This was the effect of the heretical god seed displaying itself. With the heretical god seed, even without Lin Ming's control, it would still independently absorb origin energy. Is Lin Ming taking this opportunity to cultivate? Mu Qinyu couldn't help but think this. After all, the fire origin energy here was abundant and pure. If one cultivated here, they would have twice the result with half the effort. This sort of digging in someone else's corner and taking advantage of them was just too rude and tasteless. But Mu Qinyu had a very good grasp of Lin Ming's character. He wasn't the sort of person who would do something so dastardly, much less if he were only standing here for a day. How much fire origin energy could he possibly absorb? What was he doing? Thus another half hour passed. The sky was becoming darker, and at this moment, from the deepest depths of the fire formation, Ancestor Qi Yin let out a heavy grunt. Boy, are you absorbing my fire origin energy? Lin Ming was startled, immediately awakening from his ethereal martial intent. Ancestor Qi Yan's grunt had contained a fluctuation of true essence and had lifted him from his ethereal state, but he was able to do what he wanted to in an hour's time. Is this boy of yours also from Divine Phoenix Island? He refuses to leave, and also tries to steal away the fire origin energy that this old man has attracted here? When did the disciples from Divine Phoenix Island become such amazing individuals? Ancestor Qi Yan's voice dripped with irony. The truth was he didn't care much about the fire origin energy. It was just that Lin Ming's approach wasn't to his liking. This old man will consider the fame of Divine Phoenix Island and will not bother with the likes of you. Now, make haste and get off my mountain. When this old man eats his dinner, he doesn't like beggars circling around his table, picking up scraps from the ground. These words of Ancestor Qi Yin were just too harsh, too crass. Even Mu Qinyu's expression changed. Although Ancestor Qi Yin referred to Lin Ming, he had associated her with him. Mu Qinyu had always had a noble and lofty status. How could she lose face like this? However, Ancestor Qi Yan's strength was far beyond hers, and he had a strange and eccentric temperament. He wasn't the type that would even give face to her master. Mu Qinyu could only endure pulling at Lin Ming's sleeve and rebuking him. Lin Ming, what are you doing? If you want to absorb the fire origin energy, then my Divine Phoenix Island also has this. There is no need to stand here. Let's descend the mountain first. Lin Ming said, Miss Mu, I'm not absorbing the fire origin energy. It's just, after Lin Ming spoke to her, he then shouted out, Senior Qi Yin, I accidentally absorbed your fire origin energy. For that, I am truly sorry. But I think that if you can contain all of the fire origin energy within the 8 trigrams fire formation, it won't be absorbed by others, and the power of the heavenly fire will also be enhanced. The 8 trigrams fire formation that Ancestor Qi Yin laid down could contain all of the heat, but it could not isolate all of the fire origin energy from passing through. To the array formation, this was a very big loss. Ancestor Qi Yin coldly snorted and said, You snotty-nosed baby, what do you know? This old man will not bother with your nonsense. quickly get off this old man's mountain, or do not blame this old man for being impolite. Being bothered by Lin Ming again, Ancestor Qi Yan's mood became increasingly poor. He had gone into seclusion for the sake of mediating on an ancient array formation jade slip that he had found in order to improve the power of the 8 trigrams fire array formation. With Lin Ming standing outside, it was no different than a fly bothering him as he was reading. He just wanted to slap him to death. Lin Ming, let's quickly go. Mu Qinyu knew of Ancestor Qi Yan's temperament. If Lin Ming truly provoked his ire, there was a great chance he would die here. As Lin Ming was being pulled by Mu Qinyu, he loudly said again, "Senior Qi Yan, was this junior wrong?" Ancestor Qi Yan suddenly said, "Enough with your worthless talk." Containing all of the fire origin energy would of course increase the might of the heavenly fire. Even a fool would know this. The problem was, just how would this be achieved? He had used a massive amount of time and energy to lay down this 8 trigrams fire array formation. He had used his own vast knowledge of array formation as the blueprint, and then also integrated some ancient array formation knowledge, finally creating this. It was already very difficult to isolate the heat from passing through. If he wanted to also isolate the fire origin energy, it was simply just a dream. The power would be amazing, enough to quicken the fire origin energy of the primal chaos heavens into this array formation. But wasn't this easier said than done? Senior Qi Yan, this junior met an expert when he was young and was taught about array formations and inscription techniques as a child. Although I am a bit dumb and lacking in talent, I still learnt much, especially about the arrangement of fire attribute array formations. About these, I have some understanding. Senior Qi Yan's array formation, despite Mu Qinyu's frantic winks signaling him to run, he still shouted out loud like before. The array formation that Ancestor Qi Yan laid down, in comparison to the array formation that the Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods did, was truly full of flaws and errors that were difficult to bear. Although Lin Ming could find these flaws with relative ease, it wasn't easy to improve them. That was why Lin Ming had entered into the ethereal martial intent state in order to fuse with all of the memories from that Supreme Elder from the realm of the gods. After contemplating for an hour, he finally figured out solutions for several areas. These were only general ideas, but if Ancestor Qi Yan studied along Lin Ming's direction, he should be able to obtain many insights. Ha 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 ha. Ancestor Qi Yan laughed, a vast wave of true essence surging in all directions. Even the flames within the 8 trigrams fire array formation began to churn. Lin Ming paled, retreating several steps as he was unable to bear the pressure. Thankfully, Mu Qinyu had held on to him and was quickly pushing true essence into Lin Ming's body, therefore protecting him. Lin Ming, don't say things just because you can. Senior Qi Yan is a revolving core master and also an array formation grandmaster. Do you have confidence? At this time, Mu Qinyu was extremely vexated. She wanted to forcefully stop Lin Ming's actions and fly down the mountain with him. Although all sorts of incredible miracles had happened to Lin Ming, improving this 8 trigrams fire array formation was simply too ridiculous. It was just plain unbelievable. Array formations were a profound and esoteric art. All true array grandmasters like Ancestor Qi Yan had spent hundreds of years to gradually reach where they did. How old was Lin Ming? Even if he had monstrous talent, how many things could he actually learn at once? Besides, how great could this so-called expert master of his be to appear in Sky Fortune Kingdom? Could this expert be at the revolving core realm? Even if this master was at the revolving core realm, could they compare to Ancestor Qi Yan? If Lin Ming had studied under this master, could his attainments of array formation still surpass that of Ancestor Qi Yan? Even though Mu Qinyu usually trusted Lin Ming a great deal, she still didn't believe in this. Qi Yan laughed for a full 10 breaths before stopping. This is just too farcical. I, Qi Yan, have already lived for 380 years. To think that one day I would have some snotty-nosed brat and his country bumpkin array neophyte master thinking that they can give pointers to this old man about his understanding of array formations. Lin Ming was repeatedly ridiculed by ancestor Qi Yan, and that old bag of bones had actually poured true essence into his laughter, almost damaging his meridians. Even Lin Ming's anger was swelling up. He said, "My master might not be some country bumpkin, Senior Qi Yan. There is no limit to this world. However strong you are, there is always someone better. I was once a frog in a well, and thought that the Xiantian realm was the highest one could reach. However, I learnt afterwards that above Xiantian was the revolving core, and above revolving core, there are even higher realms." What did you say? Within the 8 trigrams fire array formation, Senior Qi Yan's mind chilled, and a vibrant wave of murderous intent overflowed in all directions. You think that you are teaching this old man? Are you saying that this old man is a frog in a well? Good, very good. This old man will give you a chance. If you can say just what problems there are within the 8 trigrams fire array formation, then this old man shall immediately apologize and forge your spear with my own furnace. But if you cannot say what is wrong, then leave behind your blathering tongue and sever all your meridians, wasting your martial arts. For divine Phoenix Island's sake, this old man will let you keep your worthless life." With these few words from ancestor Qi Yan, Mu Qianyu was greatly alarmed. Sever his meridians and waste his martial arts? To a martial artist, this was no different than dying. In the end, her worst fears had occurred. What ancestor Qi Yan said, he would certainly accomplish. But just how deep of an understanding could Lin Ming have of fire origin energy array formations? What if he was wrong? Mu Qianyu's heart was racing. At this point, there was nothing else she could do. Even if she and Little Flame added together, they were not a match for ancestor Qi Yan. If matters really degraded to such an irrevocable step, then Mu Qianyu could only protect Lin Ming's life and hope that ancestor Qi Yan would show some face to her master. Lin Ming thought for a moment, organizing his thoughts and carefully sorting the words to use. He slowly but clearly said, "Senior has created 12 spinning spiral fire rune columns within the fire array formation. These fire rune columns can gather and separate fire origin energy, but the created friction will drain the fire origin energy of strength and will also disrupt the force fields that contain the fire origin energy. Not only will this wear down the array formation, causing it to need repairs every 4 or 5 years, but it will also create holes within the force field, dissipating the fire origin energy. This is one of the flaws. The second one is that the 36 spiral runes are distributed in a very unreasonable manner, because even a small deviation in the arrangement and distance will result in the origin energies influencing each other, forming a barrier which will subsequently damage the crystals that contain the origin energy, causing a massive amount of origin energy to dissipate, since it cannot be contained. This results in it once again escaping. The third is, as Lin Ming endlessly droned on, Mu Qianyu listened from the side, flabbergasted. At this point, her feelings were hard to describe. That is, although she didn't know what Lin Ming was saying or whether it was correct, she could hear that he was very confident in his words, and they contained a powerful belief. And what was most crucial was that the sneering laughter from ancestor Qi Yan within the fire array formation had long stopped. Could it be that everything Lin Ming said was correct? Heavens, he was only 16 years old. Even if his master was the #1 array master of Sky Spill Continent, how could he study all of this? What sort of terrifying perception was this? Chapter 305, Path of Refining as the Path of Martial Arts. Chapter 305, Path of Refining as the Path of Martial Arts. Chapter 305, Path of Refining as the Path of Martial Arts. Within the massive fire array formation, the more ancestor Qi Yan listened, the more he was shocked. From the first time that Lin Ming had mentioned the 12 fire rune columns, he had been shaken. The so-called fire rune columns and the 36 spiral runes were all completely terms from the ancient array formations. The extraordinary and ancient array formations that had been passed down to these times were already incomplete. Any archaic array formation jade slip was a legacy that every array master longed for in their dreams. Even the appearance of a single one could set off a bloody and terrifying war. This boy actually understood the ancient extraordinary array formations, just who was his master. Moreover, what startled Ancestor Qi Yan the most was that Lin Ming's perception of the Tao of array formations was simply terrifying. The styles of ancient array formations were complex and limitless in profundity. Even with the best teacher, without several decades of time, nothing would come of it. But this young boy, who looked at most 18 years old, actually had the perception and vision to see the flaws in his own array formation. Even before, when he said, the creative friction will drain the fire origin energy of strength, and will also disrupt the force fields that contain the fire origin energy. Not only will this wear down the array formation, causing it to need repairs every 4 or 5 years, that was also a very accurate and true judgment. After he first laid down this array formation, he had to repair it every 4 years. It wasn't until later, when he had added in a very precious material into the array formation, that he managed to forcefully extend the deadline to every 10 years. Just what was the origin of this boy? Lin Ming finished speaking in less than half an incense stick of time, and Ancestor Qi Yan, who was in the fire array formation, had fallen into a long silence ever since Lin Ming spoke. All of that murderous intent that he had been giving off was also contained. Mu Qinyu was standing by the side, not sure what to say. After a long time, Ancestor Qi Yan's hoarse voice sounded out from within the array formation. What is your master's name? Lin Ming said, Master is an expert that I encountered when I was 12 years old. As for his name, Master never mentioned it. 12 years old. How old are you now? Ancestor Qi Yan asked in a somewhat trembling voice. Reporting to Senior, Junior is currently 16 years old. 16 years old. Ha! 16 years old. Laughable. Hilarious. With an almost insane chuckle, Ancestor Qi Yan flung his sleeves, and a wall of the fire array formation opened up. He wore a long red robe, and his hair was split in half, crazily scattered all around. Like this, Ancestor Qi Yan stepped out of the 8 trigrams fire array formation. Ancestor Qi Yan's face was deathly white, as if he was near death, and both of his eyes revealed a lonely and bitter light. A 16-year-old, snot-nosed brat studies array formations for a mere 4 years, but can actually point out all the mistakes in this 8 trigrams fire array formation that I used 20 years of painstaking care and effort to lay down. Too pitiful, too laughable. Lin Ming had originally wanted to point out some flaws in Ancestor Qi Yan's array formation, and then propose some areas of possible improvement. As exchange, Ancestor Qi Yan would forge the spear for him, but he didn't think that he would stimulate such a crazy and ferocious attitude. This old man wasn't at all normal from the start, and it seemed that he had psychotic tendencies. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and cupped his hands together, saying, Senior must be joking. The junior has only studied a few limited array formations, and Senior's 8 trigrams fire array formation just happened to be similar to the fire formation that my master taught me. Therefore, I was able to notice some flaws. For years, has only studied a few limited array formations? Ha! Ancestor Qi Yan's lips twitched. Lin Ming had said all of this so easily, but array formations were an art which had to be studied in a very orderly way. If there wasn't a solid foundation, just where would a high-level array formation like this 8 trigrams fire array formation come from? Thin air? And it was also one of the incomparably complex and esoteric ancient arrays. There truly is no limit in this universe. There is always someone higher, I was truly a frog in a well, average, mediocre. Ancestor Chi Yen looked to the skies and deeply sighed. The 8 trigrams fire array formation ripped open again, leaving a gap the size of a person. Then he turned around and walked inside, as if he were in a trance. Lin Ming paused, hesitant, and then entered the 8 trigrams fire array formation, following Ancestor Chi Yen. Lin Ming, your master taught you about ancient array formations? Mu Qinyu was able to slowly come to terms with this unthinkable truth after a long time. This was much more stunning than Lin Ming absorbing the purple flood dragon divine thunder with a trivial bone forging cultivation. As soon as Lin Ming heard this question, he felt a bit awkward. He didn't want to lie to Mu Qinyu, but since things had already come this, he had to continue lying. I don't know what an ancient array is. What master taught me, I studied and learned. The truth is that I cannot arrange any array formation. I only know some superficial knowledge. If he wanted to arrange such a large-scale array formation, Lin Ming would need at least a cultivation at the revolving core realm. Lin Ming naturally didn't have this ability. Mu Qinyu hadn't thought that Lin Ming would have such a master. If Lin Ming's master was at the Xiantian realm, then she wouldn't be surprised. After all, the talent that had emerged within Lin Ming really made one think that he wasn't some common mortal martial artist. But hearing Ancestor Chi Yan's depressed words, Lin Ming's master might even have a high chance of being a supreme elder who had flown into the realm of the gods. This sort of character could call himself an emperor, if he wished, within Sky's skill continent. He would be the king of kings, the highest possible existence. If Lin Ming had such a master, then why wouldn't he follow him into the Holy Lands to lead a saintly cultivating life? Why would he join the small 7 profound valleys? Mu Qinyu was puzzled. Or maybe his master had already flown into the realm of the gods. The two followed Ancestor Chi Yen to his residence. It was a cave mansion that was located in the center of the fire array formation. Perhaps because it had been roasted by the fire origin energy for a long time, the walls of the cave mansion had already been burned into a deep ruby red. The inside of the cave mansion was filled up with piles upon piles of miscellaneous goods. There were array flags, array formation jade slips, array discs, and all sorts of other treasures. There were even 2 wooden puppets. These were probably the servant puppets that handled Ancestor Chi Yan's daily needs. Seeing all this, Lin Ming could imagine that if someone were to live here daily, only concentrating on array formations and watching these dead puppets day in and day out, even the most normal and well-adjusted of individuals would have mental issues. You will stay here today. This old man's mood is no longer suitable for forging a spear. Tomorrow, I shall fire up the furnace. What this old man has said will not change. I take back the rude words I said. And also apologize to this little brother. I will even put up some of my own collection of refining materials as an apology gift to make amends. As Ancestor Chi Yen said this, he took out a hand-sized lump of dark purple metal from his spatial ring and laid it on the table. The metal in his palm was only the size of a hand, but when it bore down on the table seemed as if it would fall apart at any time. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. This dark purple, almost black, whatever it was, had to be much heavier than dark purple elastic iron, or even heavy, profound, soft silver. Not only that, but he could feel a thick energy emitting from the dark purple metal that caused his heart to race. In the dim light of the cave, he could see the air around the dark purple metal twisting, as if it were distorted. Before, Ancestor Chi Yen had said that if Lin Ming could point out flaws in his fire array formation, then he would immediately apologize and help Lin Ming forge his spear. Ancestor Chi Yen had an extremely stubborn and unruly temperament. It was extremely difficult for him to lower his head and apologize to anyone. Lin Ming hadn't thought that he would not only apologize, but also offer up materials from his own collection. The value of materials that Ancestor Chi Yen would collect could be imagined. Is this purple comet? Mu Qinyu was bewildered as she looked as this lump of dark purple metal, not daring to be positive in her guess, because Mu Qinyu had had contact with ancestor Qi Yan many times. She also had a deep understanding of many different types of refining materials. Purple comet was a material that was enough to forge a top high-grade earth step treasure, or, if it was purified enough, purple comet could even create a heaven step treasure. A heaven step treasure was a priceless object that would often only be used by emperors who were peerless powerhouses. If the purple comet was used in addition to the violet electricity spirit bamboo and sacred flame parasol tree, then the grade of Lin Ming's spear might even surpass that of her own vermilion bird sword. The vermilion bird sword was one of the twin ice and fire swords of divine Phoenix Island, and also one of the holy treasures of her sect. How could Mu Qinyu not be startled? Good. This is exactly purple comet. In my life, I have no plans to try and soar up to the realm of the gods. That is too remote a possibility for me. My ultimate goal is to forge a heaven step treasure and carve my name so it spreads through history. That is why I collect all the materials that can forge a heaven step treasure. This piece of purple comet is too small to make a heaven step treasure, but it's just right for me to forge a spear for you. Senior Qi Yan, this is... Lin Ming didn't know what to say. Such a material was extremely precious, even to someone like Ancestor Qi Yan. He didn't think that not only would the old man apologize, but he would also take out such a precious material. This old man was serious in keeping each and every one of his promises. Ancestor Qi Yan gave a deep sigh and slowly said, "My path of refining is just like your path of martial arts. I said that if you can point out the flaws in my array formation, then I will apologize and forge a spear for you. Otherwise, I would cut off your tongue and waste your martial arts. Since I wanted to destroy your martial arts, then I naturally have to pay an equal price." As Ancestor Qi Yan said, he had already subconsciously placed Lin Ming on the same level as himself. A peerless master like himself was actually talking to someone like an ant about equality. No matter if it were Lin Ming's master or his terrifying perception of the Tao of array formations, Ancestor Qi Yan could see that 100 years from now, Lin Ming would become a peerless powerhouse of his generation. Lin Ming sighed. Although Ancestor Qi Yan truly did have an eccentric, unreasonable, and sometimes cruel temperament, his heart of martial arts was actually incomparably firm and pure. Someone with such faith in their own beliefs could often walk further down the path of martial arts. In truth, this kind of person was worth respecting a great deal. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "Senior Qi Yan about Senior's 8 trigrams fire array formation, Junior has some opinions. I can offer some humble words in the hope that Senior may be inspired just a bit." Ancestor Qi Yan's eyes shined, his voice beginning to pick up with excitement. Naturally, he couldn't look down on Lin Ming again. "What suggestions do you have?" This old man is listening with all ears. The 8 trigrams fire array formation was one of his lifelines. In order to forge a heaven step treasure, one of the greatest constraints was the flame itself. For instance, purple comet and other materials on the same rank had to be purified enough to make a heaven step treasure. But to do this was much easier said than done. Even Ancestor Qi Yan didn't have the current ability to refine them to that extent. Lin Ming said, about the fire rune columns I mentioned before, the fire rune columns can increase the power of flame, but it will also dissipate the fire origin energy. But if 3 arc symbols were carved into the fire rune columns at calculated distances, then the symbols would be able to confine fire origin essence during rotation, reducing the fire origin energy that dissipates. Of course, the problem is that the arc symbols are easily worn out by fire origin energy, and would have to be redrawn every 3 years. Once every 3 years is not a problem. Ancestor Qi Yan blurted out in excitement. He was just too hyped up at the moment. He had deduced the model in his mind, and it really would be viable. Chapter 306, Swallowing the Heaven-Opening Pill. Chapter 306, Swallowing the Heaven-Opening Pill. Chapter 306, Swallowing the Heaven-Opening Pill. Once every 3 years is not a problem, Ancestor Qi Yen blurted out in excitement. He was just too hyped up at the moment. He had deduced the model in his mind, and it really would be viable. That's great. And the second is about the distribution distances of the spiral runes. As Lin Ming confidently spoke, Ancestor Qi Yan's eyes became increasingly bright. Everything that Lin Ming said were matters that concerned ancient array formations. He didn't imagine that not only would Lin Ming be able to notice the flaws in his array formation, but he would also be able to give him insights into possible solutions. To find flaws and to give solutions to those flaws were two completely different concepts. For instance, there were some flaws that Ancestor Qi Yen could see, but couldn't solve. It was hard to imagine that a mere 16-year-old child had already understood the incomparably challenging and difficult ancient array formations to such a degree. I also have to be careful of the angles and distance between the 36 spiral runes. Before now, I never thought that the connecting angles would actually have a subtle effect on the fire origin energy. Ancestor Qi Yen's eyes widened, as if a great thought had suddenly dawned on him. He already looked over a square array plate, starting to imagine the scenario in his head. Right. It truly does have subtle effects on the origin energy force field. If used well, then it can even act as a natural boundary against the fire origin energy. Such a wonderfully innovative idea. It seems simple, but in such a complicated and vast array, it's so actually impossibly difficult to find. Ancestor Qi Yen was so excited that he could dance with joy at any moment. He constantly practiced the scenarios and constantly asked Lin Ming series of questions. Lin Ming was instantly able to speak on some questions, but some questions he had to think about for a long time. The conversation between the two became increasingly congenial and speculative, and Mu Qinyu could only watch in amazement from the side. She watched as the young boy and old man talked jovially for over an hour until the sun began to go down, and they still didn't stop. Words and phrases came from their mouths that she wasn't able to completely understand, but she had a feeling that they were very complex and very profound. As they conversed, Ancestor Qi Yen had a very eccentric appearance. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he laughed, sometimes he was suddenly enlightened, sometimes he slapped his thighs in happiness, and sometimes he slapped his own forehead, saying, "How come I hadn't thought of this sooner?" It wouldn't be difficult to say that with such exaggerated movements and facial expressions, he was just like a very old and crazy-looking child. Seeing that these two would probably have a conversation that lasted all night, Mu Qinyu didn't know what to do. She stood up, brewed a pot of tea, then filled 2 cups to the brim and brought them over. At this time, the two of them spontaneously picked up the teacups to drink, as if their throats had long become dry. Looking at the two drinking tea with such a natural appearance, Mu Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. A dignified and wholly divine Phoenix Island saintess had actually become a young maid for a day. She couldn't edge into their conversation in any way and could only be responsible for pouring tea. The truth was that Lin Ming was also obtaining a great deal of benefits from this conversation with Ancestor Qi Yen. In the memories of the realm of the God Supreme Elder, there were many facets that didn't suit Sky's Spill Continent. For instance, there were some array formation materials that were only found in the realm of the gods, and he needed to look for substitutes in Sky Spill Continent. Also, because of his limited cultivation, there were many array symbols that he couldn't control. This was all information that Ancestor Qi Yen had obtained after a long period of experimentation and experience. He told Lin Ming without any reservation. Lin Ming silently remembered all of it, although his current strength wasn't enough. At some point in the future, it would be useful when he wanted to lay down an array formation. During the conversation, Ancestor Qi Yan's reverence and admiration of Lin Ming's master increased with every minute. Simply by hearing the names of the unattainable materials and the near impossible array symbols that even he couldn't control, the power and breadth of knowledge of this master could be seen. Really, knowledge was infinite. No matter how strong one was, there was always someone above. Ancestor Qi Yan sighed as he felt this once again. After another hour passed, Ancestor Qi Yan's face was a bright ruddy red. He pulled Lin Ming and said, "Nephew Lin, this is a great talk that I've had with you. This was enough for me to save another 30 years in seclusion." This statement wasn't too exaggerated. These things that Lin Ming had spoken of, Ancestor Qi Yan might not have had such results even if he meditated for 30 years. This chat with Senior has also been of great benefit to me. As Lin Ming heard this title of Nephew Lin, he thought it was quite strange. But Ancestor Qi Yan considered him a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. Calling him a good nephew was understandable. "Haha, don't flatter this old man. We are talking about you here. After listening to you, I have gained too many insights. I will have to ponder on them and improve my 8 trigrams fire array formation. Nephew Lin, your spear refinement will have to wait until I improve the array formation. With the new refinement effect from the fire array formation, I will even be able to purify the purple comet to a certain degree." Ancestor Qi Yan's voice was filled with excitement. After increasing the might of the 8 trigrams fire array formation, he would be one step closer to his ultimate life goal of refining a heaven-step treasure. Then, "Nephew Lin, Mu family's baby girl, you can stay in this old man's home. This old man will give you the best place to cultivate. The fire origin energy is incomparably rich here and is absolutely superior to cultivating at Divine Phoenix Island. If you cultivate here, you can absorb as much fire origin energy as you want." As Mu Qinyu heard Ancestor Qi Yan's words, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Somehow, Lin Ming had managed to become the Honorable Nephew Lin, while she remained the Mu family's baby girl. There truly were an unexpected number of events that occurred after visiting this kooky old man. "It's here." Ancestor Qi Yan pushed open a thick, heavy wooden door that was engraved with unsealing array formation. He pointed to a red altar on the far side, telling Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu to follow him there. As the door opened, Lin Ming felt a surging wave of heaven and earth origin energy rushing over him. The fire origin energy was so thick and pure that it was almost to the point of substantialization. If one practiced here, their cultivation would proceed at a breakneck pace. A stone altar made from violent fire or suppressing the fire spirit vein of the land, Mu Qinyu mumbled. Indeed, this place was a level above in comparison to cultivating at Divine Phoenix Island. Seeing Mu Qinyu's surprise, Ancestor Qi Yan also had a satisfied expression. He had absolute confidence in his own cultivation, and this was where he usually cultivated. The reason that he chose this cave mansion in this uninhabited mountain range was to place down the 8 trigrams fire array formation here, but to also cultivate in this precious location. This was the center of the mountain range's fire spirit vein. The heaven-earth origin energy here was thick to the point of manifesting. In addition, he had also spent a great deal of effort and time in order to carefully lay down an ancient spirit gathering array formation. This was definitely the cultivation holy land that all fire tribute martial artists yearned for. Whether it is improving the 8 trigrams fire array formation or forging a spear, none of these can be done in a day. You can cultivate here for now. If you need anything, just tell me. With that, Ancestor Qi Yan impatiently left. He couldn't wait to contemplate his array formation. Ka! The wooden door slammed shut, and the sealing array formation on the door began to shine. All of the fire origin energy was completely contained within the room. Mu Qinyu looked around the chamber. Not only was there the cultivation stone altar, but there were also daily necessities and other goods. There was even a bedroom on one side. Of course, there was only one bed. But this didn't matter to Mu Qinyu. For those at her level, replacing sleep with mediation was simple and also a good idea. Not just that, but she wasn't used to using others' beds. Linming, I estimate that the time that Ancestor Qi Yin needs to perfect the array formation and also complete the refining of the spear will be at least a month of 2. During this time, you should study some of the Divine Phoenix Island Fire cultivation methods with me. How about it? After Mu Qinyu glanced around, she turned to Lin Ming and smiled. Although the master behind Lin Ming might be some peerless emperor, she didn't expect that she would form any relations with that person through Lin Ming. After all, that sort of existence was just too remote for someone like her. Lin Ming hesitated and said, "Miss Mu, I plan on swallowing a heaven-opening pill first." Mu Qinyu was surprised. She said, "You want to take one now? I think it's just a bit too early for you. A heaven-opening pill may be a top-grade medicine, but eating too many will affect your foundation, and you will also need to spend the time to consolidate your cultivation. It might be better if you wanted until you could attack the Hotian bottleneck before you take the heaven-opening pill," Mu Qinyu lightly said. Naturally, she didn't think that there would be any waste in Lin Ming taking the heaven-opening pill during the pulse condensation period. "No, I've thought it over. I'll take it now." As Lin Ming cultivated in recent days, he began to gradually realize just how distant a realm the tempering marrow boundary was. It was possible that there wouldn't be much effect even if he took several heaven-opening pills, much less at having any sort of negative change on his foundation. What he wanted to find out was just how great of an effect would an ordinary heaven-opening pill have. How many heaven-opening pills would he need to fully complete tempering marrow? Mu Qinyu didn't try to sway Lin Ming. She was already accustomed to believing in Lin Ming, no matter what impossible matter Lin Ming tried. It seemed that if he decided to do it, it would never be impossible, and he would even be successful. Mu Qinyu walked up, stroked back the hairs stuck on Lin Ming's forehead, and said, "Then take it. I have a few bottles of body spiritual ichor and some other basic medicines. If you take them with the heaven-opening pill, the effects will be much better." As Mu Qinyu said this, she turned her hand, and 3 crystal-clear medicinal bottles appeared in her palm. One had to pay attention when swallowing a heaven-opening pill. There were medicines that were able to direct the heaven-opening pill and allow it to display a superior efficacy. The body spiritual ichor was only able to eliminate pill toxins to a certain degree. Lin Ming received these bottles and then downed the contents of all of them. Afterwards, he swallowed down that exquisite Longan-sized jade, crystal-like heaven-opening pill. Afterwards, he sat down on the stone altar in meditation. Once the heaven-opening pill entered his mouth, it melted, turning into a stream of heat that poured into his body, flowing into all of his meridians. A slight, tingling feeling followed. Before this, Lin Ming knew that a major function of the heaven-opening pill was to wash the marrows and muscles, removing the foul Hotian air from the body. Of course, washing down the marrows and muscles was naturally an extremely painful and agonizing process. As his meridians became increasingly hot, his 4 limbs actually became incomparably cold. This sort of alternating hot and cold feeling was very uncomfortable as the drug efficacy melted into his body. The fluctuations of energy within his meridians became increasingly violent and brutal, running through Lin Ming's body and causing pain like he was being stabbed by countless needles. Even though he had previous experience with taking extremely strong medicines, he still tightly clenches his jaws in pain, drops of sweat dripping off of his forehead. Tempering marrow. This thought echoed constantly in Lin Ming's mind. He gripped his fists, and with a nearly obsessive willpower, constantly forced the medicinal energy deep into his bones, sinking into his marrow. Chapter 307 Medicine Strength Washing Marrow. Chapter 307 Medicine Strength Washing Marrow. Chapter 307 Medicine Strength Washing Marrow. Although the tempering marrow boundary lay above the pulse condensation period, one didn't actually need to slowly reach the peak pulse condensation period before making a breakthrough to tempering marrow. To the contrary, to reach the tempering marrow boundary, it didn't matter whether one was at the early pulse condensation period or even the late pulse condensation period. In other words, tempering marrow and pulse condensation belonged to two completely different cultivation systems. Tempering marrow belonged to the realm of the God's body transformation cultivation method. As for the pulse condensation, Hotion, Xiantian, and revolving core realms, those belong to the essence gathering cultivation system. When a martial artist went from strength training to flesh training to viscera training to altering muscle and finally to bone forging, the true essence of one's body permeated deeper within, becoming more and more thorough. Afterwards, one's true essence penetrated the marrow. That was tempering marrow. Otherwise, true essence would flood through the body's meridians. This was called the pulse condensation period. After pulse condensation, true essence would converge within the dantian by following along the meridians, and one would enter Hotian, Xiantian. Then, when that true essence became a core within the dantian, that would be the revolving core realm. That is, the tempering marrow boundary ran parallel to the pulse condensation period. Tempering marrow laid the foundation for one to enter the 8 inner hidden gates. This was body transformation. But once pulse condensation true essence penetrated through the meridians and converged into the dantian, this was laying the foundation for the essence gathering system. However, reaching pulse condensation was easy, whereas tempering marrow was incomparably difficult. That was why normally one would reach the pulse condensation period first, and then go onwards to the tempering marrow boundary. This was what Lin Ming was doing now. He followed the methods and principles found within the tempering marrow portion of the chaotic virtues combat meridians in order to forcefully control the medicinal efficacy and slowly penetrate it into the bone. Bit by bit, the heaven-opening pill's medicinal power was extremely savage and violent. If a normal martial artist consumed the heaven-opening pill, they could only ease the way and slowly refine it. But if someone did the same as Lin Ming and tried to bind the heaven-opening pill's medicinal efficacy with their true essence and force it into the marrow, it would provoke a strong counterattack from the medicinal strength. Lin Ming felt as if his blood had been replaced by burning lava. Wherever it went, there would be a bone-biting pain. Lin Ming, are you all right? As Mu Qinyu watched Lin Ming's appearance that seemed like he was in deep suffering, she was somewhat worried. If one's strength was insufficient, they might even die upon eating the heaven-opening pill. Since the ancient times, there had been pulse condensation period martial artists who wished to rush forwards, and after swallowing the heaven-opening pill, they would suffer a horribly violent death because they could not fully digest the medicine's potency. However, Mu Qinyu hadn't worried that this would happen to Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming's strength was far above that. If he were placed within a small country, his strength would be equivalent to a late Hotian martial artist and above. But now seeing Lin Ming's pained appearance, Mu Qinyu's heart stopped for a moment. Lin Ming's reaction was just too intense. It was beyond what she had imagined. In absorbing the heaven-opening pill, it was useless for others to try to help. Mu Qinyu could only take a handkerchief and wipe away the sweat from Lin Ming's forehead. In this touch, Mu Qinyu found that Lin Ming's forehead was burning with a raging heat. What's going on? Mu Qinyu's eyebrows furrowed together. Was there an accident when he was trying to absorb the heaven-opening pill medicinal efficacy? For a moment, Mu Qinyu hesitated, thinking about whether she should use her own deep cultivation in order to forcefully compel the medicine out of Lin Ming's body. At this moment, Lin Ming waved his hand with some difficulty, clenched his teeth, and said, I'm all right. When he opened his mouth, Mu Qinyu saw that his teeth were stained red with blood. It wasn't that Lin Ming couldn't withstand the medicinal efficacy of the heaven-opening pill. It was only that forcing true essence to enter the marrow was simply too difficult. Lin Ming felt like his bones were an impregnable bastion. He stiffly forced a wisp of the heaven-opening pill's medicinal efficacy a bit at a time, but every time was as if his bones were being drilled into. At first, Lin Ming had been stuck and at the peak bone-forging stage for a long time. Finally, his true essence had naturally overflowed, resulting in a perfect breakthrough. This course of action laid a solid foundation, but his bones had been hardened by the prolonged forging of true essence, and they were nearly perfect in density without a single flaw. But the more solid the skeleton was, the more difficult it was to penetrate the drug efficacy into the bone. However, Lin Ming did not regret this a single bit. The more difficult it was to break through, the more thorough and complete tempering marrow would be. Only when the medicinal efficacy of the heaven-opening pill underwent purification through the dense bone would it achieve the best effect towards tempering marrow. Lin Ming's philosophy was, in order to lay a foundation, it must be laid in the most complete and solid manner. In order to break through a boundary, it must go through a perfect breakthrough. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming's entire body was soaked in sweat. At this time, within his body, in his marrow, there was just the slightest tint of gold that was impossibly difficult to see. Marrow like golden soup, that was the symbol of tempering marrow. However, Lin Ming didn't even feel the slightest bit of joy. He only felt very depressed. This was because it was an incomparably small amount. He had used up 1/5 of the heaven-opening pill's medicinal efficacy, but he only managed to create such a tiny trace of tempering marrow that could hardly be seen. If he wanted to fully complete the process, he feared that he would need to repeat this whole process 10 or 20,000 times. Could it be that in order to fully complete the tempering marrow boundary, he needed several thousand heaven-opening pills? Heavens! Even if the rich and resourceful divine Phoenix Island were to supply him with several thousand heaven-opening pills, he would probably die from stuffing himself with that many. It had to be known that the 7 profound valleys only made between 20 and 30 heaven-opening pills every 3 years. On average, they had 8 or 9 heaven-opening pills every year. As for divine Phoenix Island, they could make several dozen heaven-opening pills in 1 year. With this speed, it would still take divine Phoenix Island over 100 years to gather several thousand heaven-opening pills. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, or how much of a monstrous genius he was, it would be impossible for divine Phoenix Island to perform such an impossibly difficult feat for him and save up every single one of their heaven-opening pills for the next 100 years. Not only that, but even if divine Phoenix Island were willing, Lin Ming would not wait. Was he destined not to fully complete the tempering marrow boundary? Thinking about the 8 inner hidden gates and 9 stars of the Tao Palace recorded within the chaotic virtues combat meridians, and the images of his feet cracking the earth and his fist shattering stars, Lin Ming was unwilling to let this go. In any event, he would not give up on the tempering marrow boundary. As long as he had just a bit of hope, he would still manage to find a way. He would do it bit by bit, slowly, and inexorably. After shoring up his resolve, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and continued to absorb the leftover efficacy of the heaven-opening pill. If Lin Ming used the heaven-opening pill on his entire body, there might not be any effect from the tempering marrow. Although Lin Ming was rich, he wasn't wealthy to the point of gobbling up heaven-opening pills like candy. He couldn't accept eating up such a rare and precious heaven-opening pill and not gaining even the tiniest bit of growth in his strength. Thinking this, Lin Ming used the techniques found within the chaotic virtues combat meridians, revolving all of the true essence in his body and forcing every bit of drug efficacy into his right hand. Since there wasn't any effect in tempering the entire body, then he might as well focus on tempering just a single spot. Lin Ming chose his right hand. Whether it was the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist or using his spear, the right hand was the most critical part. First, he would temper his right hand, and then reconsider his options. The medicinal efficacy rushed to his right hand like a tide. Under the oppression of the medicine, Lin Ming's right hand felt as if a saber was being twisted into it. If it wasn't for the many body transformations that he had undergone within the Sorcerer Pagoda that made his body incomparably tough, his hand might have already exploded into bloody bits. Then Lin Ming forced the medicinal efficacy into his right hand. It was truly difficult. His entire right hand bulged red like a bag of blood, and the blue veins on his hand throbbed like massive earthworms, fiercely wriggling. Lin Ming fell over, pressing his right hand against his body as he barely held against the pain of the medicinal efficacy tempering his marrow. Beads of sweat tumbled down his hair, flowing to the ground. Time passed slowly, and finally an hour passed. Lin Ming had finally refined most of the heaven-opening pill. At this time, he felt as if he were a weak newborn baby. His true essence consumption had been too great. Lin Ming rolled over flat on the stone altar, taking great, heaving gasps. Fortunately, this location was unique. With every breath, a great amount of fire origin energy entered his body, quickly being absorbed into the heretical god seed and moistening Lin Ming's dried meridians. As he looked at his right hand, there was only the thinnest layer of pale gold that just skimmed over the surface of the bone marrow. Although this was far from achieving the boundary of marrow like golden soup, Lin Ming could still feel that this tiny part of his marrow was filled with an overwhelming blood vitality. Only a little marrow of my hand has the faintest hint of pale gold. Although there isn't any change in my forearm, it seems to be much redder. Lin Ming was speaking to himself. A human had two types of marrow. The first was a yellow marrow, and the second was a red marrow. Only the red marrow could create blood. When a baby was just born, its entire body was filled with red marrow that could create blood. But as one slowly aged, the bone cavity that held the red marrow gradually filled with fat, turning the red marrow into yellow marrow that could no longer produce blood. The older a person was, the higher the proportion of yellow marrow would be, causing a person's blood vitality to be insufficient. That was why a baby's blood vitality was so much more vigorous and potent than the elderly's. Lin Ming's right forearm had already changed into pure red bone marrow. If his entire body's marrow could change to pure red bone marrow, then the power of blood vitality would be much more robust, and whether it was endurance or resilience, all would be much more formidable. Lin Ming, are you all right? Seeing that Lin Ming had finally regained consciousness, Mu Qianyu let out a breath of relief, handing over her handkerchief to him. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming would have such a brutal reaction after swallowing the heaven-opening pill. I'm all right. Lin Ming waved his hand and took the handkerchief that Mu Qianyu handed over. He found that this piece of cloth that contained a faint, heavenly fragrance had already become dirty. Obviously, this was because of him. Lin Ming awkwardly smiled, abashed. He looked down and saw that his entire body was covered in a thick layer of greasy black oil. The heaven-opening pill was able to wash the marrows and muscles, a miracle cure that was able to remove the foul Hotian air. After eating one would naturally discharge impurities. Lin Ming couldn't stand the sticky feeling of laying down in this grease. He said to Mu Qianyu, I'm going to take a bath. Go ahead. At the back of Ancestor Qi Yan's cave was a deep pool that had been excavated. Lin Ming hurried there with long steps, and when he reached it, he didn't actually start removing his clothes to take a bath, but instead looked to see that no one was there, and then took a low-grade human step treasure sword from his spatial ring. Looking at the shining tip of the treasure sword, Lin Ming suddenly stretched out his right and grabbed the sword edge. He didn't use any true essence protection, but just depended on the bare flesh of his palm, firmly digging his fingers into the treasure sword, kneading and twisting. Zhi. In the silence of the bathing pool, there was only the clear screeching sound of deforming metal. Lin Ming felt some slight pain in his hand, but his hand actually wasn't cut at all by the sword edge. After several breaths, the low-grade human-stepped treasure sword was completely bent out of shape by Lin Ming. The blade had been twisted into a mess. This was a treasure sword that Wugong had made, and could also be considered among the top of all low-grade human-stepped treasures. In other words, the toughness of Lin Ming's right had actually surpassed that of a low-grade human-stepped treasure. Lin Ming had once depended on using flow like silk to meet a bare blade with an empty palm. But now he could actually twist a treasure sword without any true essence protection. The dynamic strength of Lin Ming's right hand's flesh had actually reached such a degree. If he used it with his true essence, his defensive power would truly reach a terrifying level. Not only that, but the stronger his bodily strength was, the stronger his attack strength would be. With a single punch, he would be able to crack rocks. It could be said that when that happened, Lin Ming's own body would become a treasure weapon. Chapter 308 Vermilion Bird, Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Chapter 308 Vermilion Bird, Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Chapter 308 Vermilion Bird, Forbidden Divine Chronicle. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians had stated that after going through strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, and bone forging by tempering the body with true essence, the biggest impediment after that would be the human marrow. If the marrow is not tempered, it cannot be shocked, and it would be vulnerable to injury. This was the greatest weakness to body transformation martial artists. But after the tempering of the marrow had been fully completed, not only would it eliminate this vulnerability, but it would also enhance the fusion of true essence, and the body within and without true essence would be seamlessly unified from all directions. Only when this was achieved could one attain the most stable and perfect stage. Lin Ming stood near the deep pool and continued to revolve the true primal chaos formula, feeling the tempering marrow boundary. After this change in his hand, the true essence really did unify and had experienced a qualitative leap. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was right, but as Lin Ming thought of the exceedingly harsh conditions necessary to fully complete tempering marrow, he felt a headache creeping up. If things continued like this, he would probably have to reach the revolving core realm before he had the strength to collect the pills he needed to finish tempering marrow. Although tempering marrow belonged to a completely different cultivation system from the essence gathering system, it was still better to break through sooner. At least, the best outcome would be if he could do so before he turned 20. But no matter how heaven-defying a talent one was, it was impossible to reach the revolving core realm before 20 years of age. After, it would still take an unknown amount of time to collect the materials he needed. If he missed the best time to temper his marrow, then his marrow would age, and it would become much more difficult to fully complete tempering marrow. Just how should he proceed? Lin Ming quickly took a bath, taking a spare set of clothes from a spatial ring, and then returned to the cultivation chamber. Mu Qinyu saw Lin Ming come back, his hair slicked back and wet, a new set of clean clothes on, and looking quite refreshed and gallant. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ming, did you take the heaven-opening pill to wash your marrow and muscles? I think that you released a very small amount of impurities. The heaven-opening pill had an extremely dominant power to wash the marrow and muscle, especially when used by earthly martial artists. They would often discharge thick layers of gray sludge, but Lin Ming only discharged a bit of the foul Hotian air. This was why Mu Qinyu had asked. I ate it. Lin Ming awkwardly nodded. When he had taken the heaven-opening pill, 90% of the medicinal efficacy had been used by him for tempering marrow. The little bit left behind was in his meridians. He hadn't used any to wash his marrow and muscles. Mu Qianyu's eyes swept Lin Ming from head to toe and finally gave a satisfied nod, saying, "I don't think your cultivation rose by much. Probably the medicinal efficacy is hiding somewhere in your body, but you don't need to worry about that. After you take the heaven-opening pill, you only need to go into seclusion for a period to slowly pull out and absorb the power of the medicine. After that, your strength should be able to break through to the middle pulse condensation period, or maybe even the late pulse condensation period. But this type of cultivation doesn't come from practice, so it's best if you also spend a good period of time consolidating in order to have the best result. If you eat another heaven-opening pill before you reach the Hotian realm, it probably won't do you much good. It's simply not worth it." I understand." Lin Ming half-heartedly smiled. After such a lie, he also had to use more lies to conceal his last lies. Or was there any leftover medicinal efficacy in his body? All of it had already been cleanly sucked out. His cultivation hadn't risen by much, and he was still quite far from reaching the middle pulse condensation period. Mu Qianyu beckoned Lin Ming over and said, "Lin Ming, sit down over here. I want to test your fire origin energy fusion compatibility." Lin Ming hesitated and then nodded. He sat cross-legged in front of Mu Qianyu. He didn't know just what the standards were for Sky Spill Continent or what grade of fire origin energy fusion compatibility he had. Relax your body. Don't try to purposely control the way your body absorbs fire origin energy. Mu Qianyu took hold of Lin Ming's hand and then closed her eyes. Then Lin Ming felt a strange fluctuation of fire origin energy in his body as true essence entered into him. He absorbed the true essence, letting it judge just what grade his fusion compatibility with fire was. Maybe it was because the fire origin energy in the room was too rich, but when Mu Qianyu sat on the altar, she slightly perspired, releasing an extremely delightful and alluring fragrance. Since Lin Ming was so close to Mu Qianyu, and they were facing each other, he was somewhat distracted. A moment later, Mu Qianyu opened her eyes, a bit of disappointment on her face. "You are maybe an inferior 6th grade fusion compatibility." A martial artist that had this degree of fusion compatibility with any element was already heaven-defying, much less Lin Ming, who was a double attribute. His thunder origin energy fusion compatibility was definitely higher, but Mu Qianyu was still a bit dissatisfied. Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation method had extremely harsh requirements of fire origin energy fusion compatibility. For instance, Mu Qianyu's fire origin energy fusion compatibility was a superior 7th grade that absolutely defied the will of the heavens. A 6th grade fusion compatibility was just at the barest standard to study the core cultivation methods. However, if Lin Ming wanted to achieve the highest levels of this cultivation method, it would probably be impossible. Mu Qianyu felt a great deal of regret. Besides his fire attribute, Mu Qianyu didn't have much in common with Lin Ming's other strengths. The only thing that could strengthen the bond between her and Lin Ming were the cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island. Inferior 6th grade, Lin Ming wasn't surprised. Although the heretical god seed was amazing, all of the other strengths of his body had no connection to the fire attribute, so of course he wouldn't have a fire origin energy fusion compatibility that defied the heavens. I wonder what will happen when I take that super valuable spear that Ancestor Qi Yen is refining and then go to the southern wilderness to eliminate the fireworm shaman after I absorb the eternal flame essence. Just what degree of fusion compatibility will my fire attribute reach? The greatest and most distinct feature that the heretical god force had in comparison to normal martial artists was that it had the capabilities to evolve and grow. Because Lin Ming had absorbed the purple flood dragon divine thunder, His thunder origin energy fusion compatibility absolutely surpassed a mere inferior 6th grade. This was the strange and unbelievable power of the heretical god force. Lin Ming sighed. The heretical god force was too powerful. It was no wonder that the supreme elder from the realm of the gods had taken this secret skill as the most precious one he had ever obtained in his lifetime, even above the golden rock shattering the void. Not only that, but even though the golden rock shattering the void was extremely rare and precious, there were still some other people who knew about it in the realm of the gods. But the heretical god force was actually unique. This secret skill was obtained in some ancient ruins, and was probably created by some archaic evil god. When that supreme elder had discovered the heretical god force, it had already been sealed for a countless number of years. Afterwards, the supreme elder had carefully kept this secret skill hidden without leaking any details of it. This made it even more precious. Unfortunately, that supreme elder of the realm of the gods hadn't been able to thoroughly study and research the heretical god force in detail. He had only practiced it to the 3rd layer, and then he followed Tian Mingzi to the Verdant Feather Holy Lands to steal the divine crystal magic cube, finally dying with his soul shattered. Now, discovering any new information on the heretical god force depended on Lin Ming's own luck and ability. He stumbled onto the fact that it responded to thunder and fire attribute origin energy, but as for the other types such as earth, ice, wood, water, or anything else, he had no idea how to utilize those different types of origin energy. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming, then hesitated, saying, "Lin Ming, would you be willing to study Divine Phoenix Island's fire attribute cultivation methods?" Lin Ming nodded. "I'd like to try." The cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island were naturally far inferior to the cultivation methods that the Supreme Elder knew in the realm of the gods. However, although the Supreme Elder's cultivation methods were amazing, they didn't suit him. At best, there were just a few cultivation methods in the memories, and he couldn't choose a specific direction that he wanted to go in. In the past, Lin Ming had wanted to study a thunder attribute cultivation method in order to make up for his lack of speed. But to find a high-grade thunder attribute cultivation method manual within the Sky Spill continent was much easier said than done. On the other hand, Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods were already considered to be at the top. Lin Ming, your true essence is far thicker and purer than that of a martial artist at the same level, and your body also has several special places within it. I think that you have already studied some sort of top quality cultivation method from your master. Although I don't know what sort of cultivation method it is, I have to say that the amazing cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island won't lose out to any other fire attribute cultivation method. These days, Mu Qinyu had spent a great deal of time with Lin Ming. With her cultivation and great eyesight, she was able to see that there were many unusual aspects about Lin Ming's body. However, she didn't ask about these, as every powerhouse had their own secrets to keep. But since you haven't formally joined Divine Phoenix Island, the most I can pass on to you is the first few layers. Before I pass this on to you, you must swear that you will not leak these cultivation methods. Mu Qinyu looked at Lin Ming with a very serious and solemn expression in her eyes, her each and every syllable pronounced clearly and loudly. "I swear upon my heart of martial arts that if I do not have Divine Phoenix Island's permission, I will not divulge anything." Lin Ming took an oath without hesitating. Every sect had their own inheritances and legacies that were equivalent to their lifeblood. These inheritances and legacies were the fundamental basis for every sect. Good. Then, this cultivation method is called the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. It originates from the ancient Phoenix clan. Unfortunately, this cultivation method has a flaw. Otherwise, even the few holy lands of Sky Spill continent might covet it. As Mu Qinyu spoke, she heaved a great sigh. The ancient Phoenix clan had the bloodline of a phoenix that was a true god beast. It wasn't an existence that a vermilion bird or any other saint beast could compare with. Since they had left behind a cultivation method, the terrifying fearsomeness of its power could be imagined. The two great core cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island are the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Blue One Abstract Phantom Code. More than half has been lost. Otherwise, Divine Phoenix Island would have already become a holy land. Even though these two cultivation methods have flaws, their formidable power already surpasses many core cultivation methods of 5th grade sections. If one wishes to study these two sets of cultivation methods to the core boundary, one needs the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird or Blue Yen. Otherwise, the 5th grade sects would have already long rampaged and plundered Divine Phoenix Island. It is said that with the complete secret texts of the ancient Phoenix race, if one cultivated their manuals to the highest realm, then one's body could become like a phoenix, rebirthing through nirvana in a sea of flames, immortal and indestructible. As Mu Qinyu spoke, Lin Ming was shocked. One's body could become like a phoenix, rebirthing through nirvana in a sea of flames, immortal and indestructible. If what Mu Qinyu said wasn't an exaggeration, then the secret texts of this ancient Phoenix clan were no worse than the top cultivation methods within the realm of the gods, and might also be tied with the heretical god force that was left behind by an archaic evil god. Of course, the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Blue One Abstract Phantom Code were just a small part of the ancient Phoenix clan's secret texts, and most of it was missing, flawed. Alas, these was how things were. Still, Lin Ming's heart couldn't help but stir, and he asked, Miss Mu said that in order to practice these cultivation methods to the core boundary, I will need the bloodline of a Vermilion Bird or Blue One. Does that mean that I cannot cultivate these methods? Mu Qinyu sighed. Even if Lin Ming had the bloodline of a Vermilion Bird, he was limited by his fire origin energy fusion compatibility. There was no way he would be able to cultivate it to the highest level. Mu Qinyu said, Divine Phoenix Island has a secret technique to transplant part of a Saint Beast's bloodline into you. However, if the bloodline is too thin, it will be insufficient to study the most core section of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Only if, as Mu Qinyu spoke, she suddenly fell silent, her face flashing with the color of embarrassment. Chapter 309 Child of Flame. Chapter 309 Child of Flame. Chapter 309 Child of Flame. Only if what? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. Nothing, forget about it, Mu Qinyu awkwardly said as she shook her head. Let's start. Mu Qinyu tried to switch topics, but Lin Ming could actually see a faint pink blush creeping up behind Mu Qinyu's ears, causing him to be surprised. However, Mu Qinyu seemed to only reluctantly mention this so-called what if. It was best if he didn't press her on the topic. This is a jade slip that contains the first layer of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. First, look at the cultivation method, and then I'll help you get started. Afterwards, you can officially begin practicing. Mu Qinyu took out a flame-colored jade slip from her spatial ring. Creating a cultivation method jade slip was a very difficult task. First, one had to reach the large success stage of the cultivation method and personally master and create it in order for it to work. The fact that Mu Qinyu could carry around a jade slip of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and look through it at any time was naturally because of her status as a saintess. Lin Ming received the jade slip and extended his soul force into it. Suddenly, his heart stirred. This was an ancient manual that unified cultivation methods and martial skills. But the first secret skill caused Lin Ming's to burst with joy. This was a technique to control fire. The heretical god seed was astoundingly strong, and it had the ability to absorb fire. It could even grow strong by hunting other flame essences. However, the method to manipulate fire was actually up to Lin Ming to research on his own. Although Lin Ming had great perception, it was still impossible for him to naturally self-learn how to manipulate fire. With the inspiration he obtained from the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, Lin Ming was able to create his own skill, Thunderfire Annihilation. But his other methods of controlling fire were of the most superficial and basic kind, and that was mostly to use a flame and directly burn the enemy. But this jade slip actually contained a great deal of methods to control fire. For instance, there were methods to create flame armor, flame shields, flame guards, flame ropes, flame compression, and many other techniques. In addition to directly controlling fire, there were also special methods such as using fire to place seals on treasure, increase the power of treasure, and many other secret skills that were of great interest to Lin Ming. This part of how to control fire was enough to make Lin Ming's heart move just thinking about the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. While Lin Ming focused his time on studying this jade slip, Mu Qinyu sat in meditation on the side and practiced. She occasionally had some strange feelings well within her. If one wished to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle or the Blue Wan Abstract Phantom Code to the highest level, then one needed to have an extremely rich and pure bloodline of either the Vermilion Bird or the Blue Wan. But Divine Phoenix Island's special method of transplanting bloodlines, in truth, was only drawing blood from the body of the Vermilion Bird or Blue Wan Saint Beasts, and then using a special arcane skill to inject it into someone's body. In addition, this blood of the Vermilion Bird or Blue Wan was very diluted and weak. It was far from being of sufficient purity. But there was an exception. That was to take up intimate relations with those of Divine Phoenix Island, who had the richest bloodline of the Saint Beast, and obtain their primordial Yin energy. By doing so, they could obtain a very pure and rich Saint Beast bloodline and gain the ability to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle or the Blue Wan Abstract Phantom Code to the highest level. But this so-called individual with the richest Saint Beast bloodline was in truth the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island. In other words, it was Mu Qinyu and her little sister, Mu Bingyun. This matter was known only to a select few. Divine Phoenix Island would do anything in order to avoid this secret from spreading, because if it did, it would certainly invite a bloody disaster upon their sect. Once long ago, there was a demonic man who used a fire attribute cultivation method. He captured the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island and had wished to violate her and obtain her primordial Yin energy so that he could cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Because of this, a calamity was brought down upon Divine Phoenix Island. This only if was something that was unspeakable for Mu Qinyu. Like this, the two of them fell into their monotonous cultivation. Lin Ming was deeply immersed within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, while Mu Qinyu quietly meditated, absorbing the rich fire origin energy. Mu Qinyu estimated that with Lin Ming's monstrous perception, it would take him maybe less than half an hour to completely memorize and comprehend a small part of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. It was a pity that Lin Ming's fire origin energy fusion compatibility was his constraint. There was no way to make up for this, no matter how high his perception was. Such a pity. I hope that he doesn't give up on the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. That would be nice. Mu Qinyu subconsciously hoped that Lin Ming was able to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle to the highest level. Like this, he would truly become a disciple of Divine Phoenix Island. But this was impossible. Only if. Thinking this, Mu Qinyu automatically blushed. Although she had experienced some ambiguous and strange experiences with Lin Ming in her eyes, she had never thought of Lin Ming like that. In her eyes, Lin Ming was just too young. Mu Qinyu was 27, and Lin Ming was 16. To those revolving core masters that had in prolonged youth, an 11-year difference was nothing. But to the current Mu Qinyu, Lin Ming was simply a young boy. Not only that, But Mu Qinyu had never thought that she would involve herself with the intimate matters between men and women. Maintaining her pure virgin body and primordialine energy was also of great benefit to her own cultivation. Maybe it was because the room was too hot, or she had sat for too long, but Mu Qinyu felt a bit uncomfortable. She readied herself to go and take a bath. Mu Qinyu was a woman who loved to stay clean. Bathing daily was already a long-formed habit of hers. She turned around to glance at Lin Ming. He was completely engrossed in the jade slip. Then Mu Qinyu quietly left. Martial artists cannot directly control fire. They must unify the fire origin energy that can control fire with their own true essence, and through this combination control fire. As Lin Ming thought aloud, he clasped his hands together and then slowly opened his palms. A small fire snake appeared in his palms. As he revolved his true essence according to the methods inscribed within the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, the fire snake in Lin Ming's palms began to become slimmer, longer, and more condensed. Finally, it was like a real-life snake. Under the absolute suppressive power of the heretical god seed, the normally savage fire origin energy had become surprisingly docile. Lin Ming was able to knead it and move it around just like a ball of dough. Just a bit more. Lin Ming continued to revolve the true essence in his body. Finally, the two fire snakes within his palms turned into red flaming chains that linked together. In the next moment, the flames completely converged together, and the chains seemed to gain substance. There was almost no difference between these flame chains and red-hot iron chains. I did it! Lin Ming was extremely joyous. He withdrew the heavy, profound soft spear from his spatial ring, and then attached the flame chains directly onto the end of the spear. Suddenly, his heavy, profound soft spear had turned into a chain spear. Go! Lin Ming used his strength, and through the 1,200 genes, heavy, profound, soft spear. The spear flew out like an arrow, and the chains suddenly tightened. Punk! With a bang, the heavy, profound, soft spear smashed into the cave mansion wall's protective array formation, causing a shimmering light curtain to appear. The array formation that Ancestor Qi Yan had laid down in his cave mansion was naturally not something that Lin Ming was able to damage. At this moment, Mu Qinyu finished bathing and returned to the room. As she walked in, she just happened to see with her own wide eyes the flaming chain in Lin Ming's hand that looked no different to a real chain. Mu Qinyu's eyes went perfectly round. If she didn't feel the rich fire origin energy coming from the red chains, she would have thought that they were true chains. You already learned how to form flame chains. Mu Qinyu found this difficult to believe. Creating a flame chain was much more difficult than forming a flame shield or flame armor. Even Mu Qinyu had spent an entire day in order to learn how to do this, but Lin Ming had actually done it in the time that she had bathed. How could this be so quick? Lin Ming's fire origin energy fusion compatibility was far inferior to hers. Lin Ming nodded, seeing Mu Qinyu's shocked expression. He figured that he probably did something extraordinary and amazing, but he had done this sort of thing often enough, so he didn't think it mattered if he did it a few more times. In truth, a flame chain was just true essence manifestation, similar to thunder manifestation where energy itself was condensed into substance. Lin Ming knew that his ability to easily control fire origin energy stemmed from the overwhelming power of the heretical god seed. This heretical god seed could even suppress an earth-grade thunder soul like the purple flood dragon divine thunder. Forcing some fire origin energy into submission was just a joke. Mu Qinyu was left speechless. She had personally determined Lin Ming's fire origin energy fusion compatibility. She had thought that Lin Ming would encounter many difficulties and problems in learning the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, but she didn't imagine that in just less than half an hour, Lin Ming would already be playing around with flame chains. Heavens, what a monster! This sort of monstrous perception simply couldn't be rationalized through common sense. Mu Qinyu could only attribute Lin Ming's ability to control flame to his terrifying perception. After all, the technique for controlling fire was still a skill, and it would depend on one's own perception to comprehend it. As Mu Qinyu thought this, she eliminated the doubt in her heart. But then a series of matters happened that caused her mouth to twitch over and over again. Half an hour later, the flame in Lin Ming's hand turned into a crimson shield. Then, after another half an hour, a deep ruby red armor appeared around Lin Ming. Then, after another hour, Lin Ming turned a ball of flames into a series of mystical runes, branding them onto the heavy, profound soft spear, turning the originally silver long spear into a luminescent red. At this time, Mu Qinyu was already numbed senseless. She didn't know what expression to make to express her feelings. She finally understood why Lin Ming was able to comprehend ancient array formations at a tender age of 16, to a degree at which he formed theories that made even that crazy kook ancestor Qi Yan dance with happiness. Lin Ming's perception was something that a human shouldn't have. She had thought that she would let Lin Ming take a look at the jade slip first, and then help direct him into her sect, and smooth the path of cultivation for him. Now, it seemed that her thoughts were just a funny joke. However, what Mu Qinyu didn't know was that these awe-inspiring miracles had just begun. 2 days later, when Lin Ming began to truly start practicing the source cultivation method of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Record, his practice speed bamboozled Mu Qinyu once more. As Lin Ming sat in meditation, a thick, twisting vortex of origin energy had already started to swirl around him, and all of the incomparably rich and pure fire origin energy in the surroundings was continuously gathered into this vortex. It was just like a giant whale sucking in water. A terrifying amount of fire origin energy flowed into Lin Ming's body without even a tiny bit leaking out. It was as if Lin Ming's body was a bottomless pit. Once it went in, nothing came out. How much fire origin there was how much was absorbed. This fearsome origin energy absorption rate caused Mu Qinyu to be shocked. How could Lin Ming's fire origin energy fusion compatibility only be a measly inferior 6th grade? Something's not right. The technique to control fire partially depends on one's perception. If one has good perception, then having a fast practice speed isn't strange. But to cultivate the source cultivation depended only on one's fusion compatibility with fire. If the fusion grade isn't high enough, then it's useless even with amazing perception. But Lin Ming's current cultivation speed. Mu Qinyu was alarmed. Lin Ming's cultivation speed violated the rules of the world. It was just like the legendary child of flame that was born within the ashes of infernos. A martial artist had to use their true essence to control fire, but a child of flame could suppress fire itself into submission. Chapter 3:10 Divine Spear complete. Chapter 3:10 Divine Spear complete. Chapter 3:10 Divine Spear complete. At this time, Lin Ming, who was cultivating, didn't know what Mu Qinyu was thinking, nor did he know that his cultivation speed was far too exaggerated for someone who should have a 6th grade fire origin energy fusion compatibility. Lin Ming had already entered into the ethereal martial intent state and sealed off his 6 senses, completely immersed in the happy feelings that came with cultivation. The chaotic virtues combat meridians was naturally an unbelievably marvelous cultivation method with 1,000 benefits. However, it was only a body transformation cultivation method. Above tempering marrow was the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This cultivation system couldn't be used to break through to the Hotian realm or Xiantian realm. Lin Ming wanted to open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, but he wasn't planning on giving up on reaching Hotian, Xiantian, and the revolving core realms. So Lin Ming had been missing an essence-gathering cultivation system to cultivate his true essence. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle just happened to fill in this missing space. Although this cultivation method had many flaws because of the presence of the heretical god seed, all of the fire attribute fire origin energy around Lin Ming was as docile as sheep, freely allowing Lin Ming to manipulate it in any way he wanted. Because of this, Lin Ming could cultivate the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle with half the effort and twice the results. This was simply a cultivation method that was tailored towards Lin Ming's strengths. When Mu Qinyu had first cultivated the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, she had reached pulse condensation at 15, Hotian at 17, Xiantian at 22, Extreme Xiantian at 26, and now, at 27 years of age, she was a half step into the revolving core realm. Lin Ming's current cultivation speed of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was far inferior to Mu Qianyu, someone who possessed a truly terrifying, superior 7th-grade fire origin energy fusion compatibility. Even if Lin Ming possessed the heretical god speed, that was a speed that he couldn't hope to reach. But the greatest advantage of the heretical god seed was that it could grow. What would happen once he absorbed another flame essence? If that happened, the Lin Ming's cultivation speed would constantly increase, and in the future, he might even surpass Mu Qinyu. Thinking this, Lin Ming was increasingly hungry for the fireworm tribe's flame essence. If the southern wilderness wasn't so far away, he probably wouldn't have waited for the spear and directly paid a visit to the fireworm tribe. Because of the incomparably rich and pure fire origin energy, the top quality cultivation method, Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, in addition to the perfect fit of the heretical god seed in assisting him with the cultivation method, Lin Ming's cultivation speed would be able to progress at 10,000 miles per day. 10 days later, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early pulse condensation period. Of course, this was also partly due to the amazing merits of the heaven opening pill. On this day, there was suddenly an extremely loud explosion sound outside of the cave mansion, so forceful that even the protective array formation fiercely trembled. Lin Ming and Mu Qinyu didn't know what happened, so they hurriedly ran out of the cave mansion and saw a disheveled and messy ancestor Qi Yan doing a jiggy dance in joy. "Haha, I did it! I finally did it!" Seeing ancestor Qi Yan like this, Mu Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. For a moment, she even thought that the entire 8 trigrams fire array formation had imploded. "Ha! Nephew Lin, you came at just the right time. What do you think about my great array formation now?" Ancestor Qi Yan waved behind himself because he had been continually working night and day for the last 10 days to perfect his array formation. Ancestor Qi Yan was covered in soot and dirt, most of his robe burnt black. He looked like the crazy old hermit he was. Lin Ming looked at Ancestor Qi Yan's eyes that shined with an aberrant light and gulped. He nodded. "It's very good. Perfect." "Ha! Today. No, tomorrow I will forge the best spear for you. First, I must rest for the evening and adjust my condition to its best form." The next morning, all the materials were placed atop the stone altar. There was the 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo, the 10,000-year sacred flame parasol tree, a little bit of crystallized fire that was left behind after a vermilion bird underwent nirvana, a palm-sized piece of purple comet divine metal, and about 20 genes of profound thunderstone. These were the main materials to forge the spear. Every one of these main materials was an absolutely top-quality material, any piece enough to make even a revolving core powerhouse green with envy. With so many rare materials together, Mu Qinyu was unable to help sighing. This was simply too luxurious, even for her. Ancestor Qi Yan saw so many top-quality materials, and his face shined red with joy. With these materials, in addition to the newly evolved 8 trigrams fire array formation, He had absolute faith that he would be able to create the best work in his refining career. With the experience of creating a top-grade weapon, he would also have a better grasp of forging a heaven-step treasure in the future. Ancestor Qi Yen tied back his crazily scattered hair and then spat out a cloud of dark green and purple flame. When this cloud of fire appeared, it was like the air had been lit on fire. The surrounding temperature dramatically surged by an alarming degree. Lin Ming's pupils constricted. That dark green and purple flame was without a doubt a flame essence. It should be Ancestor Qi Yan's life's flame essence. In terms of how formidable it was probably above the medium-grade earth step. Lin Ming had no understanding of how a flame essence would be above the medium-grade earth step. He could only guess. At this time, Mu Qianyu confirmed Lin Ming's thoughts. She looked at the dark green and purple flame and exclaimed in praise, "That is the Silent Nine Emerald Flame, a high-grade earth step flame essence." The reason that Ancestor Qi Yen could walk with impunity throughout the entire South Horizon region was to a great extent because of this high-grade earth step flame essence. The Silent Nine Emerald Flame shot out, fusing into the 8 trigrams fire array formation. The flame suddenly turned into a dark green and purple, the temperature rising to an absolutely horrifying degree. Ancestor Qi Yen first took out the supplementary spear casting materials. This included a massive amount of aged gold cold star iron and wrought gold heavy water. These wouldn't be used to cast the spear, but would only play a catalytic opening role. The aged gold cold star iron, as well as the purple comet divine metal, were all thrown into the flames. The aged gold and cold star iron only took a brief moment before they melted into a muddle of mixed molten metal. Once the wrought gold heavy water and another batch of supplementary materials were thrown in, it became a boiling cauldron of molten metals. Then Ancestor Qi Yen took out the violet electricity spirit bamboo and the sacred flame parasol tree, immersing them into the boiling molten metal so that these 2 spiritual woods could absorb the metal essence. Throughout all of this, the purple comet was still in the flame, completely motionless. Ancestor Qi Yen constantly inputted origin energy into the 8 trigrams fire array formation. With the addition of fire origin energy from the primal chaos heavens, this massive fire array formation burned for over 4 hours. Purple comet was a material that could just qualify as being worthy to create a heaven-step treasure. After it had stayed in the burning flames for such a long time, it still didn't show the slightest hint of melting. Ancestor Qi Yen took a high-grade true essence stone and began to absorb the true essence stone's origin energy, while simultaneously taking out a purple pill from his spatial ring and tossing it into the flames. As the purple pill fused into the flames, it immediately turned into a drop of liquid that penetrated into the purple comet divine metal. With a chi-chi sound, the purple comet finally began to soften under the effects of the purple pill. Hua! Ancestor Qi Yen took out a massive crimson hammer from his spatial ring. He flooded this hammer with true essence and began to repeatedly smash down on the softened purple comet divine metal with heavy pounding motions. Just this large crimson hammer was already a medium-grade earth step treasure. Wind whistled, flames twirled. Ancestor Qi Yen stripped off his robe, revealing a naked upper body that was tightly corded in solid muscle. Just looking at this muscle, there was no way one would think it was the body of an old man. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated throughout the entire mountain range. Even Lin Ming, who was standing nearby, felt his blood begin to boil, and his heart rise with passion as he watched. The beauty and majesty of this absolute power was truly shocking. Refining purple comet and removing the impurities was an arduous and exceedingly difficult process. Ancestor Qi Yan's entire body was streaming with sweat, and even the aged gold anvil under the purple comet was smashed apart. Lin Ming exclaimed in his heart, This aged gold anvil was definitely an extraordinary object, and yet it was smashed apart by ancestor Qi Yen to such a degree. The tenacity of the purple comet and its ability to withstand impact could be imagined. After an entire day and night, after countless hammerings, the originally palm-sized piece of purple comet was finally small enough, just the right size to forge a spearhead. The purple comet served as the foundation core of the spearhead, and then the vermilion bird crystallized fire was ground into powder and used to permeate the purple comet. The 20 genes of profound thunderstone was refined into its most basic essence by the silent 9 emerald flame, and then also cast into the foundation core. With the top thunder and fire material integrated into the spearhead, the hammering continued. The giant hammer smashing into the purple comet became increasingly frequent. The wind picked up, and the surrounding fire origin energy actually turned into a massive vortex. With every hit, sparks would splash out, arcs of bright electricity would shine, and that foundation core was gradually hammered into the shape of a thin spearhead. Qi, qi, qi. Ancestor Qi Yen sunk the spearhead into a giant bath of glacial ice divine spring. That originally freezing cold glacial ice divine spring actually started to boil, emitting massive clouds of steam. This sort of divine water was extremely precious. The refiner faction sovereign had once spent a great price in order to obtain some glacial ice divine spring, so that his son Huyen Luo could soak in it, and depend on this to jump realms and absorb a medium-grade human step flame essence. Now, this great amount of glacial ice divine spring was actually used by ancestor Qi Yen as a hardening agent. After the quenching was complete, up to now, only the spearhead had been finished. A top-quality treasure spear had to be thoroughly hammered 9 by 9 times for a total of 81 times. The first time hammering was the longest. Afterwards, the amount of time would be reduced, but the total time would always amount to around 20 days or so. During this period, a reigning master would have to continually consume a high degree of strength. Sometimes they would not only consume their true essence, but their life energy. In order to refine a top treasure, a refining master needed to put forth his entire effort and soul. After a long period of time, there were some refining masters that would overtax their life to forge a treasure and finally end up perishing. Therefore, to request a refining master to forge a spear with all of their ability was very difficult. If it wasn't for Lin Ming assisting ancestor Qi Yen in such a great manner, there was no way that he would have helped him forge a top-class divine spear. Time slowly passed, day by day. Every day, Lin Ming would come over and take a look at ancestor Qi Yen. But besides this, he spent all of his time cultivating. At this point, his cultivation was slowly reaching the middle pulse condensation period. Finally, on the 20th day, the spearhead and spear shaft integrated into a perfect whole. The long spear shaft was 10 feet long. It had the violet electricity spirit bamboo as the bone, and the surface was twined with the tree silk of the sacred flame parasol tree. It was both flexible and incomparably difficult to destroy. With the spear shaft complete, ancestor Qi Yen started to fully concentrate on drawing the array formation upon the divine spear. At this moment, in the sky, thunder flashed and clouds of fire gathered. The peak of the mountain was the primal chaos heavens. Above the primal chaos heavens, the 7 origin energy elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind were in a free state, savage, brutal, and active. At this moment, the thunder attribute and fire attribute origin energy seemed to be drawn in by some unknown law, gathering together. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the primal chaos heavens were ripped apart as if it were the work of some divine hand, and a massive pillar of fire and thunder shot down, bombarding the divine spear. Ancestor Qi Yen was completely focused on his work, and his physical strength had already been drawn to the limit. He gave a stuffy cough as his entire body was twined with purple lightning and flames, and he tumbled off the stone altar. Senior Qi Yen, Lin Ming was shocked. He quickly ran forwards. However, at this time, Ancestor Qi Yen, whose entire body was burnt black, began to maniacally laugh, the pearly white teeth of his wide smile contrasting against his blackened appearance. The heavens help me! The heavens help me! A divine weapon is born, bringing forth twin fire and thunder tribulation from the heavens. This is this old man's best work by far. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.